is 5 Sports Extra.
There's real energy and buzz around this stadium.
We're all ready for the start.
Right, hearts beating fast now.
There's an inferno of noise and support. This is unbelievable. Absolutely incredible.
Here we go. Games on the way.
The home of the world's greatest sporting events.
It's the Open Championship.
What a day of the Six Nations it's been.
Let's go live to Flushing Meadows in New York.
Formula One is back. The biggest sporting names.
McIlroy for the Grand Slam. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for four.
Down the line goes Sabalenka. Beautiful.
Championship point, Carlos Alcaraz.
It's a piece of magic from Bevan French.
Virat Kohli reaches his 100.
Chloe Kelly. Oh, it's so easy.
It's O'Shea gets his try.
It's Lando who's delivered the performances when it's most mattered.
And the grandest stages of world sports.
This is the atmosphere inside Wembley Stadium.
Welcome back to Aintree.
Welcome to the Oval.
It must be time for the Monaco Grand Prix.
Welcome to Augusta.
If that doesn't give you tingles, I don't know what will.
And the next live commentary starts in just 30 seconds. This is 5 Sports Extra.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the third day of the first test between England and Pakistan at Headingley. Our full build-up begins at 10:30, but first, here are the highlights from yesterday.
So, after a lengthy delay, here we are, 2:45 on the second day. The first ball is to be bowled, and Joe Root drives at it and is very nearly caught behind. And that swung appreciably. I mean, the ball swung a little bit yesterday, but not as much as that. I think that took Root by surprise.
That's a lovely start, isn't it? Ball swinging away from Root, but swinging late as well. Got slingy action. Look, I think he looks faster than he is, but a great start.
Yeah, a little bit loose from Root. First ball, that he really threw the bat at it. Very nearly nicked that. Crowd's excitable. Lots of noise there from the Western Terrace. Stewart settling in. Curran again runs in energetically, bowls full on the leg stump, flicked away further. Very short boundary down there. And fine leg had no chance to stop that. Not a great ball.
Now that fielder, sorry, I guess a fine leg, probably only 5 yards away from that ball, but it was timed really nicely from Jordan Cox, but poor delivery.
Yes, no chance. It is a short boundary down there. And with the slope as well, the ball runs away. 124 for 2, so England now 47 runs behind. Curran again bowls. Oh, that's driven away through the offside. The width there, Cox likes that. Driven that hard, along the ground, out through square point.
Oh, there was a call of catch it, but it didn't feel like that was ever going to be a catch. Lovely from Jordan Cox, an expensive over here from Curran. First ball wide outside the leg stump, this time wide outside the off stump and played behind square from Cox.
I'm not quite sure why the cry of catch it went out. It's gone like a missile out towards deep point there.
Maybe 5 centimetres off the floor, that's where they were thinking.
Yeah, there's an optimistic shout. Past the umpire is there again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. It's going to go for 4, mind you. But that definitely bounced a little and moved away from Cox. He played it pretty nicely. He played it with soft hands, but with a bit of a jump as he did so. So he's controlled it, but no one down there on the boundary again. Very short. And 4 runs, but actually he's bowled quite nicely here. I mean, he's bowled some 4 balls. He's beaten Root twice, and that one definitely finding the edge of the bat, bit of bounce.
Yeah, just surprised Cox there, didn't it? The extra little bit of bounce and carry came off the shoulder of his bat, but like you say, played with soft hands, and that's been his problem. He has bowled nicely, but then he has that release ball in the over.
Abbas into Cox again down the leg side. Rizwan can't stop it. He might have got the fingertips of his gloves to it, but that ball's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. And, just a little bit of pad on it caused the deflection. Mohammad Rizwan couldn't capture it. But again, just as you were saying it, Cookie, it's just a couple of good balls and the pressure just dissipates.
Yeah, you don't need to wait for it. You don't have to search for it. You just got to play in your rhythm, and who's better at playing in a rhythm than Joe Root? And Jordan Cox, I'm sure, is looking at the other end thinking he ain't going to miss out. He doesn't miss out in these situations very often. And if Cox plays in this rhythm, he's scoring it plenty quick enough. There's a score for him to be had.
Rizwan wasn't ready as keeper. He gets a few words from Abbas at the top of his run, who smiles as he begins running in towards Jordan Cox, who punches this ball firmly off the back foot, past extra cover, and it'll race away to the boundary for 4 in front of square. It's a lovely shot, that. Nice touch from Jordan Cox. Has been kept a little bit quiet by Mohammad Abbas, but given that delivery for his release shot, and he took the chance. 149 for 2.
Yeah, the 100 partnership was brought up by that shot. And that's the kind of shot you look at and you go, it's got something about him, a bit of class, because that's a punched, a very low risk shot to play, straight bat off to the ball of the, fourth stump, top of fourth stump, and you can hit good balls for 4 with low risk. It's normally a recipe for a run scorer.
This is Abbas is in, that's down the leg side, and it's swung away past Rizwan, who's up to the stumps. And it's going to go to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. So rare misdirected delivery from Mohammad Abbas. One that no one had any chance of getting anywhere near. That's been snuck away by Jordan Cox down to the fine leg boundary. Glanced away fine, and it takes him to a half century. His first test match half century. Brilliantly played innings, and it's appreciated by this crowd here at Headingley. They've had to wait a long time for action today, and they've been treated to what could be the first of many, many half-centuries for England's current number 3.
That'll do his confidence a world of good. He's looked relaxed, he's looked assured. Not too dissonant this stroke. Just nonchalantly glanced it away at the fine leg. And that's how he's looked. He's looked very much at home in this England side.
Muhammad Ali is in. Another grunt as he over-pitches, and Joe Root's flicked this ball away towards the mid-wicket boundary. It may get there. It does not. Sliding effort. Oh, the sliding effort pushes the ball into the boundary sponge. It is 4 runs, and it is a half-century for Joe Root. Both Cox and Root go to half-centuries in consecutive deliveries. And Joe Root has been there many, many times before. Listen to the crowd chant his name. A terrific morning this for England. Both batters serenely making progress. Joe Root adds yet another paragraph to a storied career.
Another beautifully balanced shot. Tucks it off the legs at the mid-wicket. It's a big dive on the boundary, but only manages to push it for 4.
Here's Muhammad Ali into Joe Root again, who works this ball with one hand off the bat down towards deep backward point for a single.
And it's getting a little bit hard to keep praising Joe, because every time he gets the middle, you almost expect him to get a 50, as is his average. But another classy knock. I believe the last time he took the captaincy, I'm not sure he got 100 in that first game. Now piling on the runs with another half-century here, and he'll be trying to equal that again here. First game as captain, or back as captain, have his eyes on another big score.
They're both moving in sync with each other at the moment. Joe Root and Jordan Cox, both on 52 not out. And this partnership doing a brilliant job in terms of deflating the opposition. They're closing off the remainder of that margin between the two sides. Just 4 runs behind now, England, as Muhammad Ali in. Full, driven beautifully by Jordan Cox. It was over-pitched, just waited for it, and did nothing more than allow the ball to meet his bat as he drove it through. Long off for 4. It was a classical shot, that, from Jordan Cox. And now the scores are even.
Shahzad is in, bowling short and dropped. Cox slapping the ball back to the bowler. It went at pretty much head height, and it was almost damage limitation. He just stuck his hands out in front of him, and it slapped him on the hands and fell forwards. First ball back in his spell as Cox this time does what he wants to do, and he slaps that more leg side between mid-on and mid-wicket out to the boundary for 4. A similar sort of delivery, back of the length, a real loosener. And he has dismissed that, Jordan Cox, after berating himself the ball before. 61 to him now, 179 for 2 and a lead of 8. Cox looking out to the offside boundary as he again slaps him over to the leg side, again too short. That has been punished through mid-wicket. Easy pickings here for Jordan Cox.
Honestly, normally I'd want to be positive, but it's rubbish ball and that. They're just half, not even anything behind it, it's just half trackers at international level. I don't know if he's carrying a niggle or if he just doesn't like that end. I'm looking to see if he looks back on the replay at the... Doesn't seem to look back and suggest it's a foot tool or anything like that. I don't know if he hasn't got any momentum up the hill, but Jordan Cox, I mean, if you asked him where he wanted it, it would be 70, 80 mile an hour, back of a length, a little bit wide, and just asking to be hit.
Interesting, he's also batting well inside his crease there.
Yeah.
Jordan Cox, so he's giving himself that extra time, and he has to pitch it up even more. Again short, and again punch, but this time to the offside. Past cover, out to the cover boundary. All sorts of problems here for Pakistan in this over, and now I think the captain's gone up to him, putting an arm around the shoulder.
Usman, the spinner, bowling his reverse swept now by Root. Ball skims away down to the boundary. He's helping it away as no spin out there, but he's helping it away with any turn there might possibly be. Rotation on the ball. Root goes to 61 and Cox to 71. And what an opportunity here. I mean, for Cox particularly, that wasn't an easy drop by any means, but he did give that chance, and well, if he cashes in now and gets a big one, it's going to really put some...
I guess don't give these runs away now.
Oh.
This is the time to pile these runs on. These are career runs.
Absolutely. Smart again, tosses that up. Oh, well, he's driven that in the air, but it's safe. Runs out towards deep X, recover. Fielder out there manages to get down and throw it back against our old friend Mohammed. He throws it in, 198 for 2.
Well, it's just concentration now for Jordan Cox, because he's 27 runs away from his first Test match century, and it's just there. The partnership's now 150. You can't imagine there's going to be a Jaffa.
No.
And it's just purely about concentration.
And Usman again bowls. Oh, no, there's a casual shot. Oh, he's been given out, caught behind. Hang on. There's an appeal there. The umpire's fingers raised. Cox looks confused. I'm not quite sure how he's out there. Is he out caught behind or LBW? I don't know, but Cox is pretty sure he's not out. He's going to review this. That was all very strange. The ball went through to the keeper. There was
To the umpire director, we have a player review for caught behind. Written decision is out.
Sorry.
Check the feet, fair delivery.
What a strange one.
Well, he went back to a full-length delivery. Yeah. He got done for length. He thinks he's hit his pad with his bat.
Is the LBW caught behind? We have to wait and see here.
Well, it's caught behind, I think.
Well, it's turned. Oh, he has nicked it.
Yeah.
He's edged it.
Past the bat there. We're going to need ultra edge, please.
Yeah, he's edged that.
And through.
He's certainly completely misread the length.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nicked it.
Bat there with the spike. Go back on field. Chris, you can stick with the original decision of out. Signal now.
Well, good decision from Chris Gaffney. A big disappointment that for Cox. He completely misread the length of that ball. It did spin, but he's feathered an edge through to the keeper. He reviewed the decision despite the edge, and England lose therefore a review, and they lose a wicket.
Yeah, you look how full that delivery is for him to go back.
Yeah.
Completely does him for length. There is a little bit of tweak there. The umpire wasn't sure whether to raise the finger. He kind of went, and then he went, oh yeah, I've got to give you out.
It's what a quiet appeal, wasn't it? It wasn't one of those big celebratory appeals at all. There's Karam again, up the hill, comes in, bowls. Root takes a pace up the pitch and then cuts out towards the square third man, a dive, and I'm afraid that rather sums up Pakistan's fielding. He's taken the ball with him, did all the hard work, I mean, dashing round the boundary, and they just felt, I'm afraid, just felt the moment he launched into his dive it's going to go wrong.
No, they're having one of those weeks, Pakistan. There was never a moment where I saw the fielder running towards that ball where I didn't think it was going to end up being a boundary.
Indeed, I'm with you.
It was a good effort, but you just always felt there was going to be a boundary at the end of it. Beautiful shot by Joe Root.
Karam again bowls, and Root's hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Looks quite straight, and the umpire thinks so too, and has given him out. Seems to have played across a fairly straight ball there, and he's questioning now Harry Brooks here. What do you reckon? Brooks just come in. They've just lost one review, and they're going to go for another one here. Did look quite straight, this.
Well, he goes over to off stump because of that 7-2 offside.
The umpire to director, we have a player
mid-wicket.
review for LBW.
And he said to Harry Brook,
Regional
is it going
decisions
down?
out. Check the feed, fair delivery, front on first.
Well, it'll be a bit loose if they lose a second wicket here.
Does it hit him outside the line? That's the only thing I think that might save him. Oh, it looks adjacent.
It looks like it's hitting middle and leg.
Close to the bat, we'll check with Aldridge, please.
And I think Root's realised the game might be up here. He's turned his back on the screen.
Keep going.
Ultra edge doesn't save him.
Yeah, nothing on the bat.
And Root's starting to walk off.
Go to Aldridge. Ball tracking when ready.
And here we go.
Regional decisions out.
One red, two reds. Well, that's got to be
Impact
out.
in line.
There you go, middle and leg.
The wickets.
And they've lost a review. Two wickets, two overs, and they've lost two
I have to
reviews.
say, Agus, I mean, England have lost 3 reviews to 3 really poor review decisions. I mean, that was, Joe would have known that was dead.
Yeah.
You know, Jordan Cox, the previous over, surely he knows he's hit it. Ben Duckett's last night.
Well, to lose 2 in 2 overs.
Yeah, and
yeah,
all 3 have been absolutely dead.
yeah. Well, Root's out now as well, so well, Pakistan have an opportunity here. The lead's 31, 2 casual shots, and that's what happens. 202 for 4. Last ball of the over. Brook on 5. Karam past the umpire bowls, and Brook will get 4 probably down here to find leg, and yes, defeating Muhammad Ali down here. We had a bit of a classic on yesterday, like the bullfighter who flagged one through, and that was rather similar. But anyway, 4 runs it is, 213 for 4, Brook 9, and Lawrence has 2.
And in theory, play can go on until 7:30, although it is overcast. We had bright skies yesterday, or light skies yesterday evening, and bright sunshine. We played until 7:30. Here's Kuram going into bowl to Lawrence, and Lawrence drives down the ground for 4. Just to the onside of the stumps. Fine, emphatic shot. Give him a bit of confidence. Takes him to 7. And Kuram continues to struggle a bit. He's gone for 78, starting his 15th over. 218 for 4. Pitched up. He's not the most elegant player, Dan Lawrence, but that was a very effective shot down the ground. Kuram from the football stand end. Bowls to Lawrence, who drills it down the ground for 4 more. Past Mohammed Abbas, who trots after it to pick it up off the advertising boards. Hit that hard. It wasn't that far away from Mohammed Abbas. I suggest that if it had been another fielder out there, say a gun fielder, they might have dived to try to stop that, but it was hit very hard, and Mohammed Abbas did not dive. Just turned and jogged after it, but it was very well struck. So another boundary to Lawrence.
Headingley has a smile, and again, slightly quicker delivery. Lawrence watchfully plays it past the first slip, down to the deep third boundary for 4. That's a good shot, that, by Dan Lawrence, because it was a much quicker delivery. It was quicker, it was flatter, and he picked it up quickly. 233 for 4 now, England. A lead up to 62. Usman into Lawrence once again. Slightly quicker and flatter, and short outside the off stump. Lawrence just smacks it through the offside in front of square for another boundary. Just a release ball really there from Usman. He'll be annoyed with himself.
I want to count the short balls that he bowls in an over. We've got to bowl a different length here in England to get the batters to come forward, and he's not quite got that right. He has on occasion. He's not able to drag Lawrence forward enough here.
Yeah, that nice delivery that turned past the outside edge in his previous over. Just having a look, see if the umpires are going to knock the bails off, are they? They are. So that is tea here on the second day here at Headingley. It has been a rain-affected day today.
I don't want to stress this too much, but you think this is a day to get runs if you're an England player.
Make the most of it. Lead 68. Here comes Ali then from the far end. He bowls a big leap, and Brook plays a flamboyant shot there through the covers. Ball's flown through extra cover. He got high, got on top of the bounce, and he's driven that. It wasn't a half volley. He gave a little flourish, a little flick of the bat there to send the ball on its way. Well, that's a bit of a statement to the second ball of the session. That was a good length ball that hit in the air for a while. A bit of a clubbing sort of a drive. But he's hit that with bottom hand through extra cover.
Like a tennis top hand, wasn't it? Almost like topspin.
Extraordinary shot. 244 for 4. Lawrence on 22. Here comes Ali again, pumping with that right hand. Moves in, bowls full on leg stump. Flicked away between mid-wicket and square leg for 4. A ball that I'm afraid got the treatment that it deserved. His husband bowling down the leg side. That's swept for 4. He's got it very fine. Almost nutmegged the keeper there. Going down the leg side. 4 to Brook. Again, an ill-directed ball from Usman.
That brings up the 50 partnership in 10.4 overs.
There's Usman bowling down the leg side. Oh, it's another boundary. Brook sweeping very fine. Delicate shot that. Getting ill-directed though. It's down the leg side. And
it's poor bowling because there's enough there for him when he's been straight, but it's good batting from Brook because whenever he's gone slightly straight, he's swept him so fine to sort of like a 45-degree angle.
Muhammad Ali in again, as that ball's been guided expertly by Harry Brook down towards the deep third area. Fielder's got some work to do. Tries to play a bit of football, doesn't do very well. Well, Ali Usman, I don't think you're going to make many people's FPL teams with footwork like that. He tried to stop the ball with his foot, which he succeeded with in the first instance, but with his other foot, he kicked it into the boundary sponge. That's not the 1-2 he was looking for. Another 4 runs for England.
Yep, his transfer market value's just gone down with that. Just when you think he's got a big price in the new football transfer market. Yep, he's lost a couple of million quid on that.
There you go. Thank you so much for keeping my tortured metaphor going. I really appreciate it. 275 for 4 now, England. The lead, 104. Brook on to 40. There's Muhammad Ali in again to Harry Brook, who gets a thick inside edge this time. He's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Less conviction in that shot, but the same result. Back-to-back boundaries. Harry Brook, who's on to 44 or 46, scoring at nearly a run a ball at the moment. This has been swept firmly in front of square, out towards mid-wicket by Dan Lawrence. A shot of great authority out towards mid-wicket. He'll pick up another boundary. It takes him to 37. England 283 for 4 now. That lead up to 112. Terrific shot. Last ball of the over. Muhammad Ali into Harry Brook, who pulls this ball firmly past the fielder at deep backward square leg, and it goes for 4. Well, you can spend a long time setting your field, but Harry Brook knows how to find the gaps. 289 for 4. After 63 overs. That's also a lead of 118 runs.
Brook just assessing the field, has a look over to the leg side. There's a man out at deep backward square. Crouching down now. He bowls wide of the off stump, and Brook guides it to backward point. He comes through for a single. He picks up another Test 50 here at Headingley, his 3rd. The hometown boy is delivering once again in front of this Headingley crowd at a strike rate of 90.
Cruise control, what a good knock.
Brook guides that away, backward a point, and that will go for 4. Just waited on it beautifully, watched it all the way onto his bat. He moves to 55.
Such a good shot, but it's just the mindset, the aggressive mindset that you see in his batting. So every time the ball is a bit loose, it is put away. This was classical late cut shot.
Mohammad Rizwan just guiding that fine leg fielder down to our left. So still bouncer theory, but a change of angle. Muhammad Ali coming round the wicket to Lawrence, who does try and take it on. Does he get something on it as it goes over the head of Mohammad Rizwan for 4? He signalled it as runs. And that's the 300 up for England. 302 for 4. Lawrence to 45.
And the 100 partnership in 21.3 overs.
Here we go then. Final ball of the over. Muhammad Ali past the stumps to Lawrence, who drives ferociously between the fielders out to the boundary. There was a lot of audacity in that shot as he moves to 49. 307 for 4 and a lead of 136. Some words from you, Ramis, and then we'll be hearing the voice of Simon Mann.
Yeah, classical cover drive.
Kuram into bowl, and that's forced away in rather unconventional fashion by Brook, out through mid-on. There was a pull shot that went through mid-on between the stumps and the fielder there. He didn't get all of that, but so much sort of muscle in the shot. Somehow went to the boundary. Brook to 60, 314 for 4.
I don't think the fielder at mid-on saw this either, because he didn't move. You know, Brook flat batting it back down the ground, and mid-on, I think it's Muhammad Ali, just stood still and watched the ball go past him.
Here is a top edge, this could be out. Lawrence going for a sweep shot. Keeper's underneath it, running towards square leg, takes the catch. Lawrence rocks his head back in frustration. Well, he went for the big shot into the leg side and top edged it, skied it out towards the umpire. And Usman takes his second wicket, and Lawrence has gone for 51. 322 for 5. Very useful partnership. England still in a strong position, but that is the end of Darren Lawrence.
Yeah, the ball just turning slightly outside the off stump. Lawrence looking to slog sweep that ball into the leg side, top edge, and a decent catch from Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. And Usman gets the breakthrough. To be honest, he didn't really deserve that. He's not bowled all that well. Been really inconsistent. It was just a little bit of batter error there from Dan Lawrence. He's absolutely furious with himself as he punched his bat on the way off. Gets himself to 50 and then looking to accelerate and couldn't quite connect.
Usman swings his arm, trots in and bowls, and that's just fiddled away down to third man. No one there. Clever shot from Brook. Saw the length of that very quickly and a little bit of width. And with a flick, he sent the ball past slip and down to the boundary. 4 more, 76 now. Waits for Khurram, 2 balls left in this over, and Smith bowls to him, steers him to third man. This could be Khurram's 100. Down to the boundary it goes, and there it is. Not sure if that's his first. It might not be his last, but there's a rather uncomfortable feeling as a bowler when you notch up the 3 figures.
356 for 5 as Usman is in, he's bowled him. Well, against the run of play, Ali Usman has delivered the big wicket for Pakistan. Harry Brook, 9 away from what would have been another Test century, has to depart. He's going to get a standing ovation from this crowd that remains in large parts here at Headingley. Just been beaten by one that straightened up, looking to turn it away towards mid-wicket. It strikes the top of the stumps, and he'll be really frustrated with himself there, Harry Brook. 9 short of a century. England lose their 6th wicket, 356 for 6. Trying to keep things quiet at the moment. Pakistan looking for maybe 1 more wicket before the close of play. Usman flights one in, big appeal for LBW, and the umpire's finger goes up. I wonder if Gus Atkinson will review this. He's walking at the moment, might have a cursory chat with Jamie Smith at the non-strikers end, but England don't have a review, so he can't review. And hence Gus Atkinson is going to have to walk off. Ali Usman does deliver that wicket for Pakistan. A 4th for him. Figures a 4 for 91. And England now 364 for 7 with the lead at 193. And he's now got another new batter to bowl at. Ollie Robinson facing up to Usman as that ball clips the off stump. It's 2 and 2 for Ali Usman. He's taken a 5-wicket haul. That's the 3rd 5-wicket haul of this Test match. The first one for Pakistan, and I dare say the first major milestone for Pakistan to celebrate in this game. 2 and 2 towards the back end of this game, this day's play for Ali Usman. England 364 for 8, the lead at 193. And generous applause from the crowd here at Headingley as well for Ali Usman. Emotional moment for him as well. He prostrated on the ground. As you often see players from Pakistan do when they make major achievements. But what a delivery that is, Woody. Just angled in, pitched in front of off and straightened past the outside edge of Ollie Robinson's bat. Beautiful.
Any bowler will tell you they don't care how the wicket comes to get 5 wickets. But what I will say is that is an absolute beauty. It is, for the ball before, if that's just gone straight with the arm, this one is held and turned and clipped the top of Ollie Robinson's off stump. That's You know, he can walk off and be fairly content. He hasn't done a lot wrong. He's played the line. He's seen the ball before go dead straight. So he's played the line of the ball, but this one's turned past the edge and clipped the top of the stumps.
Well, the 33-year-old from Vihadi in Punjab in Pakistan finds himself on a hat-trick here at Headingley. It's been completely against the run of play. Can he salvage something fun for Pakistan here? He's got 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg in place. In comes Ali Usman into Jofra Archer, who gets a comfortable forward defence away to cover. It's cheered by the crowd as well.
And last ball of the day coming up. It's just past 7:30, the Dickie Bird clock indicating that. First test match on this ground since Dickie passed away. Here is Usman bowling. It's short, it's guided away, and Smith gets a run off the final ball, hitting it out towards the sweeper on the deep cover boundary. He will be on strike tomorrow. He'll return 16 not out. Pakistan fighting back towards the end of the day's play, but England still in a very strong position. They lead by 195. They are 366 for 8, but Ali Usman, 23 overs, 5 for 92, with 3 wickets towards the end of the day's play. It's just given Pakistan's spirits a lift. 4 half-century makers for England. They're still in a strong position in this game, but Pakistan have showed a bit of fight at the end of the day's play.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula 1 and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls off an edge, caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice ball around the corner, beautifully worked right from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked, try from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad all ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked, try from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
from the Premier.
And Smith out there.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the second new ball is due, but I don't think Pakistan will take it. You know, I think the left-arm spinner Usman will carry on with Mohammed Abbas. I guess if England survive 20 minutes or so, they'll have to take it. But yeah, 30 or 40 more for England, get that lead over 200. And you know, for Pakistan, you know, Babar Azami's just down to our left talking to Ramiz. He, I think, will come back in for the next Test match. So one of these Pakistan batters will miss out. So there's a bit of a contest for that batting unit to go, I'm not going to be that player that misses out at the home of cricket in a few days' time. So there's so much for Pakistan to play for. We've all written them off already. 2 days into the series, we've written them off. And in you know, the history of the game, you know, you've always said, write Pakistan off at your peril. They have a chance to come back. They have that spirit and that fight. I hope I see it. I honestly hope I see that spirit that we've seen so many times in the past. I just wonder and worry that Pakistan don't quite have that quality to be able to bring that spirit back, and that's a concern for their team.
If you were Pakistan's leadership captain, whatever, would you actually, I don't know, get some of the articles out and show them some of the social media things that are being said? Yeah. Or do you think that would be counterproductive? I'd actually say, look, come on, show these people.
Well, why not? I think, you know, they're such a proud nation, and historically they've played cricket to the maximum. They're a team that has surprised many over the years. You know, go and surprise us. And if it is that the leadership feel that by doing that and putting 1 or 2 articles up on the dressing room wall will trigger that kind of that spirit and that fight, do whatever you can to motivate a group of players. I'm not too sure about this Pakistan group. I don't know them personally, but the leadership group have to trigger something. They have to trigger a reaction, because the first 2 days, you know, everyone's talking, you know, about potentially this is Pakistan's worst side in many, many years. I would agree with that. I haven't seen a Pakistan side play for 2 years without the spirit. And I just want to see that fight and that spirit that we've seen so many times in the past from Pakistan. I hope they bring it out. I really do. And if it's your style of management, Simon, that you get all the articles, you put it on the dressing room walls, the old school stuff. I think some of the football managers used to do that, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, absolutely.
Yeah, a bit of old school management. I don't know whether that would trigger reaction. Whatever they need to do, whatever that leadership needs to trigger something, I hope they can bring a little bit more from Pakistan from what we've seen in the first 2 days.
What would you be saying, doing, Alistair?
Well, I think they'll be fairly naive if they're thinking that everyone's writing nice stuff about them. I'm not sure showing a headline, Simon Mann says this is the worst Pakistan
I haven't said anything. It's not me. I haven't said anything.
We'll help them, but they know they're in the situation. They've been quite timid. They've been timid for being. I don't quite know why. Maybe it's just the nature of their personalities and their team, but you know, I haven't seen. They need to. This is where they are, and if they want to get back into the series, they're going to have to do something slightly different. And as Michael's right to point out their spirit, they've always, you know, proven people wrong. But they're going to have to find a way getting into that battle. Whether that is right, we're going to turn up at Lords in that first hour at Lords and throw a few like punches, you know, in terms of verbals or something, or get England into a scrap they don't want to get in, because I think England will outskill this Pakistan team quite easily.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Alistair. But I just look at that. You know, usually in the past with Pakistan, you've had a Shaheen Shah Afridi that'll charge in and do something, produce a spell. You've had you've had a Shoaib Akhtar that would produce a spell, pace, and that's what I really think of Pakistan cricket is. Beautiful batters. They've always produced beautiful batters, and they have got 2 or 3 batters that are up there. You know, Babar Azam will come back, and I think Abdul Shafiq looks a fine player. But it's always been about pace or mystery spin. You look Saqlain Mushtaq Ahmed, and that would be the one concern that I would be looking at Pakistan. I don't see that pace, so I don't know how that spirit can come out in the middle without that kind of fire of pace. And I don't see the mystery spinners that we used to see. So a bit of a concern for Pakistan, but with that concern creates opportunity. And as I said 15 minutes ago, surprise us all. I hope they do.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about Pakistan actually in the opening 15 minutes. We haven't really talked about England at all. We are going to hear from Jordan Cox in just a moment. He made 73. What have you made of England over the first 2 days, Michael?
Yeah, I think, you know, Alistair was right. 7 out of 10 with the ball. They got better and better. Josh Tong obviously hoovered up the tail nicely, so he'll be better for those 5 wickets. Jofra Archer, you would think he'll bowl a bit better in the second innings. Ollie Robinson will do what Ollie Robinson does. With the batting hand, the only downside to what I saw yesterday, and whether it was a bit of complacency when they got in and they got to 50s, you want individual players to get big hundreds, daddy hundreds. And what have England batted? 82 overs? You know, that's what they have done for 3 or 4 years. To be that really, really high quality test match side, they have to get their brains trained to about 110, 125 overs in the first innings. So they're a little bit like they've scored quickly, that's what they do, but to be a really, really good test match side, this team has to train the brain to get the 450s, 500s.
Been a good start for me. You know, you've got to start somewhere, and then you turn over the page. Where do they want to get to? Well, in a year's time against Australia, to have this side, you know, in a really good place with some wins behind them. And that's how you start building. Is unfortunately, there's no other way. You build by some good results, and it doesn't matter who you're playing against. You start somewhere. So I think England really happy first 2 days. I think you see gradual improvement over a little bit of time in this series and going on to the next games against South Africa. So a good start. Couldn't have asked anything more. I wanted again today. Can they bowl slightly better the next day? Or that kind of. That's how I'm seeing this setup.
Bit by bit by bit.
Well, I think so. I think there's no other way, and I think they're going to. I think they're going to win this game. They're going to win this game, and they're going right. Consistently, can we start again well at Lords and get ahead of the game early so that game's done? And that you have to start from somewhere from what we've seen over the last 6 months, and this has been a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Jordan Cox. He looks a real good player. You know, he looks a player that will get tested more so in the next year or so against better attacks. But his game looks like it'll be able to play against the better bowling. You know, he played a shot through extra cover off Mohamed Abbas. It was a good ball, and he just punched it. And I thought, oh yeah, I could see that against a Pat Cummins or a Josh Hazlewood. You know, you can see that he's got the game and the calmness and the movement to be able to overcome better bowling. I like Dan Lawrence's play. You know, he's just a little bit quirky, a bit different. At number 6, you want a player that can read the situation, and when you're on top, you know, continue with that kind of momentum that the top order has created. The only thing that's been lacking is a big 100 from 1 or 2 of the players. They'll know that they've missed out against this kind of attack. I think Sir Alistair was as good as any, that when you get that opportunity to put a nice big deposit in the bank, make sure as a play you put those deposits in, because in South Africa, Bangladesh away, Australia next summer, India in early 28, there will be some low scores against the better bowling attack. So when you get the chance to put that deposit in, don't miss out.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Michael and Alistair. Plenty more from them throughout the day. Now, I promised you Jordan Cox made 73 yesterday on his return to the Test side, batting at number 3. He spoke to Stephen Finn after play yesterday and told Stephen how he approached it yesterday.
Overheads, me and Joe thought it would be quite tough to start off the day. So it was about getting through that first half an hour, and then just kept on going, didn't it? It was great batting with Joe. He's obviously done it for years now, so it was just, you know, making sure I was concentrating every ball and thinking how many runs basically can we get together.
How calming is it to be out there with someone as experienced as Joe Root in that situation?
If I could bat with him every time, that would be awesome. He's someone that relaxes you, basically tells you, okay, 5 more runs, 10 more runs, 15 more runs, awesome. So literally every single over was like, come on, you got 5 more runs to get, 10 more. So it's literally like breaking it down, so simple, but yeah, so effective.
Did you enjoy batting at 3? It's a position that you've only batted, I think this is the second time in your career you've batted at 3. Did that feel any different to you in this innings?
No, not really. It's such a hard question to answer, because if England told me I had to bat 11 for the rest of my career, I would do it. Yep. So if I have to bat 1 or 5 or wherever it is, I'm going to try and do it to the best of my ability. So it's about just going out there and believing in your game and just having fun. And that's what I feel like I'm going to try and do.
Did you feel like this opportunity after your misfortune in New Zealand was a long time coming? You've kind of done the hard yards in domestic cricket, scored the runs. You've been really patient for this, but did it feel a long time coming?
The depth we have in the English cricket, in county cricket especially, is unbelievable. So, you know, Beth's come in and done unbelievably well. So it was about, you know, trying to score runs and trying to put my, you know, try and bang down that door. You know, county cricket's obviously really good and great for my development personally, but, you know, everyone wants to play Test cricket. So it's, you know, when you get that opportunity, you have to try and take it.
Before the match, clearly a lot's happened since you were last playing Test cricket. How did you talk before the match about your approach as a batting group? Because to me that looked just like sensible, measured Test batting, but did you talk about that in particular?
I think it was as simple as, guys, you bat your own way. So whatever that looks like. So Joe's might be a bit different to Emilio's, or Emilio's might be different to mine. So it was about what you feel comfortable doing, you do. You know, you don't do anything stupid and out of the box, which you haven't done in training. It's just being very measured and calculated.
195 run lead here. You're clearly in a fantastic position. How do you see it all transpiring tomorrow? Because the spin was a bit of a surprise there, and it looked like it surprised you when it got you out.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we definitely didn't think it was going to turn as much as it has, but I think it's quite tacky. I think the wicket's becoming. But look, if we can get 50, 60 more runs tomorrow and hopefully bowl them out, that's the goal anyway.
That's Jordan Cox speaking to Stephen Finn after play yesterday, and Stephen Finn is with me now, and so too is Ramiz Raja. What did you make of his comment there, Finney, about the pitch being a bit tacky?
Yeah, well, I think he's spot on. You saw on the first day that there was a bit of moisture underneath the surface, which is what Robinson exploited perfectly. But as the pitch has got drier and that real stickiness and the moisture has left it, the top layer has just become a little bit tacky. So you could see there was some significant turn yesterday for the spinner, and especially finger spin on day 2. You might expect wrist spin to find spin early in a test match, but to see the finger spinner turning it that much it won't concern England because they're so far ahead of the game.
It might concern them that to chase 250 or something, wouldn't it? But that's probably not going to happen, you'd think.
You'd be surprised, but we hope that there is a degree of fight back from Pakistan in this game. But yeah, again, it highlights the fact that England don't have a frontline spinner. If it were to get to a situation where you needed to bowl spin, you're relying on Dan Lawrence to find that turn out there when a frontline spinner might be more effective.
Ramiz is here as well. I just saw you give Babar Azam a hug. Ramiz, how is he?
Well, he's in good spirits, but obviously dejected, because I always feel that, for Babar Azam, this was the series for him to tell the world how good a player he is. I mean, challenging conditions, he's got to lead them from the front, but unfortunately he's not fit enough.
What do you feel Pakistan need to do or show today?
A bit of fight, make sure that you drag England right till day 5 somehow, bat purposefully in the second innings, make sure that you wrap up the tail ASAP, and just pick up on the good points. For example, the left-arm spin bowling is a good reference point in the dugout meeting. What Abdullah Shafiq achieved with the bat, for example, how well Imamul Haq played the new ball. It was a tester for the openers, day 1 pitch. And so take it from there, build something which is a bit positive.
Do you feel positive about their chances?
Not entirely, actually. So I just want Pakistan to fight. They were up against it, right from the start, because they don't have the team. They don't have the fast bowling really to sort of dent England. They don't have the pace to do that. So, I mean, it's going to be an iffy series for them. The batting has got to come to their rescue, I think.
What about potential changes? I mean, we're only 2 days into the series, but what about the next test match? How could they reshape things?
I don't think there are very many options. I mean, you've got to have experience in the playing lineup. They seem to have that. Salman Ali Agha has got to come good. The middle order has been struggling for a little while. There have been patches of brilliance at that 1, 2, 3 spot, but with Babar Azam coming back, I think it'll lend a bit of stability.
And the bowlers, I mean, they've got Ubaid Shah to come in potentially. Amir Jamal is also in the squad. Sajid Khan, who's the off-break bowler, who featured so prominently after he got all the fans out in the last series in Pakistan. I mean, he might, I suppose, play at Edgbaston if it's very dry at Edgbaston. But so what about those bowling options?
I think Ubaid could come in. One of the pacers could lose the job for the next test match, maybe. But I don't think they're going to reinforce the issue by adding another spinner. I think it's going to be just one spinner for Lords.
Stephen, what about England's bowling today? When it happens, one feature of the Test match so far, and the fact they've come straight off the back of the 100 as well, that quick turnaround. Pakistan did not extend them, did they? Only under 50 overs. Does that become an issue if they can battle away today and put some runs on the board?
Well, I think the physicality of bowling and the preparation that they've had for this test match is clearly less than ideal. So Pakistan's missed opportunity in that first innings was forcing the bowlers to come back for 3rd, 4th spells, which is when you can really allow yourself to capitalise when the bowlers are tired. So, I think England are so far ahead of the game that if the bowlers did get a bit tired because of their lack of prep, it's not going to hurt them too much, and it will prepare them well for the rest of the series. But certainly it's that first day and the missed opportunity from Pakistan to force bowlers who'd been bowling 20 balls in innings to bowl 20 overs, then could have set up the rest of the game.
What is it actually like coming back for a fourth spell? I mean, are you really having to work hard? Are you really having to summon up all your energy, or you're fit enough to deal with it?
You'd want to be bowling down the hill, I think, here at Headingley. If you're asked in your fourth spell to come up the hill into the wind, then you're fighting a losing battle. But it's hard, but you kind of wear it as a badge of honour as a bowler, and you know you have the responsibility to try and keep the standards up for the team and fulfil your role. So yeah, it's not always pleasant, but the fast bowlers, they say, are the stupid ones that chose to do the job of being a fast bowler when we were younger, which clearly we did. And your punishment for that is fourth spells on long days.
Yeah. I mean, the best thing is to be a spinning all-rounder, isn't it,
Yes.
really? I think someone like Dan Lawrence. Yes. Do you see him having a significant role today, or I suppose England might say, well, we hope we don't need to get to that?
Yeah, I think still the tackiness of the pitch and fresh bowlers, I think will mean that I'd be very surprised if Dan Lawrence played a prominent role. But if there's a partnership and if Pakistan can get those bowlers into second and third spells, then Lawrence will have to play a role of either holding the one end and trying to let the seamers rotate from the other. So yeah, there's a chance he could play a part, but not in the first instance.
What did Pakistan do this morning, Ramiz? Do they take the new ball, or do they keep going as they were last night?
I think take the new ball and use the left arm spin with the new ball. It'll have different variations, but catch well also in the slip cordon. The catching has been below par clearly, and that has made them look pretty ordinary.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I hadn't actually thought about that. I thought, it's either continue with the old ball with a spinner or take the new ball with two pace bowlers, but actually have a spinner and a pace bowler with the new ball?
Yeah, you might see 2 overs at one end of the brand new ball with a pacer, but then I think the spinner might quickly come into it. And if there's that sharp turn that we saw yesterday with the older ball, you might get more bite with the new ball off the seam, but then if it does hit the shiny side, it can skid on through, and that becomes challenging playing on the back foot, like Harry Brook got caught on the back foot yesterday. So maybe Mohammad Abbas definitely coming up the hill with the keeper up, but then maybe 2 with the seamer and then straight back to the left-arm spinner, because he was the pick of the bowlers by a long way yesterday.
Is it surprising how much this pitch has spun? I mean, having said that, we are in one of the sort of driest summers we've ever had.
Yeah, I was surprised actually, and the kid was only playing his 3rd test match, and he showed a lot of maturity. I think he became a better bowler the moment he started to angle the ball back into the stumps, because he's getting a fair bit of spin, but it was kind of one-dimensional stuff, and I thought England were getting on top of him, and certainly that arm delivery did rattle him. So, I mean, I was surprised actually. Day 2 at Headingley, last 5-foot taken in 1972?
I think by an overseas bowler.
By an overseas bowler, the offie, Mallet.
Yeah, Ashley Mallet back in 1972. Phil Edmonds took 5 on his debut here. The famous test match, actually, in 1975, the George Davis test match, where protesters poured oil on the pitch on the 4th evening, and they couldn't play the next day. I don't think they would have played anyway because it rained. It was a brilliant game, and it's really perfectly set up. And then the oil on the pitch. Do you remember that? You won't remember it, Finny, but you must have read about it. Anyway.
Yeah, I've heard about it, Simon, through folklore of people like you who were there. But there was a game in 2012 here actually where we chose not to play a spinner. I remember Graham Swan being so annoyed. He'd thrown his toys out the pram in the dressing room and kicking up a stink. And then we played the 4 seamers, and Kevin Peterson ended up being our frontline spinner and was ragging it square on day 1. And this feels like a really similar pitch to that one, where there was that nip for the seamers, but then as a result of that, there was sharp turn for the finger spinner as well.
OK, thanks very much, Stephen, and Ramiz as well. The umpires are on their way. I can see the Pakistan team just in front of me. Well, not quite a huddle, but they're chatting. And Mohammad Rizwan is just taking a few balls, loosening up the wicket-keeper, about to get underway. Jamie Smith and Jofra Archer are about 10 metres away from me. They're just going over the boundary rope now. It's sunny here at Headingley. That's good news. You can feel the warmth of the sun. Well, it is August after all, but we might get some showers later. We're only in the 3rd day. Bags of time left to sort this test match out one way or another. Let's go to the commentary box now and say good morning to Alex Hartley and Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, good morning, Simon. Thanks to all of you for setting up the day. Lovely views from up here, actually. Blue sky. There's some broken cloud around, but quite a fresh breeze too. It's ruffling the branches of the trees that we can see over on the right-hand side. That's where the weather's been coming from, but it looks very clear and bright over there at the moment as Pakistan take the field, hoping to do better, really. I was saying yesterday, of the two teams, they look like the one that hasn't been playing any cricket. They look rusty. Their bowling is inconsistent. Fielding's awful. Almost like a throwback to the 70s there, sticking the boot on it and diving over and that sort of thing. So they've really got to up their game here. And you feel that probably in this game it's too late for that. But there's still 2 matches left. But England lead by 195 with all of this time remaining. And just enough in that pitch, certainly, for both seamers and, as we saw yesterday, the spinner, to make batting a little bit awkward. So we're all set up. Jerusalem comes to its climax, and Mohammed Abbas peels off his sweater and hands it to the umpire, and he's going to mark his run out and come up the hill from that far end and just try and wrap up this innings as quickly as they can. Jamie Smith will be at this end on strike. Jofra Archer at the other. He can play a few shots, and there's still Josh Chung to come. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Aggers. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, you would think it's time for Jamie Smith to obviously re-getting, to settle at the crease again, but potentially have some fun out there in the middle and have a little bit of a thwack.
They'd like to get to 250, wouldn't they? Lead if they can.
Yeah.
Just to really turn the screws on Pakistan. But at the moment it's 195. Of course, he hit the winning runs here, didn't he, against India last year? Thumped the ball over deep mid-wicket, I seem to recall. England with this excellent record here at Headingley, but there's no Ashes Test match here for the men's at any rate next summer, which has caused a bit of controversy. Nothing north of Nottingham. Now, deep mid-wicket is going out. As Smith twiddles his bat, there's only a slip and a gully. Third man square, has a fine leg. Ring in the offside, and mid on there, quite straight, as Mohammed Abbas bowls the first ball of only the 3rd day. Up the hill he comes, bowls to Smith, who comes comfortably forward as pats the first delivery away out to point, and there's no run. Crowd coming in. Some enthusiastic supporters I bumped into on the way round from the car park this morning. There seems to be, is there some football on this evening?
Oh, you're out looking at the wrong person.
Yeah, well, apparently there is, because it seemed that the common denominator for the supporters was they want to see lots of cricket today, England win, and then get back in time for the football. But it wasn't specified as to what the football actually is.
I think Jack's team, Arsenal, play this evening. He wants to watch that.
There's Abbas, and always here on the pad there, and Rizwan appeals, and ball trickles away to be picked up there at slip by Azan Aways.
It's the Premier League starting tonight.
Oh, there we are then.
Arsenal, Coventry City.
I wouldn't have thought there'd be too many fans up here who'd be following either of those two teams. Perhaps there's a friendly or something. Anyway, they're all in good heart, making their way around over that little bridge that you come over at the southern end of St Michael's Lane.
Oh, yeah. One where, if you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a bit... There are people in the middle of the road there. Abbas from the far end runs up, bowls, and Smith, well, he takes one hand off that. He was looking to drive that straight down the ground. But instead, ball flies off a thick inside edge out to Imam. To our left at deep square leg, and they take the first run of the day. So the lead up to 196. Maybe a good thing that we've organised our view from the boundary, normally on a Saturday, the 3rd day, but actually we had already organised it for today.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking forward to our lunchtime chat, as always, with a cricket-loving celebrity.
I was going to say, you tease us all day.
Oh, I love teasing you, Alex, you know that. Do you like soaps?
I love soaps.
Oh.
Yeah.
You might go a bit gooey then.
Ooh.
Might do. There's Abbas bowling, and Jofra Archer beaten there to the first balls, groping down the line of off stump, and collected by the keeper. I was always a very avid Coronation Street watcher. Back in the day of the Hilda Ogden, Eddie Yates, the bin man. No?
My mum and dad used to secretly watch Coronation Street. They would never admit that they did.
They were the golden years.
I was a Hollyoaks girl.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
saw that. 367 for 8. Then comes Abbas and he bowls, and that's turned away out to mid-wicket by Archer. One of the highlights of my playing career was actually playing in the same game as Eddie Yates.
Okay. How did that happen?
I don't know, it must have been a charity game. Eddie Yates and also, somewhat bizarrely, the man from Del Monte. All in the same team.
Must have been a charity game.
Yeah, the man from Del Monte was unfortunate. He came out number 11, missed his first ball and lost the game.
Ah.
So the man who always likes to say yes, unfortunately was dispatched for a golden duck having lost the match.
How were you not batting 11?
I think I was fielding at the time. In comes Abbas, bowls, and that's driven firmly by Archer. Abbas half stops it and stares at Archer to end that over. 367 for 8. I think it would be pretty bad to be batting below the man from Del Monte.
It would, yeah, it would. It would. As a professional cricketer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. But no, he was dispatched first ball. Playing somewhere down south, I think it was, but Eddie Yates. It was great fun. So yes, so that's a sort of a semi hint.
Yeah, okay.
For our guest today, who's a great lover of cricket. He's working very hard round here on promoting cricket, for actually particularly for women and girls, actually.
I'm going to think about this for the next 20 minutes.
Wasn't the Hollyoaks, though?
No, no. You can tell me when we're off there.
Well, they're starting with spin straight away. Actually, Usman caused a bit of trouble last night. He came on, turned the ball. He's taken 5 for 92. There's still two to take, so he might finish up with a serious analysis here. There's a slip and a short leg. He's bowling to Smith, who just taps the first ball for a single. And he runs down here to long off. Shah Masood is the fielder. And they take one more, so Smith goes to 18. 368 for 8, the lead to 197. Now, what's Jofra going to do? I think if Usman tosses it up, he might have a go here. There's no one out on the leg side. The deep square leg is slowly retreating. There's no long on. Usman moves in bowls, and Archer, pretty beaten there. Pushing half forward, the ball spun past the edge. I think he's quite a clever bowler, this chap, you know. I think he's got a really good trajectory because he completely deceived 2 batsmen very well set yesterday.
When he gets it right, I absolutely agree.
Here he comes again and bowls. Archer on the front foot, taps that away out to extra cover.
But I think he bowled too many balls, too many bad balls, sorry.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of the case of all of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we were having this debate last night, and I said, his wickets were great deliveries, and you know he bowled well in passages of play, but I don't think he bowled well.
Here's again bowling, and Archer is off the mark, driving the ball down the ground. Just ambles the single, that gets him away. 369 for 8.
Didn't bowl a maiden until his 21st over.
Yeah, well, that's always a sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
But to defeat Brooke and Cox, both very well set and beyond 50, and deceive them for length.
Yeah, he got the ball. He's had the ball to turn throughout as well.
Here he is again, and that's on the leg stump. That's that little gimme again, a getaway. And Smith able to take a single. 370 for 8, the lead 199. Much pressure here from Pakistan. I feel they've got to try and wrap this up. The field going quite deep now for Archer, deep point. Maybe to give him a single if he wants it, because we're approaching the end of the over. So Usman bowls to him, and he leans onto the front foot, taps it away, and that will leave Smith on strike for the start of the next over. Andy Zoltzman, good day to you. Are you a Coronation Street fan?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
did you ever play a game of cricket with a man from Del Monte?
No, not to my knowledge. But you never know. Ali Usman yesterday was mentioned before the start of play, the first visiting spinner to take a 5-wicket haul on this ground since Ashley Mallett in 1972. First Pakistan spinner to take a 5-wicket haul in England since Yasir Shah back in 2016, and the first from any visiting team since Roston Chase in 2020 took 5 for 172 at Old Trafford. Only the third 5 by a visiting spinner in England in the last 10 summers. Nathan Lyon had the other 6 for 49 at Edgbaston in 2019. And I'll just come to it after this ball on Elliot as well.
Abbas with 1 wicket to his name, and he bowls to Smith. Nice looking drive. But, no run for him. It's fielded at mid-off.
33 years old, only made his debut just a few weeks ago in the West Indies. It had a pretty unexceptional first-class career until October last year. Taken his wickets at average just under 34 with 3 5-wicket hauls in 43 matches. But yesterday was his 10th 5-wicket haul in his last 13 first-class games. 4 10-wicket matches in that time in consecutive games during the Pakistan domestic season late last year. And all 79 wickets at 20 in his last 13. So he's coming in rich form in domestic cricket and made a good start to his Test career. Got 6 wickets in the match in his second Test in West Indies and then 5 yesterday.
But it might be off because they've taken the new ball. Umpire waving it to the scorers. Howard Abbas will be using it, so maybe that the spinner will have to retire for a while. Abbas comes in and bowls with the first delivery with it. That's steered away down to third man for a single. That takes the lead to exactly 200 at 371 for 8. So new ball taken. Feels the right decision.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dominic Green, about playing cricket with the man from Del Monte. Was the ball that got him out of Jaffa? I should have thought of that, shouldn't I? Was sharp this morning, Dominic. Well done. Thank you. I don't think it was really. I think it was just a straight ball. He's missed it. Abbas comes in, bowls, and Archer's a swipe at that. Wide outside the off stump. It's taken low down by the keeper. It's great, the old Taverners games, you know, as well, where you used to play with, I don't know, actors and just celebrities, you know, who loved cricket. And the Taverners matches were fantastic.
Ruth Strauss Foundation used to do a cricket day full of celebrities.
Yeah.
Played with some superstars.
There's Abbas bowling, and Archer's got that away. He's chipped it into the leg side. Now the long chase out there for Muhammad Ali, the first time he's really had a go this morning, chasing all the way down to the boundary. And throwing it back in again. He had a rather indistinguished day in the field yesterday, Muhammad. Went through his legs and so on, but well, he's moving there anyway.
Well, that'll wake him up, won't it? Just get his legs moving, the blood pumping round his body. Just loosen him up a little bit. He will be required with this new ball if the opening bowlers can't do the damage.
374 for 8. Archer to 4. There's 3 slips. As Abbas comes in, bowls to Smith is quite straight. And, turned into a big gap there in the leg side for another run. So the run's coming pretty steadily this morning already. 375 for 8. Smith to 21 now.
If England could have everything go their way, probably want a lead of 250.
Yeah, that feels right, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's 204 at the minute.
There's Abbas. Oh, it goes straight through Archer. He's sort of languishing there on the back foot. So quite a full length. Skim past the outside edge. And taken by the keeper. The end of the over. The first with the second new ball. I'm assuming that a seamer is going to come and take it. Probably Curran.
Yeah.
In fact, there he is below us now. So just one over of spin. And seam bowling from both ends.
I've enjoyed watching Curran because he looks quicker than he is to the naked eye. And I know that sounds silly, but he's quite a slingy, skiddy bowler. And if you're watching live, whether you're sat side on or up here in the commentary box, he looks quicker than when you look at the speedometer and you go, it can't have only been 74 miles an hour.
He certainly looks quicker than that.
He is quicker than that on, you know. But there was a couple There you go. Hey?
He's going to bowl now with 2 slips and a very fine gully. And down the hill he goes, past the umpire, and he bowls. A little bit of a way swing there. And you can hear the much harder sound of the new ball clattering into the bat.
There you go. Starts with 79.
People are still coming in. Fancy dressers climbing the stairway there of the Western Terrace. All in what I think they might be umpires. Gurham again, bowls, and Smith plays that firmly to mid-on. Straight to the fielder. Where's Wally always features, doesn't it? I mean,
I can never find them though.
oh, they're over there, look.
Where's Wally?
Thank you, Alex. I'll tell you where Wally is, because if you were choosing your fancy dress, would you come as Where's Wally? Because it just, everyone comes as Where's Wally. You want to look something for a bit more original. That was a very late no ball, by the way. I thought we might get a few bucket heads.
A bucket
Bin
head?
face, you know, the old chap with the bin.
No.
Don't you? Down the leg side, this flicked away down towards fine leg and take a run. Yeah, old bin face.
No, I don't know what I would dress up given the choice. There are some remarkable fancy dress outfits. I saw once at the darts, I went to the darts, and there was a group of men dressed all as chips. So French fries. They had the big red bottom base and then the fries all sticking out. And we were all looking around for ages going, what on earth is going on there? About 25 minutes later, a seagull comes in. And he comes and he's chasing them around the darts.
See, I like that. We get that at Edgbaston, don't we? With the pigs and the butcher.
Yeah.
There's Gurham, bowls, and Archer plays that very nicely, actually. Just waiting on the front foot. And pushes the ball into extra cover for another run. 378 for 8. Usual bananas. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look a terribly original selection of fancy dress out there today.
There's always lifeguards as well. But what are these red ones down here? The Pope, maybe?
Get Andy on that. A couple of rows back on the right. Look like it could be Huntsman. 378 for 8. Smith on 22. Gurham. Over the wicket bowls. A bit of late swing. Smith tries to dab the ball to third man and misses.
Yeah, so red jackets and black caps.
That's it.
Show jumping, or
oh, it could be. It does look a question of some type.
Definitely not Popes.
You can't really. I mean, you stick a mitre on, or does a Pope wear a mitre? Bishops wear mitres, don't they?
Pope's got quite a lot of hats in his collection, I think.
Yeah, for an extra big mitre. Be quite antisocial wearing one of those at a cricket match.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair. You'd have to sit at the back.
Get your lunch in it.
That's true. 378 for 8. Smith on 22. Gurham again over the wicket. Bowls. That's a nice delivery. It's swung away. He's going to concede a single, though. But Smith had to play that rather carefully. Back in the crease. A little bit of swing. 379 for 8. Nothing too ambitious from Archer so far. He does like to play his shots. At the moment, just playing for Smith. Oh, this is very quick. So the Pope actually wears a small white skull cap called a zacchetto. But then he does wear a mitre during services. There's Gurham. Bowls. Oh, there we go. One on Joffre. That's more like it. And he smeared it towards our equestrian friends. Into the Western stand for 6. It was coming, wasn't it?
Yeah, you had the feeling. You said it, didn't you, Aggers? You just said he's not played a shot in anger today, and I couldn't work out if you were surprised or proud or whatever it was. But then that ball just
disappointed, actually.
Yeah, sat up for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, crunched into the leg side. A lovely pull shot from Archer. Almost saying, right, if it's in my area, if it is short, if it is back of a length, I know that I can heave that into the onside.
I think he had his eye on that ball anyway, I think, actually. he looked aggressive, rather hostile as the ball was actually being released.
He got the nod from his mate at the other end.
That's nice. It cracks off him. The new ball really goes, doesn't it? So a 6 to Jofra Archer as the next delivery is bowled by Mohamed Abbas from the far end, trotting in off that long straight run. And they'll take one more run. So Jofra on strike. What's he got for us now? The thing is that he knows basically where the ball is going to be, doesn't he? Because they're of a pace, particularly Abbas. They can only really bowl on a good length. So you can almost predetermine.
And his bad ball's been that one that angles down the leg side, hasn't it?
Ooh, he keeps looking at the leg side boundary. He's got his eye on it. 386 for 8. Archer's on 11. Here comes Abbas over the wicket. He bowls to Archer. A massive swipe. And a miss, sadly. But he was going to try to drag that into the leg side and into Fred Truman's bedroom in the hotel to our left there.
But he's now just calculating at the striker's end there, Jofra Archer. He says, how have I missed that? Has that gone away from me? And he's sort of like waving his hands around, just having a little think. How's he not clubbed that into the leg side, he's thinking.
Well, Abbas is looking at him sort of knowingly, if you like, chewing his gum, saying, yeah. So he hasn't got a lot, Abbas, has he? I mean, he can't really stick one around his ears. Right, Archer again. Here's Abbas, moves in bowls, down the leg side. And Archer can't do anything with that. It's collected by the keeper. No, it's like a lumberjack felling a tree there, that last one. Massive swipe.
Yeah, he threw the kitchen sink at that.
Yeah.
Maybe the whole kitchen.
Well, he's leaning on his bat at the moment, looking very calm. There's no change to the field, still the one fielder at a deep square leg. Archer on 11. The lead is 215. So rattled along this morning. 386 for 8. Abbas is on his way, bowls to Archer, who this time just neatly deflects the ball into the leg side. A nonchalant little shot there, keeping them guessing. The lead to 216.
And nicely tucked around the corner. It wasn't there for the big old swipe, was it? It wasn't just on off stump, just outside off stump. So not just swiping at everything here.
No, selective swiping.
Now we'll see if Smith swipes.
No.
I think he'll play sensibly.
I think he will. 24 not out. Cloud high, lots of breaks in it. As Smith, well, he's a bit surprised there because Abbas did dig that in. And he's pulled it away out towards deep square leg. They'll take a single. Often you see Abbas bowling something that resembled a bouncer anyway. He's only 70 odd miles an hour. It did surprise Smith. What's up with Abbas though? Seemed to have a bit of a chunter at the fielder. Not quite sure why. He kept it down to 1.
It was really nicely played by Smith in the end because he knows it's short, so almost goes to duck it like it would be a bouncer.
I see why now, because the fielder threw it to Abbas's end. He's saying, why didn't you throw it to the wicketkeeper? Because we've seen Abbas in the field, he's reluctant. He's reluctant to field the ball very much. Here he comes. Oh, Archer down the pitch. And a great slog there. Doesn't really time it. But the ball's heading all the way down. Down goes Mohamed Ali.
No.
Wow. That was a proper escorting off the field, that was. He's run behind the ball. And no question of a dive there to pull it back. He's escorted that, rather like a tug, escorting a large liner into harbour. He's just trotted behind it and watched it go for 4. This is a horrible piece of fielding. That is 1970s throwback material.
That's pathetic, that. Absolutely pathetic from Mohamed Ali. You can't be doing that.
No, not really. 392 for 8 reminds me of my fielding, if I'm honest. Smith 25, Archer 16, Alex, more from you, and then Simon's coming in.
At least put half a dive in if you know you don't really want to get there, or I can't believe it. No wonder the bowler's furious. I can't believe we just let that go for 4, the fielder there.
Well, astonishing piece of cricket, really. Hopefully we'll put that on the BBC Sport website. You can have a look at it. And here's Curran bowling, full down the leg side. Smith tries to flick it away, misses. A bit too wide to catch up with, really. And it was taken by a tumbling wicketkeeper, Rizwan, away to his left-hand side. Good morning again. 392 for 8, and just dangerous signs here for Pakistan. Take the new ball. I don't know, I just wonder whether the spinner was persisting with the spinner would be a better option, either with the old ball or the new ball potentially. Perhaps he doesn't like to bowl with the new ball. Just danger signs here. If you fly off the bat, suddenly the lead is 250. It's 392 for 8. Khurram goes in and bowls to Smith outside the off stump, lifted away. Oh, he's going to be caught at mid-on. Straightforward catch. Catch is taken by Shan Masood, and Khurram's got his wicket. Very similar to the dismissal Smith fell to in Adelaide when he was hitting Stark all over the ground, lifting the ball away into the onside, and a skyer and comfortably taken. So Pakistan, well, they have got the wicket. The replacement of the spinner, Khurram, is the man who's brought the mistake.
Yeah, it's the wobble ball that nips back into him, and he's not quite got the length of his shot right. Thick top edge, it just spoons up to Shan Masood, who takes a very simple catch at mid-wicket. And a bit of a shame, because it felt like Smith could have accelerated, could have had some fun out there. It felt like he's been in these situations before where he can just bat with number 10, number 11, have some fun, but doesn't quite get hold of that one. Thick top edge, and England find themselves 9 down, but a very healthy lead.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a little bit of damage this morning, not as much damage as they could have done if these two had got going in the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. So some relief for Pakistan, just in time, really. England advanced the score from 366 to 392, so 26 runs in the first 23 minutes play. Josh Tongue comes in at number 11, so Pakistan here will have high hopes of knocking this over pretty quickly now. Although Tongue can defend, can't he? He can support Archer here. I suppose it's a question whether Archer can get hold of a couple.
Yeah, I want to see Archer swipe it a few more.
Yeah. Archer's scored more runs in this innings than the whole of the 100. Didn't bat very often. A few matches didn't bat. He made 11 runs for twice out in the 100.
It's great knowledge.
Here is Khurram going into bowl to Tongue. It's full, it's down the leg side. Sprawling keeper parries it, can't stop it. They go through for something, a single of some description. Is it a leg bye or a bye? It's a leg bye. So Tongue gets up to the non-striker's end, and this is who the crowd want to see facing, I think it's fair to say.
That 6 that Jofra Archer hit in Khurram's previous over was the first 6 of the innings in the 86th over. England hit 55 fours in the first 80 overs, but no 6s. At the Bazball era, when they batted at least 80 overs. So basically the last 4 and a bit years, only the 3rd time they've reached 80 overs without hitting a 6.
Field spreading out now for Archer. Fine leg, deep square leg, deepish mid-on, deep backward square leg, deep third, quite fine, almost flies third. Here's Archer driving in a ball, wafty drive outside the off-stump that swung away. He was looking through extra cover there. He was looking for a glory shot through extra cover that I can play in a classic manner as well. But he missed it and passed the edge through to the keeper. 393 for 9, so the lead is 2-2-2. And Jamie Smith, I mean, it's a way we've seen him get out before. I suppose it's
soft.
You can understand it at this stage, can't you? I suppose England looking to accelerate, but frustrating for him. Very similar to the Adelaide dismissal. We were on together, weren't we, at the time? Here is Khurram bowling to Archer, who carves that away. It's a nice looking shot. There is a deep backward point in. They've gone for one. Oh, they are coming back for the second. Throws on its way. Bails are off. Archer's home. Well, didn't feel as though there should have been 2 runs there. But
well, it's Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, yeah, they picked their fielder, and Ali, as he threw it and realised that Archer was going to make his ground, he kind of he's so frustrated with himself. I think the captain would have been pretty frustrated with him as well. Archer set off, he picked his field, he thought, oh, there's 2 there, and he was fully committed to it.
Can't be frustrated with that piece of fielding and not the one you escorted for 4.
I know. 395 for 9. Archer's on to 18. Khurram bowls to him, And Archer gets a leading edge there. He's looking to clip that away into the onside. Oh, he's got it down to deep third for 4 somehow. Well, that's the new ball. It goes very quickly off the bat. I don't think he was looking to play it there. And somehow he's got it down towards the boundary and over the rope for 4 more. 3.99 for 9. The bowler's walking away with half a smile on his face. Archer goes to 22. This was a strange one. The bowler getting it to move away. Yeah, Archer was clipping that off his pads through square leg, and he got 4 to deep third. An odd one. Now, Mohamed Abbas here has got the chance to bowl at Josh Tongue. So, reasonable expectation that he might better perhaps strike him on the pad and have him LBW. Let's look at Tongue so far in Test cricket. 68 runs, average 4.8. A score of 19. Can he support Archer here, get him back on strike? Abbas moves in to bowl to him, and that's a perfectly acceptable defensive shot, getting in behind it. He's not going to be frightened by Mohamed Abbas's pace.
What I like about Josh Tongue, he's always like smiling when he's batting. Always got a smile on his face.
He's a very cheerful character, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Talking about the other evening about, happily talking about splitting the ball in half. What are you going to do with the match ball? Oh, the groundsman's actually split it in half already.
He said, I don't know, I'll make it a door handle or something.
Here is Abbas. Bowls to Tongue, who's beaten the ball outside the off stump, dabbing at it, missing it through to Rizwan. Lead is a punishing 228.
Tongue's had a reasonable tail-enders record in first-class cricket. Averages 13 in all first-class, including tests.
What's his highest score in first class?
1 half-century, made 55 for Notts against Durham in April last year. A couple of 40s, quite a few 30s. So he's been useful in domestic cricket. Yeah. We've not seen a lot from him at this level.
I mean, certainly not the worst number 11 England have ever had. There's a few who could hold their hand up for that one.
Women had me.
Here is Abbas. Only to Tongue, good delivery. Left him. And Tongue will be looking at that and thinking, well, I can be bowling out here sometime this morning into this afternoon. Umpire comes down the pitch just to brush away a bit of debris there, just to check that Mohamed Abbas is not running on the pitch. And I think he said something to him. He said, yeah, get off the pitch. You're very close to that danger zone. I don't think it's an official warning. But he has said, be careful, umpire Palakar. 3 slips, or 2 slips in the gully, really, or 2 slips and a 4th slip in. 3 saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the on, fine leg. Mohamed Abbas in the football stand end goes in to bowl to Tongue, and Tongue hits him down the ground in the air for 4. Hits the rope now. It was a strange one, a looper. Again, Tongue's got a big smile on his face. It was a looping on drive. Scuttled off towards the rope. England's 400 is up. 403 for 9 in the 89th over, and Tongue off the mark.
It's a thick edge down the ground as well. He is looking to play the ball down the ground, just a little bit inside out from Josh Tongue. And he does it, just loops over the umpire and scuttles away for 4.
Field goes back on the onside because it's the last ball of the over. In fact, there are 2 balls left. As Tongue is beaten by Mohamed Abbas, normal cricket resumes. Abbas stands in the middle of the pitch with his hand on his chin there to say, come on. Got to nick those. Can't believe it. Lovely, skillful piece of bowling. Anyway, the field has gone back because they basically want to bowl at Tongue at the start of the next over. I wonder whether they'll take the single here if it's on offer. I should prefer to have Archer on strike. I think the crowd want to see Archer on strike, don't they?
I would prefer.
Might not last very long, but it might also be fun as well. 403 for 9. So England have scored 37 runs already this morning in half an hour. Abbas bowls down the leg side. Not a great delivery to Josh Tongue. You're not going to get a single there. Getting back on strike. He misses it. It's taken by Mohamed Rizwan. So that is the end of Abbas is over. He's 1 for 78 from their 25 overs. And Pakistan taking the new ball this morning, not straight away, but eventually. But the ball has flown around a little bit. It's not off the bat of the man you might think would do the damage. Jamie Smith went to 25 from his overnight 16th. Archer, 22, who's given this morning batting a bit of oomph, and he's back on strike. And the fielders are heading out towards the boundary again. Pakistan with one slip and a gully and a cover and a mid-off, and everybody else, apart from the wicketkeeper, is on the boundary. Shah Masood's out towards the boundary at long on. So, what have you got, Jofra Archer? Here's Khurram going in to bowl to him, and Archer is beaten by a beauty. And again, you see a ball like that, and you're encouraged, aren't you, as a bowling side. There's still plenty of movement. Okay, it is the new ball, but it is nipping. That was a fine ball. It left him. It seemed to take a bit out of the surface as well, that. Just a little puff of dust come.
Yeah, it did. I saw that. And we've seen the left-arm spinner turn the ball from this end all the way throughout the game. But it did. As it hit that surface, it did just take a bit of grit up with it.
Yeah, you don't want to see that as a batting side. Well, not if you're Pakistan anyway. 403 for 9. Khurram into bowl to Archer, and Archer a bit late on that. Looking to chop it away, misses it. It's through to the wicket-keeper. The lead is 232. Michael Vaughan's just sitting down alongside me. Did you see that ball? Just took a little piece out of the pitch there, Michael.
Yeah, I did. Morning, everyone.
It's a no ball as well.
Yeah, he's bowled a few, hasn't he, Khurram? Oh, there's plenty out there. There's a bit of seam movement. You see the footholds. The umpire at the far end was just kind of looking at Mohamed Abbas's follow through. There's a little bit there for the spinner. I would think the seamers will be disappointed if Dan Lawrence gets on.
Yeah. Here is Khurram to bowl to Archer, and Archer hits it solidly up towards deepish mid-on. Shah Masood picks up, and Archer takes the single. It's the third ball of the over, but it's the second legal one, so still 4 balls left in the over for Tongue to negotiate. England's lead is up to 234, so they've lost a wicket, but they've had a decent enough session here, scored quickly, and just extended that lead. Pakistan could have snuffed it out at 190 odd, and yeah, get batting, but then 234, so a lot of runs in his second innings. 405 for 9, and here's Khurram moving into bowl to Tongue. It's full, it's dug out by Tongue down the ground gloriously for 4 more. Well, he was looking for that very full delivery, and a solid punch from Josh Tongue.
Well, we saw Abdullah Shafiq play a couple of on-drives on day one. I reckon this is as good as those. It's quite a nice attack, isn't it, for tail-enders to face? Generally, the tail-enders, if you've got a couple bowling 90-odd miles an hour, that's pretty much them done for, or a bit of mystery spin. They fancy this attack.
Yeah. 409 for 9. Khurram moves in and bowls to Tongue down the leg side. Tongue tries to flick it away and misses it. It's taken by Rizwan. I wonder whether, I know Khurram's got the wicket, but I wonder whether you feel the runs will flow with him bowling, and also perhaps Mohamed Abbas as well. And they have flowed this morning. I wonder whether it would be better to keep the spinner on. I know you've got to make a decision as a captain, haven't you? Got rid of Smith, so you say, well, that worked, I suppose.
Well, I reckon...
would you have kept the spinner on?
Yeah, I think I would have done, yeah. I mean, Mohamed Abbas was probably the key to that. Probably that old ball, and he went, I want that new ball, please.
Spinner, Rummy's made the point, spinner could have bowled with a new ball. Yeah. Khurram into Tongue, he's bowled, he's knocked him over, there we go, he's done the job. Well played him. Tongue Castle. England have done some damage this morning. Time for Pakistan to get out there batting. England have scored 43 runs this morning, very quickly, in 35 minutes. So Khurram 3 for 133. And I suppose you can say he's done his job with that new ball. It can go either way, really. Spinner, pace bowler, and pace bowler's done it.
That's a good ball. That nipped back a long way through the gate.
Which is a concern for Pakistan's openers.
Yeah, I think there's plenty out there. I saw it yesterday with the older ball late on, that Mohamed Abbas was getting it moving around. I think if England get their lems right, I'm sure they'll create a few chances. Also, you look at it in the first innings, I thought, Ollie Robinson was excellent. Josh Tongue, he bowled okay, he got to Pfeiffer, but I think he can bowl better than that. And Gus Atkinson and Jofra Archer will be better for the run out on day one. Andy, I know it's hard to look up quirky stats, but over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, how many days has England's number 11 not been required to do anything? So Josh Tong yesterday had a day off. I can't think that that's happened too many times in the Bazball era.
Well, Usman walks off with the match ball, just holding it up. Third bowler in this game to take 5 wickets. He didn't get another one today. It was Khurram who finished it off. England with 409 all out. They batted for 89.5 overs. Archer was 23 not out of 25 balls. Josh Chung out for 8 and Jamie Smith out for 25. So Pakistan have taken those 2 wickets in 35 minutes, but England have increased that lead. It is a significant one.
Yeah, it is. It's I mean, Mohammad Abbas, he was pretty good for Pakistan. 25 overs, 1 for 78. Ali Usman bowled beautifully, 5 for 95. I mean, you're looking at Khurram Shahzad, 3 for 133 off 21.5. So he's been hit for over 6s.
Yeah, it's only the 4th time in a test in England that a bowler has bowled 20 or more overs and gone at more than a run a ball. Prasid Krishna last year on this ground against England, similar figures, 3 for 128 off exactly 20. Mark Adair at Lords for Ireland in 2023, and Mitchell Johnson at Lords in 2009 when Strauss and Cook feasted on some wayward bowling. He took 3 for 132 and 21.4 on that occasion, so yeah, pretty rare.
So England's lead is 238. So it's not, I mean, it's not absolute carnage this morning, but they have definitely extended it significantly. Heavy rollers going up and down that surface, Michael.
Yeah, the heavy roll up. They'll have to do a decent job for Pakistan, because it's been a really good pitch actually, because there's been a bit of movement there. But if you've strayed in line and length, the batters have capitalised, and that's probably where Pakistan can look back at that bowling performance. They didn't really bowl with any consistency. Now, they never had a bowler to back up Mohammad Abbas when he was bowling nicely, and when Ali Usman was bowling nicely yesterday, at the other end they were leaking too many runs. So it's consistency on this kind of pitch, and if you put the ball in the right zone, which I pretty much guarantee Ollie Robinson will, you'd have to fancy that it's not going to be easy for the batting side.
How many boundaries have we seen this morning, Zoltz, and how many boundaries in that England innings?
So this morning we've seen 4 fours and a 6, all 2 by Tongue, the 4s, 2 4s and a 6 by Archer. In total in the innings, 1 6 and 59 4s.
Right, so 60 boundaries. Yeah, we have 2 tests today on Sports Extra, as well as County Championship commentary on 2 and 3, Sports Extra 2 and 3. Tonight from 12:30, you can hear the second test between Australia and Bangladesh, the Great Barrier Reef Arena in Mackay. So we'll bring you that. We're interested to see how that game progresses. Surely Australia will get their act together, won't they? As Atif Nawaz is going to come in, give the bowling figures and wrap up that England innings for you.
Yeah, I think they've announced the team, Australia. Matthew Renshaw will replace Weatherall. Nathan Lyon was rumours that he would miss out, but I think he keeps his place in the side. Still no Scott Boland. Scott Boland not in that team, so yeah, I would expect Australia to bounce back. Good morning, Atif.
Good morning, Michael.
Tricks, all right?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Although I'm thinking, I don't know, I think that there was something spirited about that Bangladesh team that I think, yeah, I've seen a lot of them this year as well. They played Pakistan twice and won both series, and at the time there were some people calling it an upset, but quietly there were some people thinking there's something about this team. And then of course they went to Zimbabwe and lost, and thought maybe there wasn't something about this team, and here they are again without their 2 best seamers. They put in a terrific performance, so that'll be a great test match. Just back to this one though, for the moment, England bowled out for 409, with Harry Brook top scoring with 91. The bowling figures we yet to give you. Mohammad Abbas, 25 overs, 1 for 78, 5 maidens in that as well. Economical, if not potent. Khurram Shahzad, who took last couple of wickets, just boosted his figures a bit. 3 for 133 from 21.5 overs. Muhammad Ali 1 for 89 from his 19, and the pick of Pakistan's bowlers, the slow left armer Ali Usman, 5 for 95 from his 20 overs. And I learned a fascinating story about Ali Usman that I wanted to share with you, Warnie, because he sort of came out of left field for a lot of people into the side ahead of Sajid Khan. People were like, well, really, Ali Usman ahead of Sajid? Well, he's achieved one really extraordinary thing in a game of first-class cricket in Pakistan, where I believe he was playing for Pakistan Television against one of the other departments. So, but first-class cricket in Pakistan has sort of gone back and forth from regions to sort of privatized institutions like the electricity board and the airlines and the television stations. They all have their own teams. And anyway, he was playing in one of these games. His team were skittled out. They had a tough first and second innings, and they had a target of 40, the opposition. And Ali Usman came in, took 6 for 9 and helped his team defend 40.
Yeah, I saw that online.
Yeah, it's pretty...
some good footage. He played in the Bradford League a couple of years ago as well.
How did he get on?
I'm not too sure. I would think with the way that he bowled, he did all right.
I would imagine so. Still a tall order here for Pakistan. 238 runs the lead for England. It feels gargantuan on the surface. That's still offering a little bit as well for the seamers. You'd think, having seen Pakistan bat on that first day, Azan Oasis is going to come in on a king pair. We'll wait and see how he does. Imam got some runs. We've just had a message from Domnell Nevo. Do we have an expression for the post-Bazball era yet? If not, can I propose the rootstoration? I like the rootstoration.
Nice.
I don't know. Well, I mean, for now we've got sort of Tresball, which has a sort of a French flair to it. Treball, we've got to say it with a French accent. Treball. And then eventually we'll move on to Flemball. I think that's going to sell a lot of t-shirts.
I'll be honest with you. I've now had enough of naming.
Really?
I just like to see winning ball.
Winning ball. There we go. Well, they're in a good position to do that here as well. 238 their lead. Do you think they'll be pleased with that? They added a little bit. What do they add? 40 odd to the overnight score.
Yeah.
Maybe hoping for a few more than that, but I think they'll be reasonably happy, England.
Yeah, they'll be delighted with their first 2 and a bit days of work. So far ahead of Pakistan. It's all about Pakistan now. Can they show some spirit with the bat in hand? Can one or two of the Pakistan players get in on this surface and go big? Now you're looking at the game. Pakistan really to put England under pressure. Going to need at least 370.
Yeah,
370. If they do that, you look at Ali Usman and think that they've given him something to bowl to. I mean, I can't think he's going to defend 40.
No.
In Test match cricket.
Surely.
But can they go and get a number and give themselves a little bit of a glimmer? It's a long way off, Artie. I would say to them, can you get into day 4?
Yeah.
That's going to be a challenge.
Small targets for them for sure. I think at the very least, just try and get through to lunch without too much damage done. I think that would be target number 1 for this Pakistan team. It is difficult when you're so far behind in a test, though, isn't it? Not to just sort of check out 238 runs behind. Your mind probably already thinking about Lords. There's a lot being said online, and I know players these days, you try and keep away from it, but you can't. Everything's on your phone, and you see things that people are saying about you, senior journalists. I mean, it was mentioned earlier on the broadcast, called the worst team in 50 years to tour England. And I think we disputed that a little bit. There was a team that came in 78, so maybe the worst team in 48 years at the worst. But, I mean, it's up to them to change that narrative.
I'd say they're the worst I've seen in my time playing and watching the game, and that's 2 days into a test series. It's on those 2 days that you judge so far. I hope they show a huge amount of fighting spirit and they come back, because that's what Pakistan cricket has done historically. It's just whether they've got the quality. I'm sure they'll have that inner fight, and if it is that 1 or 2 things that have been said triggers them into that spirit and that fight, great. It's going to be a better series for it. But I just worry about the real quality, and it's not necessarily. I look at 2 or 3 of the batters. I think, yeah, they've got some good players. They can bat. But it's that bowling attack. I've been used to Pakistan coming here with pace and mystery and a little bit of real fight.
Yeah.
I didn't see that yesterday.
Well, they've got their destiny in their own hands here, do Pakistan. Azan Awais and Imam ul-Haq just jogging, making their way out to the middle. They've got an opportunity to flip that narrative. A really good crowd in here as well. Edgbaston was downstairs earlier. Always like to sort of sample the vibes here at Headingley, and good support still for Pakistan. It's not that rip-roaring support that it's been over the years, perhaps sort of mirroring the decline of the Test side, that the decline of the sort of fandom here in Leeds. But there have been some who've turned up. They're wearing their Pakistan shirts of various one-day tournaments of sort of white ball tournaments of previous years. 92 one, always the most popular. It's the year that keeps the nostalgics going. We had a good discussion about that yesterday as well, 1992. But we're in 2026 now, and this team will be defined by their performance. Now, one man who has had a terrific Test match is Ollie Robinson. He's got the ball in his hand at the moment. Kirkstall lane end, ready to deliver the first ball. He's got 3 slips and a gully in position. Mid off slightly straight, almost in line with a non-striker. And then you got mid on. The crowd awaits as we do for the first ball of the second innings. 5 wickets in the first innings for Ollie Robinson, and he'll be hunting for more. And he comes now to Azan Owais, who shapes up and leaves the first ball outside the off stump. That's a relief for Azan on a king pair. He's at least survived 1 delivery in a second inning, so things already going better.
You won't feel that in a minute. He's still on the pair. That ball just nipped away from him. It's that ball that nipped back that did for him in the first innings. A short leg in place. Emilio Gay, 3 slips and a gully. And you just know Robinson, he very rarely misses.
He's relentless with his accuracy outside that off stump is Robinson, and he comes again, angles this one in towards Azan, who defends to mid off. First one he's managed to get off his bat. There's Azan Owais. Didn't get a chance to say much about him. He was dismissed first ball in the first innings. A young 21-year-old from Sialkot in Pakistan. Scored a Test century on debut in Dhaka on that tour in Bangladesh earlier this year, which was Bangladesh beat Pakistan, but he showed some nice shots. Still very early in his career. We'll see what he makes of this opportunity here at Leeds. Here's Robinson into Azan again, who leaves another one outside the off stump through to the keeper. It's worth saying conditions, I know the pitch is still offering a little bit, but conditions seems much less hostile than they were on day 1 when they went out to bat. It's not so overcast, it's actually quite bright and good visibility. Not much of a breeze or anything, just a light breeze, so it feels like a much better day for batting from that perspective.
Yeah, but there's still plenty of seam movement out there. But you're right to point out that the actual overheads are on perfect for what you'd like as a batter here.
This is Robinson into Azan, who just defends that ball just wide of point. There's a bit of animation from Imam at the non-strikers and looking for the one. Absolutely not. So the dot ball. Robinson has got to be feeling really good about life at the moment. The 5-wicket haul in that first innings. Lots and lots of praise in the press and a smile on his face when he started today.
You know, the pitch at Lords was a poor one, and he bowled beautifully on it. Yeah. Perfect pitch for Ollie Robinson. Didn't play at the Oval, didn't play at Trent Bridge. First day here at Headingley, overcast, bit of moisture, so perfect for his style of bowling.
Robinson in again. As Azan gets forward, defence to cover, there is no run. And he's found it really quickly again, hasn't he? Like, he hasn't really put a foot wrong in either of his games this summer, and I just think, is he making a long-term case? Could you see Ollie Robinson as part of that England team next summer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Takes on the Australians.
Without any question, he'll be around the group, and I guess Ollie's challenge will be on days that there's not quite as much movement, and it's a little bit harder to take the wickets, but what he will offer will be a lot of control.
Azan again defends that ball to point. That's the end of the first over. A maiden to start with for Ollie Robinson. Pakistan 0 for 0 after 1.
Yeah, and that's I guess always the doubt about Ollie Robinson is those longer days in hotter conditions. Can he produce? I think he can. I think in an attack you want all different facets covered, and he'll be your Mr. Consistent, where you're not always going to have 3 slips and a gully to Ollie Robinson. The keeper stood up tactic that we've seen in recent times, we saw it in the first innings, is a good one. He's perfect for that. And as a captain, you love having bowlers that can offer you that control I think on any surface he should be able to offer, at the minimum, a bit of control.
As a group, it feels quite well-rounded, doesn't it? Archer and Tongue and Robinson and Atkinson, everybody offering something slightly different. Here is Archer in for his first over. Excellent length outside the off stump. Just takes off from a length as Jamie Smith takes it about chest high. And Imam leads through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think throughout this series, I'd love to see a combination at maybe Lords or at Edgbaston. You know, I can't think Jofra will play every test match. Maybe Josh Tongue won't. Either or Gus Atkinson, where Matthew Fisher or Sam Cook style bowler joins Ollie Robinson. You have two similar kind of bowlers with two pacier bowlers. So that's a real nice balanced attack.
Archer, and again from the Howard stand end, and left alone by Imam through to the keeper. But it's also immensely useful just to have multiple bowlers of a similar skill set available to you, because you know the modern schedule, injuries happen at any given time. The players have so many demands on their time. You can also rotate, and as you say, you go with the bowler who's in better form, who's looking a little bit fresher. I think in the modern age of Test cricket, we'll start seeing this more and more, where you don't have those unbroken runs of Test matches that you used to have in the sort of 90s and 80s. The players would be guaranteed to play all the Test matches. You get a break every now and again. As Archer in again, slightly fuller, left alone on the front foot by Imam ul Haq through to the keeper.
Yeah, you want a cartel, don't you?
Yeah.
Of bowlers that you can mix around at the different venues that you play, the different countries. Always going to be the same attack every week. But I think in English conditions, particularly now I've got this keeper stood-up tactic, I'd want a couple that can deliver it for a longer period of time rather than just one.
It's that word cartel, it always gets me. I start visualizing it, you know. The England fast bowlers in on their horses. Here's Archer, and again, this time left alone comfortably by Imam, just a little bit wide of off stump. 86 miles an hour from Jofra Archer. He's, just bowling within himself at the moment. He's got 3 slips and a gully as well. Identical field to Ollie Robinson, other than the short leg, which is a backward square leg just in front of the umpire. And, things moving along quite smoothly at the moment. Pakistan yet to score, though, 10 balls into this innings. 238 runs they trail England by. As Archer is in again, and this ball angles in, Edge does it, he's gloved it through to the keeper. A short one from Jofra Archer. Imam tried to sway out of the way, couldn't get his gloves off, and just took a little brush of the glove through to Jamie Smith. Umpire gave it out immediately. Imam is walking off, and Pakistan have lost their first wicket without scoring.
Well, I'm just seeing where it's almost come off just kind of the outside edge of the bat. He's gone to drop his hands and sway out the way, and he doesn't drop his hands low. It looks like it come kind of almost off the blade.
Yeah, I think it just glanced the gloves. We'll have another look at it. I thought it just took a little.
He might have done both.
Yeah, he might have taken a bit of glove and then a fine edge of the bat, but either way, it was a quick decision from the umpire. No quibbles from the batter. Imam ul Haq gone. Things looking pretty bleak for Pakistan. Still 238 runs behind, and England now 9 wickets away from an innings victory. We can start thinking about that, I think.
Well, that's kind of motivation to just take it into day 4 looks a long way off at the minute for Pakistan. Perfect for England. Jofra Archer in the wickets. Obviously, it was the Tongue and Robinson show in the first innings. I mean, I guess the perfect few days for England would be that Archer gets 5 and Gus Atkinson gets 5.
Yeah.
In the second innings, it's this is a real challenge for Shan Masood and Pakistan.
Yeah, Shan, the new batter out in the middle. That can't have happened ever before. 4 bowlers taking 5 wicket hauls in a Test match. Andy Zaltzman, that's my first task for you to work out.
Did we have it recently? I think
4 bowlers from the same team taking 5
from the
wickets.
same team.
Yeah.
That's unlikely. I can find that out.
Robinson and Tongue in the first innings. Is the groundsman going to have to split another ball?
You've called that very early after 1 wicket.
Yes.
Well, I'd just like to know. You never know. You've got to make bold calls, Zoltz. Nobody remembers medium calls. You have to make bold ones. Right, Shan Masood in. Jofra Archer, first ball glanced away by Shan Masood down to the fine leg boundary. And that will be first runs for Pakistan off the bat of Shan Masood. 4 for 1 after 2 overs of this innings. We just had a message through from Azad. You were asking how Ali Usman did in the Bradford League. We were. He played Bradford League Division 1 first 11 for Morley. 56 wickets at an average of 12.64. Yeah, I'm having that. I'm having that.
That's pretty good, isn't
every
it?
single season. Thank you so much for getting in touch and letting us know about that. Well, really good start this for England, though. They've got that early wicket.
You're right, came straight off the glove.
Just looking at it, just a little, just off the knuckle, just grazed the knuckle. We're just looking at ultra edge. It's Ollie Robinson in for his second over. Azan nearly gets an outside edge himself. Just moved away ever so slightly off the surface as Azan pushed forward. And one of those ooh and ah deliveries through to the keeper. It's looking very difficult out there for Pakistan at the moment. England, to their credit, have been very consistent. One on the pads of Shan Masood was sort of the exception that proves the rule of England being very, very consistent in this Test match. There's Ollie Robinson in once again, left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. It goes back to what we were talking about, Warney, about that point of difference, that hostility that Jofra Archer can offer you. Into a batter's trying to leave it, he's trying to sway out of the way, he's getting into an uncomfortable position. And you got Ollie Robinson just deftly moving the ball away and tempting into shots. It's just attacking batters from different facets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what you want as a skipper. You want to be able to cover all the conditions. But I think in England, with the conditions generally always pretty similar to this.
Robinson in again. This ball's been punched off the back foot by Azan, who's finally going to get off the mark. He's trickling away towards the deep third boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. That's a terrific piece of work in the deep. Harry Brook gets the throw back in. But the fielding, I believe, yeah, it was Gus Atkinson there running after the ball. You could put that right next to the chase from Muhammad Ali towards the back end of the Pakistan innings and show the contrast in the two teams' commitments in the field.
Yeah, I'd love to know how many miles Muhammad Ali did in the field, because every time I saw a ball going to the boundary, he was chasing it. You look at English cricket over the course of the last 15 years, the best bowlers have been Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anson, arguably Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
They bowl 80 to 82 miles an hour. Ollie Robinson, what's he bowling? 80 to 82 miles an hour. So there's something in that.
There is. Azan got 3 off that last ball, by the way. Pakistan 7 for 1. And this is the first time now Ollie Robinson's going to get a crack at Shan Masood. Just taking his time marking out his guard. He's taken a couple of guards as Shan Masood, taken sort of middle, and also taken a marker for his off. Now he's off jogging towards the leg, short leg area. An exaggerated routine before he faces his first ball from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 slips in a gully in position as Robinson into Masood, who just makes a late call to leave that ball through to the keeper. Got Sir Alistair Cook alongside me. Good morning, Cookie. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. Don't envy these opening batsmen. This is going to be a challenge. Masood got LBW first in the first innings. And this one's tried to shake back and he was uncertain whether to play or leave it.
It's a nice bit of movement. Anna Caston's been in touch, and she said, my 81-year-old mum is at her first Test match with 3 of her grandchildren and my dad. There's more coming shortly as Robinson is in, and that's left alone through to the keeper. They set off early from North Norfolk to get to Headingley in time for the start of play. Enjoy the cricket, Mum, Dad, Tom, Daisy and Joe. Well, that's a heck of a trek. North Norfolk to Headingley. How long would that take?
Well, I actually had it's weird how the world works. I had a look at that this morning.
Okay.
Because my family, I think, are heading up to North Norfolk today. And they're saying, when the game finishes, do you fancy popping in and seeing us? So I actually knew, I looked, I mean, Norfolk's quite a big place. It depends whether you're east or west.
Well, they're in North Norfolk. As Robinson in again, and that ball nearly takes an outside edge, just leaving the left-handed Masood through to the keeper. There is no run. 7 for 1 the score after 3 overs.
Yeah, but I was saying whether you're east and west of Norfolk.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Because if you're the east side, it's a lot closer to the west side from here. It's a lot closer than the east side, isn't it? On that top on the coastline. So it's a good 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
3.5 hours.
That's a good old trek. They've done well to make it in time for the first ball. And, hope they're enjoying the action here today at Headingley. Andy Saltzman.
Pakistan 0 for 1 in both innings. It's the 7th time that England have taken the opposition's first wicket before a run has been scored. The last time was at Lords in 2018 against India, when Jimmy Anderson inflicted a pair on Murali Vijay. Pakistan have had 7 occasions in their Test history. Their previous one against England was at Edgbaston in 1982 when Mudassar Nazar, an adhesive opener, was at LBW to Botham for naught, second ball of both innings.
Wow. More history made, unwanted history by Pakistan today. Archer into Azan, into his pads. He just works that ball in front of square on the onside. They'll get back for an easy 2. Azan looking a lot more settled now after he got his first runs away. And it's a horrible feeling, isn't it? You get a duck first ball of a Test match. You have to watch the opposition score 400 before you get another chance in the middle.
Well, it's a long time fielding.
Yeah.
You know that once you've been bowled out, you're on that field all the time until you get your chance. He was certainly starting to settle after 10 balls.
Archer into Azan, who leaves that ball, whitish one, through to the keeper, no run. 229 runs, Pakistan trail England by Andy Saltzman.
Just on that wicket from Archer, the 5th ball of his first over. The first ball to Imam was a play and miss. Then 3 quite wide deliveries left before the much straighter, quicker bouncer. Do you think that was a specific plan, Alistair?
Sorry,
the 3 wide deliveries in a row that Imam left, and then a straight bouncer sort of angling in.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably he was trying to find his radar, and then just got one straight. I don't know whether he has been out to that short ball. On this wicket, you'd be saying all the wickets have been LBW and bowled certainly by England's first innings. You want to be bringing people forward.
There's a leg slip in place as well now as Archer is in full and driven beautifully by Azan behind square. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. A little bit over pitched from Jofra Archer. It was sort of full and wide and just waited for it and guided it to the boundary. 13 for 1.
Yeah, that's almost the length you want at heading in those first few overs, but you do get risk getting hit for a boundary. It's just the width, wasn't on that one. We've just seen the replay. It's a good 6 or 7 stumps. That is a smidgen full on the half volley. That reminded me of Evan's old last night question.
What did it remind you?
At school, isn't it? When you're not any attention at all, and the teacher's waffling on, and then ask you a question about it.
Archer into Azan. That's left alone through to the keeper. No run. I don't know what you're talking about, Cookie. I was always paying attention.
A panic when you're playing. and everyone's looking at you, and you're like, I've got no idea. Sorry, Zols.
Do we have the tension here or not?
I was watching the replay to give my views on a batting technique.
There's a lot to analyse, and you've got to be across a lot of stuff, Cookie, of course.
I can't multitask.
I'll ask you about this leg slip position in just a minute. As Archer is in, that ball's angled into the pad, straight to leg slip. Jofra Archer has a second wicket. Azan looking to flick the ball, couldn't have picked out the fielder there with any better precision. You can't believe it, really. Nailed it straight to the fielder. A second wicket down now for Pakistan. 13 for 2, still 225 runs behind England.
Well, you're going to ask me about it. You're quite right, because it's gone straight to him. Joe Root trying to make Archer tighten up his line, bring all the dismissals into play. And I'm a little bit curious to know whether the batsman knew he was there, because he played it with such confidence, the flick.
Yeah.
That he was almost jogging off to think, oh, I've got that in a good place for 4. And he wasn't there the previous ball.
Yeah, he just seemed a bit oblivious there and sort of really frustrated that he's got out in that manner. Azan away. He played a lovely cover drive earlier, and now he's got to go back to the pavilion. 225 runs, 2 wickets down. We've not even got anywhere near lunch yet, Cookie. England, are they already smelling the blood? Give us your thoughts, and then you're going to have Isha Guha alongside you.
Absolutely, they are. They're looking to finish the job today. As a batsman, you instantly think you're unlucky when you get caught at leg slip when you play the shot, but I I don't think he knew he was there. The confidence he had when he hit it, to almost the disbelief that he had just done that. It's a very natural shot, though, isn't it? When you get the ball on your pads to clip it, but the extra pace, it was the pace which meant it hit in the air. So it has to be a poor shot. Description, a poor tactical shot, rather than actually quite a decent shot, but a poor tactical shot with the field. And sometimes when you're a captain, plans work. And Joe's just having one of those, that little moment there.
It makes you look very good, doesn't it, Cookie?
It does.
Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone listening. You might even hear an England victory here today. They are 2 down, Pakistan. England way out in front with a huge lead. And Jofra Archer is purring. 3 slips and a gully in position. There's a leg slip as well for Abdullah Shafiq. Shafiq sways out the way of a short, hostile delivery. It's back of a length. And this is Archer on song. It feels like everything is moving with good rhythm, good flow, and the crowd acknowledge that as well. 13 for 2. Trailing by 225.
And 91 mile an hour. So that rhythm he didn't quite have running up the hill on day one. Certainly we talked about that fast bowling, didn't we? In the rain break, and talking about, and he just, something feels a bit different. He's bowling quicker and actually bowling slightly differently to what the England bowlers have done in this game so far, hitting the pitch a bit harder. Results, what is the actual race between Smith and Root for catches? Because I was listening to the Bangladesh and they were talking about Smith catching up. That one catch means, has he jumped one ahead? I don't know what the actual scores are.
That was Root's 219th Test catch.
Robinson in from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Shah Massoud. 4 slips in a gully as he's forwards and working the ball to mid-wicket. No run.
Smith tied Root during Australia's defeat to Bangladesh on 218, and I think he also dropped a catch towards the end of that game that would have put him ahead. So Root's now re-established his outright lead for now. 219, 167 tests for Root, 124 for Smith. Extraordinary catches per match. Rates Rahul Dravid in third on 210.
That'll be a nice sub-story to the Ashes next year. The left-handed Masood, balanced in the crease, forwards, beats the edge. Robinson, that was an absolute beauty of a delivery. Came down, good length delivery, and it feels like it just skidded on a little bit more. We do know here at Headingley it quickens up. It's the beautiful delivery that just pitched and nipped a little bit off the seam, that angle across the left-hander through to Smith.
It's very uncertain, Sean Masood, about which way the ball is going from Ollie Robinson. He's also standing. His left hand is running over the wicket. Ollie Robinson is standing very, very side on. It's very closed. I think that's not a great position to start. He needs to open up a little bit for this angle for me.
Lets it go in the channel, slightly filler. Really squared up there. Almost facing Robinson as he shouldered arms.
I think he needs to open up a little bit, allow a bit more access to that ball. With Ollie Robinson going to go across, and the odd one in. I think he's going to try. He's coming around the wicket now, but I quite like that over the wicket. He looked very uncertain, didn't he?
Just spotted Woody, working for the opposition. No allegiance.
It's unheard of to do one day for one and one day for another.
I can't really talk. Here comes Robinson, bowling round the wicket. 3 slips in a gully.
Did you do that?
Maybe at the start. Big wide open space on the offside as Masood beats the edge again. He just tentatively played at that. Not a lot of foot movement, not coming towards the ball. Not a lot of assurance coming forwards there. I don't know if you saw our highlight show on day one, Cookie, but at the end of the day's play, we spoke to Ollie Robinson, and I had Robinson and Finn there talking about big wobble, little wobble, and the difference between it. But the impact of the wobble seam delivery and how he actually uses the finger pressure to change how it comes down as that's turned around the corner down to long leg. Just zoning in there, and the one angled in. Robinson thought he was really close to an LBW before he got his bat down in time. Masood moves to 5, 14 for 2.
So you're going to say you bowl big wobble when he wants to nip it away, Now, say he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander as he was there. Big wobble to nip it away and little wobble to carry straight on. Is that what you're saying?
He wasn't specifying which direction it was going in, the wobble.
Okay. So what was the difference? Why would you bowl little wobble and big wobble? Surely if it moves more, it's better. Or is he thinking?
Well, no. Sometimes if it moves more, it's too much. It doesn't actually catch the edge. The little wobble is that's the dangerous wobble.
So you bowl little wobble every time then?
Here comes Robinson to Shafiq, who's defending back down the pitch. No run.
Well, speaking to Dave Masters, who probably people remember as on Test Match Special played for Leicester and played for Essex for a lot. Very good opening bowler, the wobble seam ball, and he said at gentle pace, he did say that he put different pressures on his finger to say which way it went. Now, whether I believe that 100%, I'm not sure, but he certainly did have great control, and he did say it was how he held the ball and the different feels of each finger, like your index finger, your middle finger.
You've got to be very skilled to do that, and that is time in the nets. That's years and years of experience in doing it over and over and over again. And he said he learned from Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson, about the pressure, and actually he puts a little bit more on the index finger if he wants to just guide that in. Now, you would do that if you're looking to bowl an in-swinger, but if you've got your seam position in a different place, as Archer is now bowling to Shah Masood, beats the edge again. He's looking good here, Archer. He is flying at the moment. Feels like he can take a wicket with every delivery he bowls. It's hard to get right because you don't want it to go too much almost. It's got to be almost a subtle flick. And that takes, time and just constantly refining it. Archer speeds in. Masood lets that one go. I think he was just playing down the line to that one as it goes past the outside edge through to Smith.
Yeah, what amazed me about the wobble seam, this is coming from a person who's never tried it, was that every bowler does it slightly differently, doesn't it? Their grip, how wide they have their fingers, and narrow. I mean, it's actually Sam Cook and I had a couple of months of him trying to teach me how to do it for my Beds Farmers, bowling my seamers. But
how did you go?
Badly. I couldn't. I just kept swinging it instead.
Masood clips that out to deep square. Slightly straighter, slightly fuller from Archer, and it's been put away very calmly from Shah Masood. 18 for 2, still trailing by 220 Pakistan.
Lovely clip from Masood. Just using the Archer pace, just clipping it off his legs for an easy 4. Yes, I couldn't quite get it out my hand right, so I just ended up still just swinging the ball. So however I held it, it's fairly frustrating. So I just gave up. I couldn't do it.
Masood forwards and pushing the ball to the offside, coming through for a quick single. Nicely done. Big wide open space because of so many packed into that slip cordon, so seize the opportunity. 19 for 2. Trailing by 219, Masood to 10. Today at the Test is on BBC 4 and iPlayer tonight from 7 o'clock, with a repeat later on BBC 2. You can also watch clips of the action throughout the day on the BBC Sport website and app. It's your Friday night sorted. Abdullah Shafiq, who picked up 50 in the first innings. On strike now. He looked pretty good, didn't he, Cookie? 3 slips in a gully, big space on the offside as Archer comes in. Past the stumps to Shafiq. He's driving into that region now, through the point, out to deep backward point for 4. Forcefully pushes at that. That's his first runs, and it's a boundary.
Yeah, it did look good in the first innings. This one didn't quite go where he wanted it to go. Full ball. He was trying to hit that straight. It kind of squirted off his outside edge. Past Dan Lawrence at point for 4. What I liked about him, he did let the ball come to him. He did let the ball play under his eyes. Actually, all the Pakistan batsmen tend. It's a very subcontinental thing, is how late they play the ball with such control. You see how late he tends to play it.
Archer into Shafiq, got on his toes, looking to work that down to the leg side. No short leg in position, but that was a rising delivery up near the armpit at the end of the over. 23 for 2 then, Pakistan. Shafiq on 4, Masood on 10. And the beauty of the highlights, of course, is you can watch it at your leisure. So if you want to see that chat about the big and little wobble and the masterclass from Ollie Robinson, it is available on the iPlayer right now.
Jofra Archer dismissed both Pakistan openers, one each in his first and second overs. Look at when England opening bowlers have dismissed both openers within their first 2 overs. Only the 4th time an England opening bowler has done that in the last 30 years. Most recently, Jimmy Anderson got out Campbell and Brathwaite of West Indies in early 2019 at the Darren Sammy Stadium. And the last time at home was Chris Tremlett against Sri Lanka in Cardiff in 2011.
Thanks, Andy. Robinson in on an angle to Masood, who's defending the ball to the leg side. No run.
That was that extraordinary game, wasn't it, the Cardiff one? A lot of rain about, and Sri Lanka kind of folded in a heap, didn't they, in their second innings, but it was the third innings of the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were 82 all out in 24.4 overs. Tremlett took 4, Swan 4 and Broad 2.
Set up good first innings runs, wasn't there, good score by a few of them?
Yeah, Trott made 200.
Yeah, Trott made 200.
Bell
Can't see
made
anyone
100.
else on there.
Did he make 200? I forgot about that. I was leading it in. I've had an egg on my face, that one.
He outshone you. Trotty did that day. 133 to 1 Sir Alistair Cook.
Belly got 100 as well, did he, right at the end? 'Cause I think we batted on the...
Masood defending back down the pitch, no run.
It rained for a lot of that game, and certainly day 4, I think, was wiped out maybe. And then day 5 it started raining. And I don't know when we started bowling, maybe just before lunch maybe, but we let Ian Bell go, I think it must be 90 odd overnight on day 3 maybe. I'm maybe in because I'm kind of recollect, kind of getting my brain in. And the fact that I forgot Trotty got a double 100 shows how much I actually think. But then we got criticised letting Belly go and get his 100 because we thought it's going to be a draw, we'd have a bowl just for a bowl's sake.
Robinson into Masood, who lets it go in the channel.
And got on a bit of a roll, and Tremlett got a lot of wickets. Is that right? That's about right. No, Jimmy Anderson as well. He was injured in that second innings, wasn't he?
That's right, yeah. Bell was 98 not out overnight at the end of day 4. So was there rain on day 5?
Day 5 rain.
I'll dig out the Wisdom report. Yeah, 82 all out and 24.4 overs. The openers, Tremlett got out, Purana Vitana and Dilshan.
Change of angle. Robinson's had enough of bowling over the wicket to Masood. Third man's come up to deep 2 point, 3 slips in a gully, and a man's come across to the leg side. So Robinson around the wicket now to the left-hander Masood, who clips that away through square leg. That'll travel quickly to the boundary. Picks up 4. He is very good off his pads. Comfortable boundary. 27 for 2. Masood to 14. As well as the test commentary, you can also follow every ball of every county championship game on the BBC Sport website and app. Ben Stokes is batting for Durham. Currently 36 not out.
Mounty being mischievous, isn't he?
We spoke to Brendan McCullum in the 100 final. He said no chance of Ben Stokes coming out of retirement. Robinson again down the leg side, and Masood takes advantage, turning that around down to long leg for a single. They're going to come back for 2 with the throw being sent in. Your thoughts?
Oh, I've said all along. I think this is it. I think he's done. As we know, things change quickly in sport. But I think he will be happily retired.
Shade Afridi came out of retirement 3 times.
Well, to be fair, he did retire from one-day cricket and then come back from that, so he has history.
29 for 2, Pakistan. Robinson's gone back over the wicket to Masood. Bowling struck on the back leg. Good length delivery. And a rising one, so there was no chance of it being LBW. You might have got some bat on it as well at the end of the over. So 29 for 2, trailing by 209 Pakistan. Masood on 16. Abdullah Shafiq on 4. We'll hear from Andy, and then you'll hear from Aggers.
That game in Cardiff in 2011 that we were talking about when Sri Lanka collapsed on the final day. Over a day's play had been lost to rain during the game. The final day began at 3 p.m. with 55 overs left. And England batted on. Bell made his century. So only think 51 overs needed to bowl Sri Lanka out, and they were bowled out in the 25th.
Well, excellent start for England here as they look to wrap up this game with an emphatic win, 29 for 2. Archer's on his way from the far end, bowls outside the off stump, short and wide, and Shafiq, he's probably the best batsman around now for Pakistan at the moment. Just gets underneath that and helps the ball to third man for 4. So 33 for 2, still 205 behind. A really nice start for Jofra Archer too. There's a couple of wickets.
He's bowled quite aggressively, hasn't he? He's really hit this bit quite hard. Wouldn't have gone for a few more runs than he would have liked, but it's certainly made an impact. He's going just over 7s.
Running in hard up the hill. Here he comes now. Bowls to Shafiq, and that's 2 straight really, and turned away into the leg side for another 2 runs. Interesting how that leg slip has paid off again. It's the position of the year, isn't it? There, it seems to have just popped up, as these things do.
They didn't do it at all in the first innings, really.
No.
I don't really remember in the first innings.
But they,
I don't think
players think come into vogue and then move on and something else comes in.
I don't think he knew.
No, he probably didn't.
Like as he hit it, he ran. Like he's one of those. I know it's the instinct as any batsman, you get ball in the leg just to clip it away.
Archer comes in, bowls, and Shafiq can stand up and defend that delivery. Archer fields himself, 35 for 2. I suppose it is just an instinctive. You see the ball there, and you just turn it away. I suppose, do you?
Yeah, you do. But I think if you knew you've got a leg slip, you make a conscious effort to hit it down.
Yeah, exactly. Admiring Jofra's necklace, I think he's added a bit to that in recent months. Very impressive, hanging around his neck there. It's about 1 inch thick. He's poking out of his shirt. On his way again. And he bowls, and that's a little bit too short. Shafiq can defend it off the back foot. Gay is the fielder at square leg. Well, it looks like a full house looking around Headingley now. 2 empty seats, but that could be people going to the bars or whatever. Certainly all round to the right there, the Western Terrace. Absolutely packed. People sitting out. A pleasant day. It's not too hot.
Just on that card again, just got a text from Tom Bevan, who was Hugh Bevan, who was our strength and conditioning guy.
Oh yes.
Son for.
Yes.
And he was there as an 8-year-old. Or get right on that.
Archer, oh, it's a good one. Goes past the outside edge. That's the length. That's the length. Just keep probing away there.
He said that he got there at 8 a.m. even on that last evening. It was absolutely hacking down right, and played changing room cricket in the changing room. I think with Matt Pryor for a bit before his dad kicked him out.
Some interesting rules for changing room cricket, I should think.
Some interesting rules that kids were allowed in those days, I suppose.
Yeah. Really did not miss the bat by very much looking at the replay. Archer again, past the umpire, comes in, bowls. Oh, he's beaten him once more. A lovely couple of balls there to finish that over. Archer's taken 2 for 25. He's running in hard. 35 for 2.
Would you give him another one? I see in first of Ruti's first captaincy.
Yes,
talk about over bowling.
He's only bowled 4.
I actually think he needs to bowl that full of length now. He's come and hit the pit. You've got a couple of wickets to the slightly shorter balls, but actually those are the last 2 balls. We know that's the recipe for success on this wicket.
Well, it's the first change up at this end. Atkinson's coming on, replacing Robinson. A little bit of tinkering with the field going on. Root's coming out to mid-off. And Gay goes across to cover point. Atkinson will come down the slope. He's going to the left-hander. He's checking his guard. Shah Masood, probably the tallest member of Pakistan's team. Certainly the tallest batsman anyway. Left-handed. He's a former captain, as most of them have been. 35 for 2. And in goes Atkinson round the wicket and bowls. Oh, beats him first ball. A lovely full-length delivery.
Great length.
Yeah. And Masood poked at it.
There would be. I mean, it is very Pakistan-like, isn't it, to have a lot of ex-captains in the team? I think there could be 4, isn't there, for next week if Babar comes back. What is the record results of most ex-captains in a team?
Oh, that would require a bit of digging.
They've got a 5 or 6 occasionally.
Oh, yeah. Over the years.
I suppose England back in the day might have had a few as well once.
Atkinson round the wicket, bowls Masood on the back foot. Rootcombe Fields at mid-off. I was more interested actually in how often a batting team has been 0 for 1 in both innings.
Oh, yeah, well, I mentioned that's the 7th time England...
You looked it up,
we've done that already.
Oh, sorry about that.
7th time England have inflicted that on an opposition, the 7th time Pakistan have suffered that as a batting side, and I think it was the 26th time in all Test cricket. Right. The team's been 0 for 1 in both innings. About 1 every 100 matches.
Masood. Bat raised, waiting as Atkinson round the wicket, out on the leg stump. Turned away to Archer's left hand.
But in that, go back to those captains, wasn't that, which year was it when England used 50-odd players or something, or 30-odd players? Did even you play that?
88. They had 4 captains.
And did they all carry on playing?
So Cowdrey did.
Yeah, Cowdrey never played again. Embury captained the Test, and then Gooch.
It was all very odd because then Gower got it the next year again.
I think that England late 80s team would have had a lot of ex-captains. Yes. See what I can find.
Atkinson bowls, and it's pushed up to mid-off. Yeah, so Gower was captain in '89 against Australia. And for the last Test, it wasn't quite a whitewash, but certainly Australia dominated that. It started badly when David put them in here. Bat, and they scored a bucket load and won the game. Never really got it back on track after that. But I remember they'd announced a team, and we were playing a championship game at Grace Road, and the old phone kept ringing in the dressing room. Calls for David. There's Atkinson outside the off stump. There's no coach or anything. It was David. And the phone calls were all from fast bowlers injured. Sorry, David. Gladstone Small and Norman Cowans and Neil Foster and all these bowlers phoning in. And so each time one phoned in, they'd announce a replacement. But then he was injured, and it went on and on and on all day. We were playing Surrey, I think. And in the end, after 7 or 8 phone calls, David sat there slumped. Yeah, this is going into the last Test of the summer. He said, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump, no stroke. And Peter Willey said, well, what about old Aggers there? He's had a reasonable season. And I looked at David. David, well, yes, actually. Yeah, right. Jonathan, you're in. You're in. I said, fantastic. Thank you, David, very much indeed. And bearing in mind, I was now about 12th choice. I said, that's brilliant, thank you. Went home, found the sweaters, got them out, phoned my dad. What are you doing next weekend, Dad? Well, I'll be coming to the Oval. I'm back in. Years of trying to get back. I've done it. And the only thing that David had said was, I'll give you a ring first thing in the morning just to confirm. I've got to run it past Mickey Stewart and Ted Dexter. Ted was the chairman of selectors and Mickey was the board. Anyway. So David, first thing, anyone who knows David Gower, first thing for David Gower in the morning is not most people's first thing.
It's not a Gucci first.
No, and it's not an Alistair Cook. It's not actually, frankly, it's not my first thing. So it was about 11:30 that I actually phoned him and said, now what's going on? He said, oh, yeah, I've got a bit of bad news. You're not in anymore. So Mickey Stewart and Ted Dexter wouldn't have you. Sorry about that. By the way, who's Alan Eggleston?
So you went from 12th to 13th?
I was, I went from being very excited, sweaters out, found everything, got ready to go, to gone. And that was, David read it pretty well. He's got absolutely no influence left on the England team, despite being captain. So that was that. That was that was.
All right.
That was it. Well, I knew then. I knew that was the end. Never going to get back. They're having a drink here. There was half an hour to go until lunch. Lunch is 1 o'clock, isn't it?
No, it's 10 past.
Oh, it's 10 past. It's getting very complicated, all this. 1:15, in fact. It is getting complicated with all of this. But of course, today you can add on, well, it can be 98 overs, and you've got the half hour to bowl them, but you've also got the extra half hour that can be taken if there's a prospect of a result. So there's there's so much cricket.
I guarantee you they won't bowl 98 overs. So
No.
even with the extra half an hour and the extra half an hour.
So the extra half hour could be taken at 7 o'clock, which they have to bowl 8.
Is that what it is?
Is that right?
I
think it is.
I think they're like to.
So there's a lot of time for Pakistan to try and survive and to take this into a 4th day. But, England have had their drink. And they've taken 2 of those wickets already. We've still got then 45 minutes to go until lunch on the 3rd day. Still bright. There was a possibility, we were told, of a shower or 2 round about lunchtime, but if that's the case, then you better hurry up. But we don't want them, but you know what I mean, because lunch is on the way and there's no sign out there of any showers, which is great. Ground staff are making their way off, as always, carrying the traditional equipment: 1 broom, a plank of wood and a pot of white paint. It doesn't matter where you go in the world. The broom might change if you're over in India or Pakistan. It might be more of a sort of a besom type situation, often actually carried by women wearing saris who do that sort of a job out on the pitch. But here it's just a proper outdoor broom, sort of thing that sweeps doorsteps on last of the summer wine. In comes Archer and bowls on the off stump, pushed it. Oh, he wanted a single there, but he sent back. Probably wisely, actually. It went to mid-off's right hand. 36 for 2, and very good afternoon to my old friend Ramiz.
Hello, Eggers. Hi, Pakistan up against it, but you know,
so.
it tests you out completely, Test cricket. So, do they have the draw mentality or mentality where they can challenge themselves, challenge England, and taking this game into day 4? You know, that's got to be the target right now. It's about how they survive the day's cricket.
Yeah, get some runs and get themselves in a better position for the next Test match. There's 3 games after all. Here's Archer, and a tempting one there, but Masood allows it to go by outside the off stump. The crowd in good spirits, though. A Friday midday, so the West Stand is full. All the way around, they've sold this game pretty well. 36 for 2. Archer into his 5th over now. He's taken both wickets to fall. Turns down there in the distance, swings round now quickly into his run again. Quite busy, gliding sort of approach round the wicket. He bowls down the leg side. It's very well taken by Smith, launching himself to his right there. He had a long way to go, and that's earned himself a couple of high fives. Duckett first of all at first slip, and then Harry Brook from second. A long way across there. Brilliant take.
Absolutely, yeah, flying in the air.
I don't know how wicketkeepers do it. How do they know the height of that ball?
And they're blinded also. I mean, this really was a terrific job behind the stumps.
I was watching him training today and practicing with Sarah Taylor. Very interesting new sort of practice technique that they were doing. Here's Archer, bowls. Oh, it's a poor shot. Wide and full outside the off stump. He's had a bit of a loose drive at that. Fortunately, no contact. But you have new coaches that always have new things, don't they? They bring, you know. Well, this was quite interesting because they had a batsman standing there who was actually Tim Southey, who's the bowling coach. Right behind him was Smith, and Sarah was actually using a tennis racket and tennis ball and almost sort of semi-serving it quite fast. And Southey would occasionally hit the ball, occasionally not hit the ball, and swishing and missing. And Smith was there taking this.
Yeah.
And it all happened quite quickly. Here's Archer bowling, turned away out towards backward square leg. Maybe for any young wicketkeepers listening, that might be something you might want to try. Looks like she plays a bit of tennis because she always did a bit of a bounce first, like they do at Wimbledon when they're about to serve. She did a bounce and then it flew off the racket.
Yeah. Didn't do 20 bounces like Djokovic often does on a big.
No, it wasn't 20. It was only 1, thankfully. Well, I was going to run out of time. But no, she was quite handy with it. There's always new things, like the new coaches always devise new things, and I suppose they keep it more interesting.
Yeah, it's all about developing your reflexes and making sure that you're ready for everything.
Archer again runs in, Shafiq, and get one there that cuts back a little at him. Played away one-handed into a gap on the leg side. They'll take one more to finish that over, so Shafiq will keep the strike. 38 for 2. But 38 minutes to go until lunch on the third day. Atkinson will continue up from this end. So there's still some cloud over there, but it's high and it looks bright, which is excellent. The trees largely motionless, standing there. Very leafy area actually around here. Think of Leeds, you think of the city, which is down there to the left, of high-rise buildings and cranes and so on. And actually up here, Headingley area, lots of trees and parks, rows of terrace houses with the chimney pots. 38 for 2. Atkinson scurries in and he bowls outside the off stump. Shafiq isn't interested, so allows that to go through. Little boys gathering for dinner last night, or at least it began as a boys gathering and then was infiltrated by 2 of our female colleagues somehow around.
Okay.
Nice. It was Wood, Cook, Broad, Finn. Somehow Gower and Hartley invited themselves in. That was really good fun. Lots of cricketing stories. It goes Atkinson again. Bowls. Oh, that's pretty full. Puts him on the pad. Appeal for leg before. Wicket. The umpire says no. Didn't feel out from here, to be honest. He was getting on the front foot.
Yeah, maybe the height as well. And Joe Root and company didn't appear to be too interested. You're right. It didn't look.
No, it didn't
absolutely
feel it, no.
Out.
I think the umpires actually, both of them, had a very good game here. Cut back, it was quite high. Chris Gaffney, we know he's been around some time, but I met Mr. Palliker for the first time today from South Africa. He's enjoying himself. He's not done many games. What's he done? He's done 11 before. Archer bowls a loud swinger, and Shafiq waits for that to arrive. Sends the ball to gully. The technology of that last one, comfortably missing the stumps. So another good decision. Looking at Cox's dismissal again, they're showing on some highlights. Interesting that the wicketkeeper didn't think it was out. He was sort of saying, no, don't bother, and he didn't realise at all that he'd edged it. I think the person with the best view would have known.
I was a little surprised as well.
Yeah. Atkinson again, full, off stump, played firmly back to him by the batsman. Goes away and plays the shot again. I think he was pleased with that one. Everything in the right place.
This is high quality test cricket. I mean, here's a guy, Atkinson, bowling at a good rapid pace, swinging the ball, and Abdullah Shafiq with a beautiful defensive shot. You know, test cricket is not only about, scoring runs. It's about, praising such a challenge.
Yes,
It doesn't look great, but out there, if you play a bit of cricket, it is huge.
Yep, soaking up some pressure. Really making the opposition work hard. Atkinson again bowls, and he's played it again. In fact, even more shapely than the last one. Beautiful defensive stroke there, very high elbow. Very nicely played. Sends a bit of a message to the bowler that. You see the big bat coming.
Yeah,
boom.
yeah, absolutely.
Get past that. Pakistan 200 behind exactly now, 38 for 2.
I think such batting must send a strong message, positive message back in the dressing room as well. Because if he's your template and he was the best batsman in the first innings, then let's follow Abdullah Shafiq, how he bats.
Yep.
He plays the ball late, he's very committed.
Slips are ready, Atkinson bowls, and again he defends. This time the ball runs out to mid-wicket, and it ends that over. So we've got 35 minutes to go until lunch on the third day. I'm going to go and prepare for view for the boundary. Our guest, I'm looking forward to meeting at 1:15.
Fantastic.
Hope you can tune in for that. Ram, I'm going to leave that all with you, and Simon Mann's coming here.
So fight is on. I mean, this partnership has got to work, and for a very long time. Shafiq is on 11, Masood 18, but Pakistan up against it. Let's see if they can survive the next 20 minutes. It'll be great going into lunch with 2 wickets down and then take it from there.
Yeah, just beginning to put together the partnership, these two, Shafiq and Masood. England clearly in a very strong position as Robinson switches ends. He's going to bowl from the football stand end. England picking up a couple of early wickets in the first innings, and then we had the partnership and then the collapse. So with Robinson bowling, Smith is up to the stumps. Shah Masood there on 18, and Jonathan was mentioning Smith doing his work this morning, standing up with that tennis ball being whacked at him, or whacked at Tim Southey. Some of he was missing, some he was letting go as Robinson bowls, struck on the pad, a bit high, more a crowd appeal really than a player appeal. Robinson flung his arms into the air, the ball went away into the offside. I suppose tennis ball, you can get it down quickly, but also when you're practicing, if you're using a cricket ball, I don't know, you can use one of those dog throws. What you don't want to do is damage the keeper's hands by whacking it in the whole time. So tennis ball is a good halfway house, really.
That's right.
Root changing the field after that delivery. What's he doing here? He wants a couple of men close in on the onside. So Root's gone into silly mid-on as a short mid-wicket as well. And a mid-off. And here is Robinson bowling to Masood, who dabs that way into the offside, sets off for a single. The no there was from the non-striker, Shafiq. He's not interested whatsoever.
I think what they're trying to do here is to cover his strength, which is leg side play, and bowl that straighter line as well. He hasn't driven anything through cover, and that is because the way the bat comes down at the ball.
They've made another change. Root's gone from silly mid on to silly mid off. Still got that short mid wicket in, so he's just nipped over the pitch one side to the other. 3 slips in, keeper standing up. Pakistan 38 for 2. Robinson rolls into bowl to backside the off stump. That's a nice juicy ball, hit away for 4 through the offside to the point boundary. Some width there from Robinson, and he knows it was a bad ball, and nicely put away by Shan Masood.
Yeah, runs are going to be the key here, and you've got to find rhythm in batting as well. It looks to be in good rhythm. He's good with that cut shot as well. Shan Masood good with the flicks through the leg side and a cut shot. That should give him even more confidence.
Knows his ground well because he's played here for Yorkshire. And Robinson moves into bowl to him. And he plays defensively into the onside, and there's no run. So Pakistan 42 for 2 today. England 43 for 2. So almost it's a back row start in terms of the difference between the two sides, but the game course has progressed. Pakistan losing those 2 top order wickets to Jofra Archer, Azan for 9 and Imam for 0. Loving one through, and Azan caught that leg slip. Robinson bowls to Masood, who covers up and plays into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is a no run. Yeah, catch at leg slip. I said this earlier, I mentioned it, that you think of Headingley, you think of slip catches, you think of the ball moving slip catches. We've only had 2 in the match, the 22 wickets that have fallen. It feels quite unusual. We have the drop catch, of course, to Harry Brook yesterday. England going with a leg slip again now. So Root's constantly changing the field here. He's taken himself out of silly mid on, moved to silly mid off. Now he's come to a leg slip. Still got that short mid wicket in. And Robinson goes into bowl to Masood outside the off stump. Another bad ball, hit away into the offside. Not perfectly timed. A chase for Archer. I think the ball's going to win. And it bobbles into the rope now. Archer just stretches legs. He's one of those he probably knew he was never going to catch up with. But you have to chase it to show willing. Can't just give up on it. Robinson hit for a couple of 4s there, giving something for Shan Masood outside the off stump. So 46 for 2. Pakistan trying to put together a partnership after being 13 for 2. Shafiq has 11 and Shan Masood 26.
You mentioned how unusual it is to see so few slip catches. 14 bowls and LBWs in the 2 first innings combined, which is the highest such figure in a test in England since 1963 and the joint highest since 1954. So the stumps have been in play an unusual amount.
Gus Atkinson's going to bowl. from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. 3 slips of gully, more orthodox field for Atkinson. Bowls outside the off stump, driven away nicely by Shafiq. Finds the gap. So chase out towards extra cover. Roots after it. Sends in the return. Right over the bails to Jamie Smith. Does not have to move. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, both looking very good. Shan Masood putting the bad balls away, playing to his strength. Abdullah Shafiq, on the other hand, has been outstanding with his defensive batting, especially.
He's definitely batting in the last half an hour to give some confidence to that dressing room.
That's right. It's an important message they're sending back to the because you want to feel in the dressing room that everything is under control.
Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. Shafiq is forward, guiding it towards point. And there is no run. Yeah, the minimum for Pakistan here is to show some resolve. 1 or 2 to get a score. Because in dreamland, it's you score 420 in this innings and put pressure on England in the final innings. And they were able to do that. Well, the ball has spun. An early wicket or 2, the pressure builds. Although teams have successfully negotiated the 4 things quite regularly here in recent test matches. Atkinson bowls an away swinger, and Shafiq lets it go by. It's taken by Smith. Is that right? Michael was saying the other day, the last 7 test matches here, won by the side batting second. I hadn't checked that, I just took it as gospel when he said it. But obviously last year, England chased 370 against India. 2019 there was a chase. West Indies in 2017 chased successfully here, over 300. England in the last Ashes test in 2023 chased, scored 250. But it's slightly different circumstances, slightly different surface. Atkinson bowls, swung away down towards deep back with square leg. England have a fielder out there, Emilio Gay, so it's only a single. Shafiq continues to make a decent impression. He is 14 and Pakistan 49 for 2.
That is indeed correct. The last team to win here,
batting first
was England against Sri Lanka in 2016, won by an innings and 88 runs. It was the 4th consecutive game won by the team batting first since when the 7 prior to this won by the team batting second.
But just a caveat to that, on this surface, the groundsman saying it's been unusual sort of weather and preparation time. He's not quite sure how this pitch is going to play as the game goes on. Atkinson bowls full, and forward goes Shan Masood, dabbing into the offside. Confident call of 1. And Pakistan have their 50 on the board, 50 for 2 in this 13th over. Atkinson, who is yet to take a wicket in the match. Okay, he's only bowled 15 overs. Happened to Josh Tongue in the last test match. It's hard to believe, isn't it? We come out and take 5 for 0 for 150 in the Trent Bridge test match. Well, he does look a handful, Tongue. We haven't seen him yet. Robinson, Archer and Atkinson used by England. Back with Shafiq. There's 14 not out. We've got 25 minutes to go until lunch today. Atkinson bowls. Oh, that was a decent ball. He got the bat down in time on that one. That would have been a big LBW shout. There's a few arms raised, but he got a thickish inside edge on it. Went out towards deep back with square leg. Picked up by Emilio Gay. It's the end of Atkinson's over. He's bowled 3 overs for 6. It's 51 for 2. Shafiq 15, Masood 27. Pakistan are 187 runs behind with 25 minutes to go until lunch on this 3rd day. And this is Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, I mean, teams from subcontinent at times, and I'm talking from batting point of view, is that they break their wrist because they're so used to playing on those kinds of pitches back home that it's an easy shot to execute through square leg and mid-wicket, because that's a natural shot. But here in England, you're learning on the job in a way. And so far so good. Abdullah Shafiq there, the last single that he picked up, he broke his wrist, and that is a bit dangerous. Continue to play with strong arms and strong wrist position, and play with a straight bat rather than trying to work the ball away from stumps to the leg side.
Yeah, it was one of those, they were just ready to go up for LBW there. Keeper still up, Shafiq on strike. Robinson goes in for a new over and bowls to Shafiq outside the off stump. Shafiq lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. It was Robinson in the first innings from the football stand end, who got one through Shafiq's defences, nipping one back. I think the keeper was standing up. Wasn't he, Smith? Was he standing up? I think he was. It was this scenario.
Why would you do that? I mean, you know, you just want regular service to be practiced. Go back. He's not going to use his feet.
Robinson bowls outside the off stump, taken by Smith. Well, it's a tactic we've seen so much of. It happened in the Ashes. It's happened in the New Zealand series with the keeper standing up, forced Root and Brook back into their crease. So it brings, I think, brings the LBW potentially more into play. If you can just bat outside your crease, it strikes you on the pad. The ball might go over the stumps. I think that's what they're looking at. I mean, it's mighty effective for the New Zealanders, getting lots of LBWs against Brook and Root, forcing them back. Shafiq waits for Robinson. Shafiq tries to turn into the onside, hint of a leading edge as the ball goes back to the bowler. As well as the test commentary, you can follow every ball of the County Championship on the BBC Sport website and app or smart speaker. Ben Stokes made a half-century earlier for Durham. You can also hear county commentary on BBC Sounds today on Sports Extra 2 and 3, which you'll find a click away from Sports Extra. County Championship, a fascinating stage of its season with so many teams in the chance of winning the title. Robinson bowls, edged, and it's caught by Brook low down. That second slip, good smart catch, squared up by that one, and Robinson's got Shafiq again. Out for 15. Pakistan are 51 for 3. He was looking secure, but Robinson's found the edge.
That's beautiful bowling, actually. Bowled the length and neatly held in the second slips there. Abdullah Shafiq just going a bit hard at that one with an angle back. The bat turning towards mid-on and straightish mid-wicket, and got it wrong this time. Abdullah Shafiq, after a dogged defense, is gone. Pakistan suffer.
And a relatively rare slip catch in this match. So that is the end of Abdullah Shafiq's match with the bat. He has looked probably the most secure of all the Pakistan players in the game. So a significant blow struck there by Ollie Robinson. He's got him out twice in the game. His first wicket in the second innings. And after that period of resistance, it wasn't an elongated period, but they just settled things down. And they lost another wicket, and they're under big pressure now. Still 187 runs behind. And in at number 5 for Pakistan, Saud Shakil.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't show a lot of promise in the first innings. Saud Shakil is waiting for things to happen, so it didn't have any plan, it appeared. So it's got to be just a little bit more proactive. Just give the impression to the opposition that he's here to challenge them. In the first innings, it's just a little bit lame and not entirely there.
He was LBW to Robinson in inverted commas in the first innings. Because it was going over the top, and he was thinking about reviewing it and then ran out of time. So we might say I've not been legitimately dismissed in this test match yet, but it's a challenge from here. 3 slips of gully. Robinson is going to bowl, and the keeper's gone back now. Robinson coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Goes into bowl to Saud. It's a short ball, and he plays it rather awkwardly. A flapping pull that goes down fine. He's off the mark first ball. I don't think I was expecting Robinson to bowl a short ball first up, but that's what he did.
Well, they've done their homework. He's not really that great against the short ball. Saud Shakil, very good against spin. His test record is still pretty impressive. We're looking at the replay of Abdullah Shafiq's scalp, and just went towards the leg side rather than maintaining
That's
his
what you were talking
position.
about.
Yeah, I mean, that's the mistake that he made. Should have gone down the pitch, that bat, instead of turning it away towards mid-on and mid-wicket.
Robinson bowls to Shah Massoud, takes it off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Shah Massoud moves to 28 and takes the bowling as well. Successful over from Ollie Robinson. 6 wickets in the match now for him. And Pakistan 53 for 3, England 43 for 2 today, the last 2 wickets, with Archer making 23 not out, hitting the first 6 of the match. Jamie Smith out for 25, and Josh Chung, 2 nice strokes down the ground, was cleaned up by Khurram Shahzad, who finished with 3 for 133 from 21.5 overs. So a couple of late wickets, but he's gone around the park a bit, Khurram. And Ali Usman 5 for 95. But with the ball offering, pitch offering spin, is he going to get a chance in the second innings to make any sort of impact? Odds against, you'd think. Pakistan still 185 runs behind and already 3 down. Shan Masood faces Atkinson. Atkinson goes in round the wicket to bowl to him outside the off stump. No stroke there from Shan Masood. He's a very experienced cricketer. He's 36. Yeah, 36 years of age, playing his 48th Test match. And Atkinson looking to join in. He's looking with envy at the other bowlers who've all taken wickets in this match, but he hasn't taken one yet.
This time will come.
Bowls now, it's defended away by Shan Masood into the offside. All the Pakistan bowlers managed a wicket as well. He is only the only bowler on either side yet to take a wicket in the game. Gus Atkinson. Azan Aris out for 9, Imam for 0, and Abdullah Shafiq for 15. 2 for Archer and 1 for Robinson that last over. Change of angle from Gus Atkinson. He's coming over the wicket from the Kirkstall Lane end. Nice buzz in the crowd. Big crowd in on this 3rd day. And here goes Atkinson past the umpire now, up to the stumps to bowl to Masood. Oh, he plays a chopping stroke, misses it through to the keeper. England do have a man back at deep backward point. Could so easy to nick that through. Actually, it looked like the right shot in the sense that it was out there and a bit short. He missed it.
That one kept just a little bit low as well, I think. But he was cramped. A little bit cramped.
Well, he's played a couple, and he played a couple off Robinson through that area. He must have thought it was a similar type of ball, but he missed it. Atkinson bowls very wide off stump, saying, go on, have another go. But he decides not to go after that one. Very wide. Taken by Jamie Smith. Cloud just beginning to build up. The forecast we heard at 10:30 this morning was potentially some showers around about lunchtime into the middle of the afternoon. But at the moment it looks, I mean, it's fine. There don't look to be any showers around, but that's what the forecast said. It feels the most settled day of the game so far after rain on the first 2 days. Back with Gus Atkinson. Goes into bowl to Shan Masood, just swinging back in and just to get the bat down on it. I think it was bat and pad, and then very sportsmanlike picks up the ball and lobs it back to the bowler.
Yeah, this had to be absolutely 100% hitting the pads because he had set him up so well. Outswingers, and this one was a sharp in-dipper that was missed by Shan Masood, but hit him high on the thigh.
Field comes up, the leg side fielders try to, I think they want to have a bowl at South Keel, don't they, the new batter. They don't want an easy single off the pads here. Last ball of the over. Atkinson moves into bowl to him. That one comes back in as well. It's forced away nicely. Nice looking shot. Stopped at point by Emilio Gay. It's the end of an Atkinson maiden over. 53 for 3. It's about 15 minutes to go until lunch. South Shakil has 1. Shan Masood has 28. Ramiz, and then it will be Atif.
Yeah, Shan Masood holds the key to Pakistan's success today. He's gotten off to a good start here, 28 he is. And South Shakil against pace, jury is still out whether it's good enough really to take pace on. Anyway, Pakistan in need of another Herculean partnership.
They certainly are. Good afternoon, Ramiz.
Good afternoon, Atif.
Good to see you again.
and see you later.
Thought I'd set you up for that one. Well, Ollie Robinson at the top of his run, running in from the Howard stand end with the 2-3 slips in position into Saud Shakil, has glanced the ball down the leg side, not entirely intentionally, I think, when it's trickling away towards the boundary. Two fielders will cut it off. It's Medio Gay who gets the throw back. They get back for a couple of buys, I think. In the end, yeah, it wasn't off the bat at all. So 2 buys, 55 for 3. Alex Hartley alongside me. How are you, Alex?
I'm very well, thank you, Atif. How are you? I'm just going to shovel my chair closer to you.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a big pole in the way in this commentary box, so you've got to get either side.
Yeah, just to see it. I heard something slightly distressing a little bit earlier when I was downstairs, which I'll share with you in a second. As Robinson is into Saud Shakil, full and punched to mid-off. There is no run. So I bumped into the communities officer here at Yorkshire County Cricket Club. We're having a chat, and he asked me, he's like, what do you think? Will it go into a day 4? I was like, well, I don't know. It depends how well Pakistan bat today. 3 before lunch is not ideal, but you never know. Why'd you ask? Well, we've got like quite a few members of our participation team coming tomorrow as well from the South Asian and Afro-Caribbean communities. They're coming along because it's the Saturday of the Test match tomorrow. So, dear oh dear. Robinson into Saud Shakil, who cuts this ball nicely behind square. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's a nice looking shot that from Saud Shakil. It wasn't very short. It's a little bit of width, and he managed to pounce on the little margin that he had. 59 for 3.
Yeah, obviously it would be amazing if England could get a win inside 3 days. They've played absolutely fantastic, but you think of the wider picture, it's a shame that we get another shortened Test match. All those fans that have got tickets, obviously they will get refunded, but people that are wanting to come and watch Test cricket won't get that opportunity. But having said that, a couple of good partnerships here from Pakistan, it will definitely go into tomorrow.
2029 is the wait for the next Test match at Headingley. As it stands, Robinson into Saud again. That's left alone outside the off stump.
Felt like that Shan Masood and Shafiq partnership was really threatening as well. It felt like that could have been a long one, could have been the one that got them through to lunch, and then Ollie Robinson with the wobble ball again, obviously.
I should point out, of course, there is a women's Test match next year, so you got some women's Test cricket next year. Men's Test cricket, long old wait here at Headingley.
Yeah, everyone's booting off. There's no Test, no Ashes Test.
No, there is. Well, there's one here.
North of, where is it? No.
Something.
Nottingham.
Yeah, Nottingham, that's it, yeah.
Excuse me, we play one here too.
Yeah, big Ashes summer next year. There's Robinson from wide of the crease, angled in towards Saud, who works it to mid-on. There is no run.
Well, Joe Root has put himself to leg slip as well there, that previous delivery.
Yeah, it's been a very popular position for England this year. We saw Azan Oais just pick it out perfectly. Couldn't have picked him out better if he tried. As he glanced the ball to Joe Root, who was stationed there. England have used it really well. So many batters. It's sort of a natural instinct as well, isn't it? The ball on your pads, you look to glance it, and so often it flies aerially in that region. Now, there's still 3 conventional slips, a leg slip, a short backward point in position. As Ollie Robinson is into Saud Shakil again, who works this ball again, can't get it wide of a fielder at mid-on, who is Gus Atkinson. There is no run, so 59 for 3. Pakistan still 179 runs behind England. It feels like a lot. It feels gargantuan, really. Andy Zaltzman.
Rummy's mentioned Saud Shakil's problems against seam bowling in his Test career so far. He's averaging 29 against seam bowlers and 58 against spinners. He made an extraordinary start to his Test career. Made his debut in that famous Rawalpindi Test in December 22. Made 4 50-plus scores in 6 innings in that series. After his first 7 Tests, he was averaging 87 with 200s and 6 other 50-plus scores, but since then averaging just under 30 in another 17 Tests.
Is that Gareth Southgate?
It is indeed.
Been watching on today. Well, that's nice. Gareth Southgate's in the stadium, enjoying some cricket. Gus Atkinson into Shan Masood, nearly takes the outside edge again as he angles it across the left-hander through to the keeper. We've had Gareth Southgate on TMS during games here as well over the past few seasons. Former England football manager.
It was here actually, wasn't it? He came on.
Yeah, Headingley.
My friends on the comms camp were shocked and stunned that I just casually shook Gareth Southgate's hand and walked away.
What, just today?
No.
Oh, this is when
the
the
boundary.
If you do go shake his hand again today, take me with you. Gus Atkinson in with 3 slips in a gully and a little flash outside the off stump from Sean Masood. The ball whistles past his top edge through to the keeper. Jamie Smith takes it about waist high, and Sean sort of shakes his head, chewing furiously on his gum. Never been sure about sort of chewing gum as while you play. Did you chew gum when you were playing?
No, I was scared of swallowing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of have this sort of worry for the players as well when I watch them furiously, particularly Mohamed Abbas, who runs and he's chewing gum as he's running into bowl.
I can't do more than one thing at once, so if I was playing cricket, I'd forget that I was chewing gum or something, you know.
You'd have it for quite a while as well, wouldn't you? A full session of play. Maybe at drinks you could discard it. Here's Gus Atkinson into Sean Masood again. This is slightly fuller, driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. Sean set off for a single there, but then was wisely sent back by Saud Shakil.
I was once running the drinks for England, and I go on, and one of the batters, I won't name who it was chewing gum. Said, "Have you got the new one?" I said, "Yep." I gave her a new one. She just put the old chewing gum in the palm of my hand.
No.
And I had to put it in the bin.
Did you not have like a wrapper to put it in?
No, because I wasn't expecting her chewing gum for me to have to dispose of, so I kind of cooked it off the field.
Gross.
Yeah.
There's not enough hand sanitizer in the world, is there? Gus Atkinson into Masood again, slightly over pitching once more, drawing Sean into that drive, but he can't beat mid-off. I think slightly frustrated is Sean Masood because he's driven the ball beautifully a couple of times or so, but just picked out the fielder.
Yeah, he needs to not get frustrated though, because he's got to bat for a very, very long time here. As Sean Masood, he's got to build a partnership, with Saud Shakil. And definitely these two have to get them through to lunch. If there's any chance of it going into tomorrow, these two have to be there at lunchtime. And Sean Masood has just occasionally played a few slashes outside the off stump, which he'll want to put back in his locker.
Atkinson in again. This is short outside off stump, left alone by Sean on this occasion. Just keeping maybe an eye on the clock as well, just to know that lunch, slightly delayed lunch today. We're trying to make up for overs that we've lost because of rain in the first 2 days.
Wondered why I was so hungry.
I've already had a little bite. It's very nice, the food today.
What we got today?
There's a sort of a chicken curry, a vegetable curry. There's some basmati rice and also some naans and some very nice looking cakes as well. I didn't eat all of that, obviously. I'm just reading out the options for you. Very nice, though. Lovely. Atkinson in. And he looks for a cut shot. Does Sean Masood. It shaped sharply back in towards him. Nearly took an under edge through to Jamie Smith. Oohs and ahs all over the place as Sean Masood looks quizzically at the wicket, as if to say, where did that one come from? A good over, though, from Gus Atkinson. Another maiden for him. And Pakistan still in a big old hole at the moment. 179 runs behind with just 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. England looking very strong here at Headingley. They've put in a very good performance across the 2 and a bit days that we've seen so far. And there's one thing we haven't seen from England so far. This is for the very first time in this match, Dan Lawrence is going to come in and bowl some off spin. This is an interesting change.
Yeah, but we always knew he was going to bowl at some stage throughout this test match. England won't want to bowl their seamers into the ground. Obviously 2 more test matches to go. They've gone with the 4 seaming options, but also what we did see in the first innings, the slow left arm spinner turning the ball quite sharply from this media end outside the off stump. So Dan Lawrence will be looking to see if he can get anything out of this surface whatsoever. And if he can, then it might become a tricky period for Pakistan.
It's a big opportunity this for Dan Lawrence as well. He's in that number 6 spot for England. Still looking at live post Ben Stokes. He stake his claim as a genuine all-rounder for England. First one's a fuller one that turns ever so slightly away from Saud Shakil. Kept very low as well. A relatively comfortable leave just on sort of line because it was quite wide outside off, but encouraging bit of turn there for Dan Lawrence. Just at the top of his run, untouched shirt with a slip and a short leg in position. In he comes, a bit fuller this time, and Saud gets forward and defends that into the offside. A bit more bite on that one. Quite slow, early 50 miles per hour And Dan Lawrence. Nice rotation of the seam, though.
Yeah, despite his action and his arms going everywhere and he looks like a frog in a blender, he gets at the crease, he's actually got really lovely action, gets beautiful shape on the ball, gets in the seam into a really nice position, especially going away from the left-hander.
He just pulled his mid off a little bit straighter as well, mid on quite straight as well, and mid wicket in close. There's Lawrence in again wide outside the off stump, comfortably left by Saud Shakil. Saud Shakil is considered a very good player off spin, brought up on the slow, low pitches in Karachi. Got a very good record on turning surfaces, but it remains to be seen how he handles Dan Lawrence here at Headingley. This is a little bit straighter for Dan Lawrence, but quicker as well. Just defended on the bounce to the fielder at short leg, no run. He does have quite extraordinary action. There's so much going on. His shoulders bounce up and down. His elbows are popping all over the place. Looks like he's about to pop into, just to ease himself into an aggressive street dance routine every time he approaches the crease. And he comes again. This is short. And Saud just guides the ball with a late dab to backward point, no run. Yeah, he looks like, like popping and locking, that kind of dance.
Yeah, it's a remarkable ball in action, isn't it? And something that hasn't been coached out of him, which is what I love. For years and years and years, all spinners had the same action. Everyone had to look the same.
There he is again, Dan Lawrence. Goes full. Saud gets forward in defence, pushes the ball to Salim it off. There is no run. It's a maiden over to start with for Dan Lawrence. And I wonder if we'll get one more in before lunch. I think we will. It was a very quick maiden that from Dan Lawrence. It was all sort of on the square, wasn't it? Back to the bowler, left alone. One of those quick turnaround type overs. Still intrigued to see England turn to spin just 17 overs into this Pakistan innings.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence managing to do what Usman couldn't do and made an early on.
Yeah.
Bowling spell took him 21 overs before he bowled a maiden. He was a little bit inconsistent, but then when you look at his wicket package as a whole, you'd say, oh, he must have had the spell of a lifetime, because he had some beauties in there.
His third spell was good, wasn't it? I think it was that first wicket that gave him a lot of confidence. When he got Harry Brook out, something that probably makes you feel great as a new spinner. Atkinson in, slightly full, and Masood defends to mid-off. There is no run. I think when you get your first sort of prize wicket on a tour, you got to feel 10 foot tall. You're getting Harry Brook on 91 as well. He'd been batting sort of effortlessly without the same. So he didn't look haphazard in his aggression. He just looked naturally positive out there, Harry Brook, when he was batting, and it was completely against the run of play that he sort of missed a quicker, straighter one. He was trying to play it through mid-wicket. That started a sequence for Ali Usman that culminated in his first 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. He's got Atkinson now gliding in. Bowls a full one, driven to mid-off again. Shan Masood played that shot many times today already. 28 to 49. Former Pakistan captain Shan Masood was relieved of that responsibility ahead of Pakistan's tour of the West Indies. Always thought he was a really good statesman for Pakistan, a really good spokesperson. He was wonderful in interviews. He has a great reputation, not unlike sort of like a Pakistani Chris Wokes in terms of his reputation for being friendly and well-spoken and just overall good guy. There's Atkinson into Masood again. He defends the ball back to the bowler, but of course he had a nightmare as captain, presided over the longest sequence of away losses for Pakistan in Test cricket. 8 matches in a row they lost away from home before finally beating the West Indies in the Test heading into this one. It's got to take its toll on you mentally as well, hasn't it, as a captain?
Absolutely. You're constantly thinking, what am I doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? What are we not getting right?
Relieved of that responsibility now. Remains to be seen if he can free up and bat with more authority for Pakistan. As again, a good length ball respected by Masood, just dabbed back to the bowler. There is no run. A couple more balls to lunch. We've got Andy Zoltzman.
There's now 16 consecutive dot balls from Atkinson to Shan Masood.
Now, I wonder how much of that is playing in Shan Masood's mind. Last 2 balls to play before lunch. I think he'd be happy to extend that 16 to 18.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely would.
That's where England are really good, though. They really build up around these last couple of deliveries of a session, make them feel like event balls. A little bit more pressure on the batter. 3 slips and a gully in places. Atkinson in. It's a teasing length just left alone by Masood. It pitched in front but was going across the left-hander. He just shouldered arms at that, did Sean. 3 maidens so far for Gus Atkinson. He's only conceded 6 runs and nearly through his 6th over. Made a really good slick transition back into Test cricket. It's a tough turnaround really for Atkinson and Tongue after the final of the 100.
Yeah, we couldn't have gone better really with a shorter first innings, bowling Pakistan out, easing them into Test cricket again.
Here we go. Last ball of the first session of day 3 is left alone by Shan Masood through to the keeper. That is the end of a very eventful session. We've seen 5 wickets fall in this session. 2 of them England's, 3 of them Pakistan's. And well, whether this early decline from Pakistan's batting is terminal remains to be seen. But they're a long way behind in this game. 59 for 3. England 179 runs ahead. There'll be thoughts, more than just thoughts now, of an innings victory for England. They'll be eyeing that up. That'll be the goal to try and wrap things up today, Alex.
Yep, absolutely will be, especially with this England side. We know how they've played over the last few years. Very much England's session again today. They added quick runs from to their overnight score, and managed to take 3 quick wickets. And this partnership for Pakistan is absolutely crucial. Yes, they're probably not going to win this Test match, but they don't want it to be done inside 3 days.
Yeah, they certainly don't. Thank you so much, Alex. So just to put a bow on that, earlier today England resumed with a lead of 195. They extended that to a total of 409 by the end. Jofra Archer 29 not out in the end. Josh Tongue 8, and bowled by Hurram Shahzad, the last batter to fall. And then Pakistan came out to bat, and there were early wickets there straight away. Again, for the 2nd time in this Test match, Pakistan losing their first wicket without scoring. Imam ul Haq caught behind off the bowling of Jofra Archer. Soon thereafter, Azan Awais picked out the leg slip. He also was dismissed. He got 9, though an improvement on his naught in the first innings. And then Abdullah Shafiq, who made a steady start, went for 15, caught by Brook in the slips off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. Those are 3 wickets to fall for Pakistan. Shan Masood on 28 not out. Saud Shakil alongside him on 5. And the bowlers for England, Ollie Robinson 1 for 24 from his 7 overs. Been very probing all morning. And Jofra Archer, who despite being a little bit expensive, definitely the star for England in that session. Bowled with real hostility and pace at Pakistan's batters and picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 27 from his 5 overs. Gus Atkinson, no wickets for him, conceded 6 runs from his 6 overs, 4 maidens in that as well. And we've seen a solitary over from Dan Lawrence, 1 over, 1 maiden from him. So Pakistan 179 runs behind, 3 wickets down. It's going to be a very tough lunch for them as they try and look to find a way to survive day 3 of this Test match at Headingley. Now, Jonathan Agnew will be joined by our view from the boundary guest shortly. But first, let's check in very quickly on today's other cricket action. There's commentary on BBC Sport website and app on every game in the Rothesay County Championship, as well as featured games on Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3. And Kevin Howells is at the Oval watching Surrey on top against champions Nottinghamshire.
Yes, I think I'll go along with that, Atif. Good afternoon, lovely to be with you. Although it's been a bit of a fight back from Nottinghamshire, and Surrey haven't got away with too much this morning. There have been a couple of drop catches, which Adam Thomas has made the most of. But the lunchtime score in this game, which is day 2, now the county championship is back, Surrey 105 for 4, so they trail by 79 runs in a low-scoring game so far. Nottinghamshire yesterday out for 184. It was slow, steady-ish progress from Surrey until they lost a couple of wickets with a score on 84, having taken it from 25 when Fisher, the night watch, was out earlier this morning. And then Rory Burns fell for 44 to the bowling of Stone, caught by Pennington, and then Stone then got rid of Ollie Pope out for a 5-ball duck, which has put them a little bit on the back foot, in fairness. Thomas is there not out on 46 of 76 deliveries. And what we do know from these two teams, defending champions up against the team, of course, who won the championship year after year, seemingly, just before that, is they produce some intriguing, fascinating cricket. Closely fought, and that is exactly how it's playing out here at the Oval at the moment. The sun, thankfully, is shining. We haven't got the problems of the weather as we had yesterday, but it is just brilliantly set up. A lunch at day 2. Surrey 105 for 4, trail Nottinghamshire by 79 runs. The other scores elsewhere in Division 1, I'll talk about Ben Stokes in a moment in Division 2, but Hampshire 119 for 6 in the game against Yorkshire. Just 2 wickets falling this morning after 14 fell in total yesterday on day 1. At Leicester, Leicestershire all out for 151 against Glamorgan, but Glamorgan have lost 2 early wickets in their first innings reply at 25 for 2, so they trail by 126 runs. Somerset, from the Essex point of view, finally they're all out, but what a total, 469 against Essex, and James Rew not out, 74 of 127 deliveries, 10-4, so a terrific knock from him. Yesterday, Thomas with the 110, Nichols with the 96, Abel with a 65. So Somerset with a big first innings total there at Taunton, 469 all out. Warwickshire 44 for 1 after Sussex were bowled out for just 156 this morning. 3 wickets when they resumed this morning, but quickly setting amongst taking those wickets were Wokes 4 for 36. Also Michael Booth picked up, these are interesting figures, 4.4 overs, 3 for 9 as Sussex were bowled out for 156. Warwickshire 44 for 1 in reply. Now to Durham and to Ben Stokes away to Derbyshire. Durham 210 for 5. A breezy 50 from Stokes, but out for 53. Caught and bowled by Dahl, 61 balls for the 53, 11 fours. So Durham leading the second division table, 210 for 5 away to Derbyshire. Derbyshire, one of the teams still very much interested in promotion as well. Gloucestershire all out for 150 against Worcestershire. Included in that was Ben Allison's impressive figures of 5 for 19 from 17.5 overs. So 5 wickets for Ben Allison. Worcestershire 26 for 1 in reply, and they trail by 124 runs. At lunch in Manchester, Northamptonshire 134 for 5, and Ben Walkden will be very happy with his start there, playing for Lancashire. He's signed on a rookie contract, 3 for 23 off 9 overs, so 134 for 5. Northamptonshire away to Lancashire in Manchester. And one other score to bring you: Kent all out for 350 away to Middlesex at Merchant Taylors School. 5 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, 5 for 71. Middlesex at 47 for 1 in reply. Trail Kent by 303 runs. So you say BBC Sport Online for all the commentaries this afternoon. I think most of them, if not all of them, were getting underway at around about 10 to 2. We've got coverage as well on Sports Extra 2 and 3. But right now, we hand you back to Leeds and to Jonathan Agnew.
Thank you, Kevin, very much. 59 for 3 here. The sun's shining, no sign of those showers. They weren't necessarily promised, but there was a possibility. But it's clear and bright over there, the northwest, which is terrific. So, lunch here, and our view from the boundary for this test match is an award-winning actor and presenter who was part of the iconic soap opera Coronation Street for almost 15 years, playing the part of Weatherfield Police Constable Craig Tinker before his dramatic demise last year. He's also appeared on reality shows like The Games, Celebrity Big Brother, and has become a popular radio presenter in Yorkshire. He's a self-confessed cricket badger, director of cricket at Castleford CC, and involved in a documentary about starting a women's and girls section called Colson's Cricket Club. So therefore, a very warm welcome to Colson Smith.
Good afternoon.
It's lovely to see you here.
Thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
Well, you might see an England win here today.
I'm hoping so. I'm definitely hoping so. I think we're in the driving seat, aren't we?
Yes, yes. Have you been following all the shenanigans with English cricket over the last few weeks and months?
You can't not be following it, can you? It's a soap opera in itself, really, isn't it? It's been quite entertaining, but not necessarily for the right reasons. But hopefully we can end on a good final series here in the English Test summer, and look forward to the future, because I think what we've seen in like the Bazball era as such is the talent that we've got in this side is electric. Like Harry Brook is, he's the greatest player in the world, and you look at Joe Root and his record, and Brook is the only person who looks like he's got a chance of trying to break it.
Yeah,
it's exceptional. So no, it's hard not to follow, but let's hope that let's hope that life in the England camp is a little bit calmer for the next year.
That's the word, isn't it? I mean, were you a bit frustrated by the way it all ended?
Yeah, by the end, because, I mean, that's the thing about cricket. In any form, you find yourself so invested, and when we're not the people out there in the middle, we can't do it. But it's so easy to sit here and watch and go, well, it's just so simple to knock it about and chase 200 with the talent that we've got. But the way we would obviously go about things. So, yeah, frustrating is the word, but also so entertaining. And
yes,
as someone...
It was certainly that.
Yeah, as someone who kind of, in the grassroots game, is trying to attract more people to play cricket, and obviously I want more kids playing cricket. This Bazball era has massively helped. Like, it's made the game showbiz. Like, we've been on the front page of the paper rather than the back page of the paper.
Yeah.
Which hasn't happened in cricket since probably 2005.
Yeah, true. Tell me about what you are doing then at Castleford. I've seen videos of you standing outside, I don't know if it was a supermarket or where it was, quite handing out leaflets, trying to persuade people to come along. So how did this whole thing start?
Yeah, so I played cricket as a kid. Like, before being an actor, I think I wanted to be a cricketer, and I went down to my local cricket team and I asked if I could trial Castleford Cricket Club. And the coach, Mick, turned around to me and he said, no, they can't trial, but you can join. And I was like, all right, I'm in, here we go. So I remember playing my first game in the under-11s and kind of going through the age groups there.
What were you doing? Bowling?
Batter. I could bowl a little bit of off-spin, but I'd bowl off the wrong foot, Aggers, and I've never been able to fix it.
Spin off the ball. Actually, well, Dan Lawrence is a bit...
very
like
similar,
that.
I would say. Dan's slightly better.
He might have copied you.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you sparked him off.
Maybe it's caught on.
It's quite unusual to bowl spin off the wrong foot.
Oh, and I had, like, some of the very best coaches in Yorkshire, people like John Pearson, try and coach me out of it and just give up. They would just give up and go, no, there's no coaching this lad, he's uncoachable.
I wonder why you did it.
I don't know.
But copying somebody.
Still now, if I bowl in the nets, I'm off the wrong foot. But I get it nice, get some turns, I do, yeah.
There's another actor who bowls, he claimed to bowl faster off the wrong foot, Stephen Fry.
Really?
Yeah, he was a kind of a poor man's Mike Proctor. You probably won't remember Mike Proctor.
Maybe
it's a run in very fast, bowl off the wrong foot. Stephen Fry, which would be quite a terrifying sight, I think, also did the same thing. But it's an odd thing, isn't it, to actually let go of it?
Yeah, no, it is an odd thing, but, you know, it worked for me. But what happened was I got to that kind of age of 15, and obviously I was on Corrie at this point, and I realised that I wasn't going to be a cricketer. I wasn't the best cricketer at my club. And I kind of got more involved with the behind-the-scenes stuff of club cricket. And it started literally with us trying to start an under-15 side for the first time. So I would get my mates to start playing cricket and speaking to lads at other clubs saying, why don't you come down and play at Cass? And then, skip a few, I was at a committee meeting for my club back in 2016. And the board that were running the club at the time, the committee, they had all kind of reached this age. And they turned around and said, well, we're done. And if no one steps forward, like, the club's done. Yeah. And Cass Cricket Club, it had been in the Yorkshire League. Tim Bresnan came through Cass, Chris Silverwood did.
Right, okay.
Kettleborough, like, it had such a rich history in it.
Yes.
Like, well, this club can't be done. Like, that's not how it works. But there was just no one around. And obviously, I'm 15 years old. So me kind of being like, I want to help was an unheard of thing. But I got involved and I started running the club. And, you know, it just kind of...
The whole club? Like,
well, no, it didn't... I started... my first role was to kind of try and bring some funds in. So I was like a head of partnerships, and I was using my showbiz phone book to kind of try and get a bit of sponsorship, a bit of cash in. Then we realised that the first team didn't have any players, so I kind of went into this director of cricket role where I was in charge of recruitment alongside David Wainwright, who was our captain at the time. And, you know, we're now 10 years in, and I now run the club amongst a committee of, you know, when I took on, you know, we were 3 people. We've now got 30 people, and, you know, I'm the person who has to sit there once a month and lead this meeting and chat to them all and make sure that we're all getting what we want to kind of give the best. But it's been a really good 10 years. The first year, Aggers, I guided us to a relegation.
Well done. Okay, that's fantastic.
Which was the first time in our history. And David Wainwright, who was our captain, he'd just been released from Derbyshire. He grew up at Cass, but he was playing for us out of loyalty. He won the batting averages and won the bowling averages, and we still somehow got relegated, which is quite the achievement. But, you know, skip now 10 years, and we've won the league 3 times. I think we've won 8 trophies in the past 5 years, so we've really turned a leaf.
Yeah.
And
But it's extraordinary. A 15-year-old lad who's actually working very hard on the other side of the pen, I'll just face it, Coronation Street, and you're being educated, I guess, but on stage.
In a little classroom on side of set.
Yeah, and then you come over here and you're actually running a cricket club.
Yeah, and it was quite like that. And, you know, what you find is the bigger the cricket club gets, the more time it takes, sort of thing.
Of course.
The beauty of being an actor or, you know, a self-employed broadcaster, presenter, whatever I am now, you do get a little bit of free time. So I kind of do get the time to concentrate. But as a child, literally, I was acting on Corrie and I was coming back to watch cricket on a weekend, and it's never changed. Like, I had a thing in my head that I would never say yes to a job on Saturdays. Like, I never did it because I want to be at Cass watching cricket.
Yeah. How are you persuading your 15-year-oldish mates to come and play cricket then, if they hadn't played much before? What were you selling them? What were you about the game? What is it about cricket that you really love?
Selling the game. You know, what I've always said, and I still say it now when I, you know, speak to the 9-year-olds that are coming to a club the first time, is like, I fell in love with this place as a child, and all I want to do is see the next Coulson fall in love with it. That's what I want. And how I fell in love with it by not being the best player means there's something more to the sport than just, you know, than being good at it. And, you know, that's what we're seeing now. So it's about creating that environment that people can succeed. And I genuinely believe that if I didn't go to a cricket club at the age of 10 years old, I would not have had the career or have gone on to do what I've done.
Why is that?
Confidence, a place to call home, friends, social, something to be passionate about, something to care about. You know, I genuinely think for cricket, it's been a massive part of my life, and it always will be.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
What's the ground? Is it a proper, like a Yorkshire League, little? I mean, I'm trying to picture it.
I'll give you a stat, shall I then? So Savile Park, it's very much a historic ground. It is the largest, width-wise, non-test playing surface.
Is it?
It is huge. So it's bigger than Headingley width-wise. Actually, Rich Robbo, who's the groundsman here, who we can see now in front of us, he was at Cass last Friday with me and my dad, who my dad have somehow turned into a groundsman over the past 12 months.
That's okay.
Because I was having trouble with my decks, so I got on the phone to the GMCA.
You're doing that as well? You're groundsman as well?
Well, everything falls at your door, and you've got to delegate. And, you know, when stuff's struggling, so I rang the GMCA and I was like, will you give my dad a groundsman's course? Because then at least he will listen to me, whereas other people don't. But yeah, we had Robbo out last week, and he was like, I remember playing here as a kid, and it was flat as anything. And I was like, well, I can tell you now, it's not flat now, Robbo. It's turning, everything's... I was like, help me. But yeah, it's genuinely huge. We've got an old brick pavilion. It used to have a balcony back in the 1960s. Before it had a fire through vandalism in like the early 2000s. So it's kind of a mixture of a beautiful building and then the great work that our local council have done to rectify the fire. So we've got a mixture of personalities in there. And in my time, I've built like a viewing terrace on the balcony. So it's a very rare thing that you can go to a club ground, and a bit like ourselves now, you can watch cricket from behind the bowler's arm above the arm.
Oh, right. Yes,
it's a really great view.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah. And how many come? How many do you get people coming on the weekend? Well, which division, which league are you in?
Yorkshire Premier League North.
Right.
So we're third this year, sitting there, and.
Well, that's a decent standard, then.
It's a very good standard. Yeah, it's a very good standard. We won it last year, so we were defending champions going into it. So we play in sides like York, Harrogate, old Yorkshire League sides. Really good cricket. Lots of players kind of go through their craft and play. We've got so much great Premiership cricket in Yorkshire. We're really spoiled. But yeah, like when I first started going down, and I was this 11, 12-year-old, I'm pretty sure I was probably the only fan as such who would come and watch. Like, it was a little bit like one man and his dog, the scorer, the umpires. But now what I've done, and the work that I've been doing with the women and girls cricket especially, I kind of turned Cass into a centre point of our community. You know, it needs something, does Cass. It's a working class area that is dominated by rugby league, but cricket is so great for everyone. And I think it's that bit of taking the stigma away from cricket being the posh boy sport, which is kind of the attitude that it has in a working class town, and making it a real vocal point for the community. And that has definitely happened. You know, we now have 2 under-9 sides and under-11 sides. We're going to have 2 under-13s next year, under-15s, under-18s. We're getting a third team.
Well, from where you started, that's incredible.
Yeah, like our membership this year, you know, we're well into the hundreds. We have hundreds of people watching us every week. It's a real treat. Like it is. It's by far the proudest thing I have. Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, but kids love cricket.
Yeah, they
if
love
you
it.
can just get kids introduced to, it's such a simple thing. Throw a ball and hit it with a bat. I mean, it's so simple, and yet kids really do latch onto it very, very quickly, don't they? It's just the thrill of hitting a ball with a bat.
Yeah, massively. And you know, obviously, we have a problem in the game and the education system that it isn't played enough in schools. Like we know that in comprehensive schools, cricket isn't played, and especially places like Yorkshire, it's football and rugby dominant. You know, there's not enough cricket played. So I've kind of, you know, been passionate in CAS about going into the schools, letting them know that CAS exists, letting them know that cricket exists. And obviously, I'm in that position because of what I do for a job, that I have the ability to do this and share the story. So it's been great to kind of get in and let people know that cricket exists, and then seeing people come down after a little brief chat with them, and then 2 years later, they're still there, and they've into their second year, and they've now got all the kit on, and you know, it just grows like that. And you know, cricket clubs are really special. We need them, and every community needs them. And seeing how Castleford has adapted to a cricket club and Castleford Cricket Club is just exceptional. And a club that has 150 years of history, you know, my job as the current custodian is to make sure it has 150 years more. And I'm sat here at the moment working tirelessly to make sure it doesn't, that the next Coulson has an easier job and, you know, plenty to play with, I guess.
Yeah. We had my club in Melton, Friday evenings, scores of kids coming down, just playing on the outfield, bit of coaching going on, little games going on, parents barbecue, sit there and watch. It's a wonderful scene, and it gives those kids such a chance, and it is a focal point.
Stunning. It's stunning. You know, those Friday nights are so special. People come from all over the area. They walk down, they bike down. Their kids play cricket for 90 minutes, like managed session, and then they play cricket for another hour after. And all those kids that started off by just trying to fill a ball on a bat are now part of teams and are now playing, and it just develops more and more. And yeah, it's got a real sense of something special. And you know, this year with the stuff that I've been doing with women and girls cricket, because CAS never had a women and girls
Right,
side.
so this is, I was going to move on to that. This is starting this. But when was the video? I saw you handing out leaflets to try and get people to come along, women and kids and girls to come along.
So what's happened? If you're not aware of it, ECB Premier League clubs have to have a thing called Club Mark.
Yeah.
And to adhere to Club Mark, you have to have, by the end of the next 3 years for Premiership status, you have to have both women and girls cricket.
Correct.
So this came in, and it was kind of, it was met with a mixed perception by people who were running Premier League clubs. And I was reading all the stuff, and I was like, well, you know, me as who's running a club, it all makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, I want to make sure that we can do this at CAS. I want this to happen. So I kind of sat down with our committee in the winter and said, rather than just doing a tick box exercise or cheating the system here so that the ECB see it's done, I want to do this properly. Like, I want to make sure that we have the same amount of girls playing cricket as we do men's, which means we've got to put a lot of work into it. So I started doing some research, and as I was doing it, I was speaking to more and more people who were reluctant for it. So I spoke to the YCB and Metro Bank and said, look, I want to do this, but I want to kind of make a documentary following the journey. Because if we can do it in Castleford, it can be done anywhere.
Yeah, sure.
If I can get women and girls in Castleford to play cricket, that shows that there's a demand for, you know, the girls' game. And Metro Bank supported me on this journey, and we've now kind of gone from our first session, which we ended up having 50 women and girls come in and playing. And the video that you're referring to is me stood outside.
It's very funny.
It's me stood outside the local supermarket and basically being told to do one. And
you've got a few knockbacks.
Go back to Coronation Street. This is and cricket. What's cricket? And it's like, you know, and that was.
It shows the starting point, though, doesn't it?
It does, and you know, in doing this, and that's why I wanted to film it, to show other clubs how and what we can do, because what I went on to learn was, right, well, the Asda's not the right place, but The schools might be, and the gym might be, and making sure that I get into those right groups of people. And if you build it, they will come. And that's literally, what's happened. We've now got 2 women's sides in our first year. 2 groups of women who are wanting to play every single week. And then we've got a training group who are just training and coming down for the social and coming down for the fun. We've got a girls' festival this weekend. And it's stuff that I never would have imagined happening. And, the change it's changed the club. It's improved the club massively. And the opportunities that it's giving us and the opportunity that there is now for the people of Castleford, it means that whoever wants to play cricket in Cass can. And ultimately, that was my goal. When I sat down in the winter and I read it, I thought, well, the next Coulson might be a 8-year-old girl.
Yeah.
So, has she got the same opportunities that I did when I was a kid? And, that's what we're working towards, making sure it happens at Cass.
And they're starting from scratch, presumably, then.
Yeah.
I mean, to have 2 teams of women and girls who've never played before.
Yeah.
That's a challenge in itself. How do you start sort of so many off from literally the barest basics?
I'll be honest with you, Aggers, when I put our first taster session on, I bought everyone an ice cream, is what I did. So when I was going around these various spots, I was like, I have got an ice cream van if you're interested. So I kind of knew that people might just come for a free Mr. Whippy. But, there was a lot of personal touch of me saying to people, do you want to give this a go? But the other thing that I found is when you start speaking to people, they do want to play cricket. People know what cricket is.
Yeah.
People are accepting of it. They just don't think it's for them. And just having that conversation of, no, this is for you. This is for everyone. It's for me, it's for you, it's for the next person. Then they come down to a club, they see a club environment, and they instantly fall in love. Like, everyone feels safe. And I think that's kind of been our sweet spot is, 50 people came down, and then the week after there was 40, and then that number has just stayed.
Yeah.
It's just stayed and grown and grown. And, now we've kind of built an infrastructure. I spoke to a lot of people. Kyle Hogg, who obviously did Field of Dreams with Fred.
Yeah.
I reached out to Kyle and said, can you give me any tips and tricks? So I went to see Kyle at Ampleforth, and Kyle told me that having a female coach was immensely important for them. Like, the stuff that they got from Kate, him and Fred would never even considered. So I reached out to Yorkshire and Ellie Nightingale, who is one of the Yorkshire women's players. She's now our girls coach. So I have, 20 girls between the ages of 6 and 13 at Castleford who are being coached by someone who they can aspire to be.
Sure, yes.
And they see Ellie in that Yorkshire tracksuit and think, oh, well, this game is for me and that could be me. That's a massive thing. And, we're lucky enough that with the support that I've received from Metrobank, Charlotte Edwards is actually coming to the club next Wednesday.
Nice.
And this is part of a
big turnout for that.
Yeah, and it's part of a day that we've put on for all of the other clubs to kind of get some share knowledge, learn how to umpire girls' sides, learn how to score girls' sides, learn how to coach, how to do social media with it. Because, it can be very alien to people running clubs of how do you go from something that we've always known to opening it up. And, that's kind of the work that we're doing. And the day next Wednesday, it's kind of an open invite for everyone to come along and pick up some skills, some tips and tricks, and kind of open that conversation off.
I bet my generation was lucky because it was on the telly. It was so easy to get involved in a sport when you can see it.
Yeah,
every day on there, isn't it?
And now you can't. And it is that thing of, especially in an area like Cass, it is just that thing of proving that cricket is for everyone.
Because people wouldn't be buying cricket subscriptions, would they?
No, they're not. And it's that bit of, that's why making the club an environment for everyone, that's why that makes such a difference, because people might come to the club for a different reason. Because their friends are there, because there's something on the telly they want to watch, because we serve their favourite pint. When they're there, they see the cricket, and then they realise that, oh, this isn't a bar at Savile Park. This is Castleford Cricket Club, and it's about the cricket, and people just fall in love with it.
Yeah. What about attracting coaches? Because there's all the checks you've got to go through now, and all of that. I mean, it's not a simple process, is it? And you've got to go through the process of actually getting your courses done and all of that. I mean, are you finding interest in that has grown as well?
Yeah, I mean, the bigger your club gets, the more coaches you need, the more volunteers you need. Volunteers are instrumental. Like, Castleford would not survive without our army of volunteers. You know, we genuinely have people who prioritise the work that they do at the cricket club over their full-time jobs, which anyone who's listening to this who's involved in a club will not be surprised to hear that. But the reliance that we've found is junior parents who see their kids fall in love with the game. A lot of them will come up and say, you know, can I do a coaching course? And, you know, then there's grants that clubs can get to send parents on coaching courses. And, you know, then they become an age group manager and they kind of step up with them. You know, obviously the more senior players you have, a lot of senior players have their level 2 coaching courses, so they can help out. You know, but there's a massive need for more volunteers. There always will be. And where I want to take CAS to, you know, the team of 30 we've got now will need to be a team of 60. And in that team of 60, we probably need to have 20 level 2 coaches, which is unheard of. But, you know, that it is a challenge. And it's a challenge when you've got so many clubs around you. But, you know, it's people, you know, like me and the other people who are running these clubs that embrace the challenge and go for it to make sure that everyone's got the best opportunity.
It's a great story. I mean, it really is. It's fabulous what you're doing. Colson Smith's my guest. During lunch here, it's a bit of a strange lunch hours, which began at 1:15. Basically, they'll be playing it at 2 o'clock. But Colson Smith, let's switch to Craig Tinker, shall we? I mean, does your heart sink at that moment? I mean, 10 years on Corrie, and a lot of those as a child. Start with that first of all. I mean, how does that work? I mean, auditions. I mean, I wonder what they're looking for from a child to be in a soap opera.
The casting brief for Craig was unique. That was all it said on the brief, was unique. And I remember.
What does that mean?
Who knows, Aggers, but it's in front of you apparently. So I remember going to this audition, and I remember it being big news. Like, everyone at my drama school, everyone at Cass High was like, Colson's got a Corrie audition. And I remember ringing my grandma up and being like, I've got an audition for Coronation Street. And it was a big deal. And I realised it was that big a deal when my audition was a school day. So I finished school at 12 o'clock and my mum was in the car park to pick me up. And also being signed out of school at the same time was my sister. Because if I was going to Coronation Street, she was going to Coronation Street.
Of course.
And there was a car full of us on the way from Castleford all the way over to Granada Studios in Manchester.
It was actually in Corrie, was it?
Yeah, the audition was at Granada. Yeah. And
what did you have to do?
Well, there's a lot to this story, I guess. I get into the car at school and my mum goes, what are you doing? What have you done? And I go, what do you mean? And she went, well, look at you. And I'd spilt baked beans down my school shirt on the day of my Corrie audition. And it was like, well, we don't have time. The audition's at 1:30. Like, it's 12:30 now. We've got to go. So I walk into this room at Granada, and obviously I'm trying to hide this baked bean stain on my shirt. And in this room, there are kids who are having their hair combed by their parents. They're wearing blazers. And I am there. I've taken my clip-on tie off. I have this baked bean stain on my shirt. And part of me goes, oh, you're in the wrong place here, Colson. Like, this isn't for you. And I remember getting in that audition room and just doing it as I'd practiced, having a chat, you know, making the director, Graham Harper, making him laugh and kind of just giving it my all and walking out thinking I'd done a good job. And luckily enough, what happened was I got the phone call to tell me I'd got the job. But the part of Craig Tinker was only for 2 episodes. Oh. So that job that I got as an 11-year-old was for 2 episodes. And I went and I filmed that and I thought, this is mint. I've got 2 days off school. This is the best thing ever. And then, you know, skip about a year later, I was in talks for another job, and my agent at the time emailed Corrie to say thank you because you were the first big job on his CV, and he's now off to do this.
So now aged what?
13.
Right.
And then got a phone call saying, please don't sign anything. We're in talks to bring his mum into the show. We want to bring them in as a family. And, you know, I had the decision then as a 13-year-old of what do I want to do? Do I want to sign in? It was a 6-month contract at Coronation Street. And I was like, yes, like it was the best job I'd ever done. So I signed up for 6 months. So it was 2 episodes, then it was 6 months, and it ended up being 15 years.
Incredible story.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bit like Just William turning up with your beans. Maybe that was unique.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what
Maybe that's what they were looking for.
But
yeah.
But you've got schooling to do. You've got
Schooling
exams
to do,
pass.
an education to get, and obviously, I started in year 7. I went right through my GCSEs whilst being schooled at Cass High, and what would happen is on filming days at work, I would be sent to a tutor room offset, and I had to do 3 hours of education a day with my tutor Kit. And me and Kit would sit there, and I had Kit wrapped around my finger, as I did. I tell you now, we used to walk in, and I'd tell her that my school was on a school trip, or it was non-uniform day, and I was missing it because I was at work. And at Old Granada, we used to have this studio called Breeze, and in the garden of Breeze there was a pond. And I always used to tell Kit that on the GCSE syllabus there was pond dipping. So yeah, but I
fall for it.
I still learn, and bless Kit, she got me through my GCSEs, and I probably did better than I would have if I'd not been having the tutoring.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary lifestyle.
Yeah,
and that was like 52 weeks. Or did you get breaks in those sort of things?
Corrie shuts down for 2 weeks, so you stop for 2 weeks. But other than that, you're non-stop. You work all the way through, and it's kind of. It's a treat. It's a great place to be all the time, and from the age of 11 right through to the age of 25, however old was when I got banged around the head. It was the greatest job and the greatest place to work every day with the best people.
Well, I was looking at your character. I mean, he went through a bit: depression, arson, drugs.
He's 13 at this point, I guess.
OCD, and you end up as a police officer. I don't know if that's a sort of typical route to becoming a policeman these days.
No, he was like Weatherfield's friendly face. He was the copper that kept everyone safe, kept it all going, and he just met his demise. I think in May last year.
Was it?
He was beat to death, broke the hearts of the nation. I did.
Oh, I bet. So how did you get the tap on the shoulder? I mean, how does that work?
You get a phone call. I can tell you this. You get a phone call the night before saying, "Can you come for a meeting or dinner?" And I went, "Oh, okay, yeah, sound meeting." So then I was driving home from work at this point. I rang my mum. I rang Jack and Ben, my 2 best mates. I rang my agent and said, "I'm going," and they're telling me tomorrow.
You knew?
Yeah, like I've worked there for 15 years. Like I've seen it happen to so many people. I was normally a person downstairs going, "Hey, Bob's going," like they're getting rid of him. But I was the person that got that dreaded phone call, and I just knew then that you have to go in. It's a conversation you have to have, and I went in and I sat in the room with my boss Kate, and the only thing I wanted to know from Kate was I getting killed and when was I going? Because obviously as an actor you're thinking, when is it, so I know how long am I being paid for, basically. And Kate looked at me after I said, "When am I being killed?" and just went silent, and I was like, that's the right answer. Like I want to be killed. Like I want to make sure that when I'm done, I'm done. She was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "Well, it's been perfect. Like it's been the best thing ever. So let's end it. Like let's really mark it." And I was so lucky. I grew up on Coronation Street. I did 15 years on the biggest TV show in the country, and I got to champion that. And till the day I went, I championed it, and I walked out the door with my head held high, having done nearly 1,000 episodes and kept the people of the country entertained by playing my little mate.
Yeah, extraordinary. I mean, I used to be a real Corrie watcher. I really did. Not so much recently, but was Craig anything like you? Or I mean, you say you're talking about your mate. I mean, do you have to go into the character to play this?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm Daniel Craig Aggers. Like I think there was part of me that would just read the lines and do it how I would do it. But Craig was a nice guy. He was the helpless copper. You wouldn't if you needed the police and he knocked on your door, you'd be thinking, "Oh, this isn't ever going to get sorted." I would hope that Coulson's a little bit more forthcoming and practical. Craig would be a little bit.
There's always comedy in Corrie, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So was he a slightly comedic figure then, this policeman? Or?
Yeah, definitely. As comedic as a policeman can be in the GMP sort of thing. But he what I liked about Craig was he was always there for the residents of the street. Like whenever anyone needed him, he was the person to rely on, and it meant for me as an actor that I got to work with some of the best and the oldest actors. I got scenes with everyone, which was a real treat because you're working with anyone from the age of 95 to kids basically.
Yeah.
So it's a treat of a job.
Bill Roach. I mean, how old's he now, for goodness sake?
I think Bill's 96 now.
Gosh, and he's still
He'll be listening to this. He will. He'll be sat watching.
He's been
the
on
cricket.
here.
No, yeah.
At the other end, Bill. I remember it very well.
I know we've not got long, but me and Bill opened the batting at Shaw Lane once, and he had a runner, did Bill, and I ran him out, and I got pulled in, and I got told that I was out, and Ken Barlow kept batting, and I thought, I think that's fair enough. I think Bill can keep batting.
Because there was a Coronation Street Cricket Club. I went to a dinner once. And
Yeah, there was.
Lined up were all these people that you see on the telly every night, and I had to stand up and try and speak. Charlie Lawson was a big mate of mine.
Yep.
Just there's Fred the Butcher and there's Rita Fairclough, and is that still going on?
No, we ended up merging with Emmerdale, and it kind of has dwindled slowly. They've killed all the cricketers off, you see. With me bowling off the wrong leg, they're not going to take any wickets, are they? But we did play the odd game, and it was always great, and cricket with your mates is always a right laugh, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Colson, it's been lovely to meet you. And,
cheers, Aggers.
And just well done on what you're doing.
Thank you.
That's the thing. I mean, that really is. That's outstanding. For people who love cricket, I mean, to hear what you're up to there is superb. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good lad.
Pleasure.
Lovely
Cheers.
to meet you. There we go. Colson Smith. Lovely entertainment. What he's doing up there at Castleford is absolutely brilliant. If you're in that area, you got Charlotte Edwards coming. What day is she coming? Is it next week? Next Wednesday? Next Wednesday. There you go. Go along to Cass and go and see Charlotte in action. Right, we're back here. 59 for 3. England need 7 wickets to win the game, and Pakistan are just trying to cling to this second innings of theirs. So sun's still shining and weather looks set fair. And Simon Mann will start us off. Simon.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, Jofra Archer, who took 2 wickets early on, is going to bowl the first over after lunch. We were mentioning Kate Cross there, who's part of Andrew Flintoff's Field of Dreams. Well, Kate has just announced she's retiring from professional cricket at the end of the summer, so we wish her all the best with what's to come after that. 59 for 3. I think there's a slight hold-up because the umpires got a problem with their technology. I think it is, yeah, the earpiece. Problem with the earpiece of Mr. Palakar, who's heading off towards square leg now. Archer is bowling from the football stand end, or will be bowling from the football stand end, where he took those 2 wickets earlier, and Saud Shakil is in his sights. 3 slips and a gully in.
Have you ever been to Castleford, Simon?
I don't think so.
Lovely spot.
Is it?
Yep.
Here is Archer going into bowl to Saud outside the off stump, and there is no stroke, and it's through to the wicket. Why did you ask me that?
Well, just been talking about Castleford Cricket Club.
Okay.
Redevelopment and what they've done there. It's I played a lot of cricket there actually in the Yorkshire League back in the day. Played a lot of academy games there. Lovely deck. It was flat.
Yeah, really like that.
Oh, yeah. Gary Key. Do you remember Gary Key?
Yeah, yeah.
He's from Castleford. David Wainwright. Played a bit of county cricket for Yorkshire and Derby. He was from Castleford. Tim Bresnan. Brezzy lad.
Here is Archer, past the umpire now, and up to the stumps to bowl to Saud Shakil, who plays that nicely through mid-on. First runs after lunge. In fact, it's going for 4. He hit it so cleanly. Atkinson trots after it. I think he realised fairly soon that was going to go to the rope, so he did not give it full pelt after that. 63 for 3. Nice shot from Saud.
I think we've had a test match where we've seen some of the best on drives.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Quite a few.
Josh Tongue played one earlier.
Josh Tongue. We had a Dan Lawrence one. We had a Abdullah Shafiq in the first innings. Played a couple of beauties. And now Saud Shakil's played a nice one. A left-hander. I think he's the first left-hander to the club this week, isn't he? Is Shan Masood playing it down the ground? I don't think he has. On drive.
I think. Archer bowls, and that one is not timed. That was not such a perfect off drive, that one. It's bobbling out the way into the offside, stopped by Joe Root diving away to his left-hand side. Horrible piece of timing, one that you feel the reverberations up the bat, that one, into the hands. Good piece of fielding, though, by Root to stop it.
I've just bumped into the old ECB chairman from back in the day, Giles Clark.
Have you?
He's downstairs. Giles with his wife. In good spirits. Just like Giles.
Archer bowls and Saud defends back up the pitch, and there's no run. Go on.
Well, he was chairman around the time I was finishing my captaincy. He brought a very, very famous wine into the UK from New Zealand. And my last trip as captain was to New Zealand, and he would take me out for dinner.
Oh, no wonder you liked him then.
He was like the guru in New Zealand because he brought this wine to the UK. Very famous one.
Archer bowls. Saud stands up and punches it through or towards extra cover. Another diving save from Root. Gets a bit of dust in his face for that. Old wicket end. Which is right, he's got a smile on his face again. He's got that sun cream on, so the dust might stick to the cream. It's that sort of piece of fielding and an old wicket end.
Yeah, they're the worst ones.
Horrible,
aren't they? You know you've got to go down, because if you don't dive, you're going to get absolute pelters from your team. Yeah, it's right on. I think it's the net wickets. Right on the batting crease, so that might be a graze or two on the knees. Bit of that, is it Friar's Bolson that you have to put onto any...
I used to hate doing that. You take the skin off your arms. Oh, it just never seems to grow back in time before you do it again, before you have to dive again. 64 for 3. Masood on 28. Archer bowls to him. He covers up, plays it defensively up the offside of the pitch. And there is no run. Sort of Giles is just here for the day. It's just a day out of the cricket.
It's with my bat sponsors for many, many years, Gunnermore, Peter Wright. He ran Gunnermore Peter. He's been on, I think he's been on ECB boards in the time, and was very prominent at Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club for many, many years. So he's down there with his wife, Michelle. Having a good time of it. Gareth Southgate, he's down there.
Is he?
Yeah, Gareth.
Well, it's a great day out, isn't it? Come to cricket.
Mother Vaughan, she's down there.
Who is?
Mother Vaughan. My mum.
Your mum's here?
Yeah, she's made the journey up from Sheffield with my bro.
Is Jeffrey here today as well?
Jeffrey's not here today. He's been there the first 2 days. Gavin Hamilton, he's the director of cricket here at Yorkshire. He's down there. He's on duty. He's down to...
he made his debut in that match in Johannesburg, didn't he?
99, yeah. The owners of the Sunrisers.
They're here, are they?
They're here. Yeah.
Surprising there's any room for the normal paying spectators.
Well, I don't know if they've paid, to be honest. So.
Here's Tongue bowling, and that goes up in the air towards mid-on as a miscue, and he gets away with that. Saud Shakeel dropped short of Jofra Archer. He was looking to flick that into the onside, got a leading edge, and got very lucky. I think Archer might be saying, I didn't quite see it. Right, even if he had, I'm not sure he'd have got forward to take it. He was at orthodox mid-on, and the ball dropped to the left of the umpire.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's a... it's not been a quick pitch, but it just seems to be getting a little bit slower. So those kind of square of the wicket shots, you've got to be very careful. Like, you don't just play it a little bit too soon, and he got away with that one.
Tongue round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. He drives inside edge onto the pad, runs down into the gully, arm in the air from Tongue. Exasperation, one of those that I could have easily gone back onto the stumps, went onto his boot instead. Tongue, the 5th bowler that England have used, despite his fifer in the first innings. Dan Lawrence, you liked a bit of Dan Lawrence before lunch, didn't you?
I liked it, yeah. I thought he got some nice shape on his off spinners to the left-hander round the wicket. Nice bit of drop. He gets a lot of wickets, you know. For Surrey in the Championship, when he gets a bowl, I mean, they generally bowl their seamers, but he picks up a few wickets.
His Tongue bowling, driven beautifully by Saud Shakeel. It's another on drive, and it's another boundary. He almost hit the stumps at the non-striker's end with that shot. Tongue pitching up, and Saud into the stroke. 14 to him. Pakistan 68 for 3. They're still 170 runs behind.
Yeah, nice head position just over that off stump, just dipping to that full of length. Nice timing.
Saud is in his 24th Test match here. The average is nearly 44 as well. Needs something big from these two left-handers, Saud and Shan Masood. 2 regular batters to come. Tongue bowls outside the off stump, no straight for Saud Shakeel, and then that slightly iffy lower order that Pakistan have, although Ali Usman does have a first-class 100 at number 8. He was cleaned up first ball by Josh Tongue. Well, he cleaned up the Yorker that struck him on the pad, and he was out LBW first ball in the first innings. And then 9-10 Jack. Well, I think they do look like 9-10 Jack for Pakistan. So they need something here, something significant. 3 slips, and there's a deepish backward square leg in now. It's Tongue bowls, it's driven again nicely by Saud Shakeel on the walk. driving it firmly up towards Archer at mid-on, who bends down and stops it and drops the ball furiously on his trousers. The weather update, well, if you were with us at the start of the programme, there's supposed to be some showers around at the moment in the Leeds area. Just looking around, it looks okay at the moment. There was some discussion we might miss them. It was just pot luck, really. And what have you got, Mike?
Well, my app suggests that it's just going to be cloudy
all
afternoon with no rain.
Tongue bowls to Saad Shakil on his pads, clipped away. Oh, he's caught it in that backward square leg position I was talking about. Well, that is remarkable. Dan Lawrence away to his right-hand side. The sort of position you see so rarely in a cricket match. He could not control the whip into the onside, and that is the 4th Pakistan wicket to fall to an unusual fielding position. Well, as a captain, when you put someone there and that happens, you feel pretty smug.
Well, Joe Root's having some week. The manoeuvre to put into leg slip earlier on to Jofra Archer worked first ball, and that is, well, Shakil cannot believe his luck, but the fielder was there. It's not a surprise that the fielder was there. He's just flicked it straight in the air. Good catch, actually, from Dan Lawrence. This is a sorry state for Pakistan. 68 for 4. England really, kind of the 21 overs in. How many overs have we got left today? About 70 odd?
That's 67 left.
67 left. You'd be amazed if it goes into day 4 now.
Yeah. Well, you don't see that happen very often in cricket. A catch taken in that position. Have a look at it on the BBC Sport website in a few minutes' time, and they put that highlight up. I mean, what? The first question is what made Root put someone so specifically there, because it was neither deep backward square leg or the orthodox square leg. It was kind of like no man's land sort of fielding position, and it was for, I suppose, an on drive or a flick into the onside you just don't quite control. But what made him, I mean, hit it precisely to him.
Well, I guess there's a couple of things. Maybe he was there for like the little flick off the back foot, but also sometimes when you see a player's head falling over to the offside, and Saad Shakil does get his head over to that offside by bowling leg, so it's almost impossible not to play the stroke. And because your head's falling over, you kind of flick it, and it generally always goes in the air.
Here is Archer bowling to Shan Masood, who plays that through mid-wicket for a single. Sliding save from Gus Atkinson coming around from mid-on. Keeps it down to 1, and in a way that works out quite nicely for England, because it means the new man is on strike to Archer's next ball. Let's have another look at it. Yeah, good catch by Lawrence. 2 hands away to his right-hand side. One you'd expect him to catch, but he must have been a bit surprised to see it come to him. Just trying to see if there's any focus on Joe Root out there, because you love that as a captain when that sort of plan comes off.
Yeah, absolutely.
A maverick plan, really. Because it might not have been there for very long. Just have a go, a couple of balls, whatever, 1 over, see if it works, see what happens. That was about the second ball he was out there, wasn't it? Salman Ali Agha faces Archer. That's on leg stump, turned away into the onside towards Lawrence at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So Tongue in the wickets again in this second innings. And still, Gus Atkinson, the only bowler in the match not to take a wicket. Pakistan 4 down for 69. And if you look at the 4 wickets to have fallen, only one really, what you might call a conventional dismissal, nicked a second slip. Archer bowls, that's on leg stump, not a great ball from Archer. It's turned away, down to the boundary before, through square leg. That was a gift for Salman Ali Agha. Leg stump full toss. Any batter would love that first up or early in their innings. Keep on bowling it as well, they'd say. Absolute freebie.
Yeah, you don't get too many.
No.
At test level, particularly from Jofra Archer. He was going for the Yorker, trying to fire one in full and straight.
A smile on his face, Archer there, saying, well, didn't quite work. But I mean, we've got runs to play with, a match situation that runs are not absolutely critical at the moment. Archer bowls and Salmon defends the ball. It just seems to come back in a fraction. Go outside the off stump, plays it away into the offside. It's picked up by Archer. There's no run.
He mentioned South Shakil's good record in Tests overall, averaging 43, but his form, as I mentioned before lunch, has really dipped since an outstanding start to his career. Now, his last 7 innings in Tests, he's failed to reach 20. So a number of players in the Pakistan Test side, both those in this squad and those who've been left out, have had significant drops in form, both batting and bowling.
Archer tries again and bowls, and forward goes Salmon. Plays that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Well, they're under considerable pressure here. 165 runs behind. I was thinking it is Headingley, and this is the sort of situation that England were in 1981, wasn't it? It was almost inconceivable that Pakistan could win the game from here, but that was where England were in 1981, which is why we talk about the miracle of Headingley. Although I think the pitch was worse than this. I mean, this is a better pitch than Headingley in 81, albeit there is something for everyone in it. Archer bowls to Salmon, gets a ball on middle and leg stump, straight ball from Archer, playing across his front pad there, arms in the air from Archer. That was clipped out to Atkinson at mid-on, and there is no run. 73 for 4, Salmon 4, and Shah Massoud 29. So Shakil 5 and 14 in this game. And if Barber is fit, he might well be the man to make way for him.
Yeah, you'd think so. And Babar Azam's a great player, but look at what he might need to come in and do. They just look a batting lineup that it's quite nice to bowl to. I don't feel that you're going to get hurt at all, so the bowlers are just running in knowing, really. They'll have to bowl a really bad ball for it to go to the boundary.
And there is enough to work with as well with this pitch.
Yeah, it's been a good pitch, though. Yeah. A little bit for everyone.
Well, it normally is here, isn't it? I think Test cricket Headingley is often compelling viewing.
Yeah, I think it's the best pitch in the country now.
Tongue bowls to Massoud with a leg slip in, and that's edged and caught at first slip. Tongue's done it again. He's taken 2 wickets. He's only bowled 7 balls. Shah Massoud is on his way, and he's actually on a hat-trick now, because that was a wicket from the last ball of the previous over, first ball from this over. So for the second time in the game, Tongue is on a hat-trick, and they don't have to walk off for tea this time. Ben Duckett snaffling it at first slip.
Yeah, it's not a bad ball. I just mentioned the pitch, and just a little bit in it for everybody. Well, that one just nipped away from Shah Massoud. He has to play because of the angle from around the wicket, and he's worried about that ball coming back. 29 from 56, he fought, but it's just not enough for Pakistan. I just think if you actually look at next summer, and there's no Ashes Test match above Nottingham, I find it absolutely staggering that England are not playing an Ashes Test match here at Headingley, the venue that they've beaten Australia the last 2 times. They play great cricket here. Why wouldn't you give them a ground that they've had recent success to try and get one up? You know, you look at you're kind of putting your fingers together as if cash is the issue. It shouldn't be cash. It should be whoever's in charge at that given time should be able to choose at least one venue where you just know that your team feel ultimately comfortable.
Well, it used to be Edgbaston, but England haven't done so well against Australia.
It's like Australia suddenly not going to Brisbane.
Not going to Brisbane.
Not going to Perth,
not going to Sydney. Not
Melbourne.
Going to Adelaide.
Can we play them in Darwin next time?
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make sense from just a cricketing. Forget the cash. From a cricketing perspective, this England cricket team would be desperate to come and play here.
Yeah. Well, it's a great venue. The cricket is always fascinating here because you feel everyone's in the game, and the balance is quite good between bat and ball here. Right, Josh Chung is on a hat-trick for the 2nd time in the game. I mean, often they're anti-climaxes, but every now and again they're not. So let's see what unfolds here. 3 slips of Gully. I wonder if Tongue realises he's on a hat-trick. I mean, you don't always, do you?
Open the window and shout, Simon.
Well, go on, there's the handle there, Michael. You have to be quick. I can't see it not on the big screen or anything like that. Right, here's Tongue then. To bowl to Rizwan. It's a straight ball. He went for the Yorker and he flicked it away into the onside. Archer's after it towards wide mid-on. And Rizwan off the mark first ball. They come back for a third. The throw's in at the far end. And Salman Ali Agha has to get the afterburners on there to get home. So hat-trick denied, but Tongue is walking back and he's pursing his lips going, "Four. I kind of bowled the ball I wanted to there." And Rizwan was equal to it.
With that wicket of Shan Masood, Josh Tongue in his last 18 deliveries had taken 6 for 9. Finished the first innings was 4 for 5 in 11 balls and 2 for 4 in his first 7 balls in the second innings.
Well, do you know, I said just a few minutes ago about getting into day 4. I reckon if they lose one more, they ain't getting to tea.
No, might not. Tea today is at 4:10.
I think they've got the lowest average in recent times from 6 to 10 wickets down. I think they averaged 39.
Well, these are the last recognised pair, these two, Salman and Rizwan. Tongue bowls, and forward goes Salman. Solid defensive shot, but it was homing in on that front pad. Good, accurate bowling from Josh Tongue, who does look a handful when he gets it right. He's not a bad bowler to have come on 5th or even 4th as he's been in this match. He's got pace. He's got that over the perpendicular delivery style as well. It is incredible he didn't get a wicket at Trent Bridge on that surface that was up and down a bit and went for 150, but he's come back in this game. He's now taken 7 wickets in the match, and he goes into bowl to Salman, and Salman is again playing across the front pad a bit with that defensive shot. Goes out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
How many overs did he bowl in the first innings, Andy?
9.1.
9.1, 1.4, so he's bowled 10.5 overs. He's got 7 wickets. 7 for 58. Oh, what did he get? 5 for what in the first innings?
46.
So 7 for 53 and 10.5. Game's going forward.
It is. It is. Anyone's got a ticket for tomorrow? Well, looks like refund time. I think it's 70% sold tomorrow. Man's going back towards deep square leg for this delivery from Tongue to Salman. Fine legs going fine up. Ben Duckett directing the field of that. Actually, he's not gone all the way back. He's in that sort of floating position that Dan Lawrence took the catch off Saad Shakil's flick. Perhaps just 1 or 2 yards back. And now someone's moving, so it's just holding up play here. Someone down beneath us. 76 for 5, Pakistan. Chastening experience this test match for them. And Tongue moves in past the umpire to bowl to Salman as a ball's ballooned away into the gully region. He's been given out. Is that LBW or caught? He's reviewed it straight away. He's been given out. The ball was straight. Did it hit the pad and balloon? Was it inside edge onto the pad and then balloon? Well, England got bob each way here because it was caught in the gully. So let's see what transpires.
As TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on first place.
Right, we're seeing it front on here.
Through. It's running through. It looks like it's cleared the bat there. Yeah, we'll use ultra edge just make sure it hasn't collected anything on the way through.
He hasn't hit it.
It's hit the pad and keep running it through.
Looks a bit high.
Yeah.
Keep running through, keep going. Yeah, keep running through. I want to see the ball go through because it was caught. Yeah, clearly no bat involved. So it's pad first and we'll go to ball tracking when ready.
There we go, here's the ball tracking.
Okay, decision's out. impact in line, hitting the wickets. Dixon stick with the original decisions. Signal now.
That is a 6th wicket for Pakistan. Another one for Josh Tongue. LBW hitting the top of leg stump. I have to say, when I saw it, Fronton, I think you thought the same, Mike. It looked a bit high, didn't it? But it was angling in and hitting the top of leg stump. So Salman Ali Agha is out.
Yeah, every now and again on okay, you look at one and you think, whew. Because when it hits the front pad, it almost flattens. And it looked to me like it was...
And it ballooned in the air into the offside as well. Strange one. Anyway, the technology said it was out and the umpire said it was out. So it's hard to argue. Just looked as though it was going to go on and miss that leg stump. Or at best, umpire's call. I'm quite surprised it wasn't umpire's call. I thought it would just be grazing. I think you did as well. Anyway, Tongue's taken 3 for 7. And Pakistan are descending very quickly towards defeat after lunch. They've lost 3 wickets. So Usman Ali's coming in on a... well, a pair, but also a king pair, because he was out first ball in the first innings. Here's Atif to pick up the commentary.
Yeah, just Josh Tongue's now got 8 wickets in the match in 11 overs. Which is remarkable, really. Pakistan, 22.5 overs of batting in the second innings, 6 wickets down. I'm afraid, Atif, this isn't going to be long.
Yeah, I've overheard a few conversations, a few trains being changed around, a few transport opportunities, and I'm afraid the communities officer here at Yorkshire County Cricket Club is going to have some awkward phone calls to make.
Well, I hate to say, Atif, but I'm looking at tea times in the medal tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, it's been really disappointing from Pakistan here. Really just sort of fallen away after lunch. Just had this knack in this game of just picking out fielders when they time the ball. Andy Zaltzman.
Just to update that Josh Tongue stat now, the end of the first innings and the start of this, now 7 for 12 and 22 balls.
Well, still 4 wickets to go. Got the outside chance of a 10-fer in this match. It's Josh Tongue. He's bowled superbly. Just in 2 overs made such an impact. Still got 1 ball to bowl, in fact, of his second over, taken 3 for 7. Wreaking havoc in this Pakistan batting lineup. Ali Usman picked up a 5-fer earlier. Now he's out in the middle with the bat in a king pair. Defended back to the bowler. Run. He's got a first-class 100 to his name as Ali Usman, so not completely unaccomplished batter, but this is a situation that could be beyond Pakistan. Rizwan and Usman out there. Just the procession is pretty much a fitting phrase for the way the wickets have fallen today. 76 for 6. Bear in mind, England batted for about 45 minutes earlier today. And they've managed to get through this Pakistan top order in no time at all. That bowling attack for England looking so well balanced, so potent at the moment, Warnie.
Yeah, it's good. It's good in these conditions against this kind of quality. It's just not the Test match quality that we've seen from Pakistan over the years.
There's Jofra Archer in. Length ball outside the off stump, left alone by Rizwan. Just dies a little bit actually through to the keeper. Yeah, there was some really sort of almost aggressive pieces written yesterday, and we've talked about them at length today. One of them called this is the worst Pakistan team to have taught England in 50 years.
But didn't you work it out? It's 48 years.
Well, yeah, there was a team that was poorer in 78 than this team for sure. And then, I mean, you can make arguments for some of the other teams as well that came here, as Archer is in out, played up a thick outside edge, past the third slip fielder. A race to the boundary for 4 it does. Mohammad Rizwan, maybe slightly fortuitous, slightly intentional. It's a boundary past in that tiny gap between third slip and gully. 80 for 6.
I think the key. I don't think anyone's saying or writing anything is saying it because they want it to be the case.
Sure.
Now we all want to see a Pakistan side playing with the spirit and the fight that we've seen over many decades.
There's Archer in once more to Rizwan, leaves the ball alone through to the keeper. Well, they've lost many times here in England. They've not won since '96. 2020, the empty stadium COVID series. They lost that 1-0. All right, circumstances slightly differently. They should have won at Old Trafford. That defeat was a tough one to take. And then there was the famous Oval forfeit in 2006. Inzamam al-Haq captaining that side. They lost 3-0 in a 4-match test series in 2006 as well. And then 2010, which was the really difficult one, as Archer in once more. Rizwan guiding the ball on the bounce to Gully. There is no run. That was when the spot fixing scandal broke. And lost that test series 3-1 as well in 2010. But if you're talking about specifically the quality of the players on offer, I do feel like there's been a general decline across Test cricket as well, just because of the demands of the modern game and having to play multiple formats and things like that. I don't think teams have that run of invincibility or that progressive run of Test wins that they once did. You look at the winners of the World Test Championship over the last couple of seasons, as Archer in once more, goes full, Rizwan drives straight to extra cover, there is no run. And it's just become a lot more variable, Test cricket, in terms of results than it used to be. And I think in countries like Pakistan, where it's not the first priority format, I think it's fair to say, I think even the administration there would agree with that. There's an inevitable decline, an inevitable... I mean, I don't think there's any players in Pakistan that would turn down a tour to England to play Test cricket, but overall, playing Test cricket in the conditions that they have in Pakistan, it doesn't have the allure of playing, well-paid, well-watched, glitzy T20 series and leagues. As Archer in once more to Rizwan, who's up on his toes defending that one. Back towards Archer. 80 for 6. Archer's bowled 8 now, 2 for 41 his figures. Pakistan 158 runs behind. England 4 wickets away from what could be an innings victory inside 3 days. It would be a really emphatic start to Joe Root's captaincy of this England side. They've executed their plan so well today. That leg slips come into play. Really good exploiting of the conditions. It's hard to find a hole in this England performance over the last 2.5 days.
Yeah, it's been near on perfect so far. I guess one or two of the batters could have got 3 figures, but that's been a bit picky from right back to the first ball. They were probably the signs, that first ball.
Yeah, it kind of set the tone, didn't it? Right, Tongue into Usman. It's a short one. Usman just fends it off quite well, actually. Just behind square on the leg side to pick up a single and get off the mark. I'll be pleased for that. Off his king pair now. There's Ali Usman. Maybe Pakistan's sole positive of this game, really, with his 5-wicket haul. Although I suppose Abdullah Shafiq got a half century in the first innings. Not a lot in the positives column for the visitors.
No, Tongi's looking very, very awkward to face. He's bowling 89, 90 miles an hour. Getting the odd one to nip back. He's getting the odd one to bounce. Bowling a really good length as well. Not too sure as a batter. Do you go forward? Do you go back?
Also, wanted to point something out about the umpiring in this game as well. It's just been outstanding. There's Josh Tongue. He starts running in towards Rizwan, who guides this ball just in front of the fielder at extra cover. They'll get through for a single. It's been 12 unsuccessful reviews in this match so far, which is a testament to how well the standing umpires have done. Maybe it's a testament to how poor the reviews were. I suppose there's an element of that, but still speaks well to Alauddin Palikar and Chris Gaffney, the standing umpires, who've mostly got it right all the way through this. 12 unsuccessful DRS reviews in this game. One for the umpires. You can often get a lot of criticism. It's one of those jobs where when you're doing it right, people don't notice you as much. It's Josh Tongue is into Ali Usman, who nearly gets a touch on that down the leg side through to Jamie Smith. As Michael Vaughan's taking a little break. Alex Hartley back in alongside me. Alex, this has been tremendous from England. Obviously very disappointing from Pakistan, but we've talked about that. So let's talk about England a little bit, who've executed brilliantly throughout these 2.5 days.
Yeah, they really have. Joe Root's first time captaining again, and things have gone from good to better for him, haven't they? I think England have had a complete performance so far. They will want to get this finish today. I have absolutely no doubt about it, and they've put themselves in a great position. Josh Tong is bowling fantastically well here, 3 for 9 in his first 2.5 overs. It's what dreams are made of, really, as a cricketer. And he's bowling. That last one, they had great carry. Yes, it was down the leg side, but quick and carried.
Tongue into Usman. He gets forward and defends the ball to Jofra Archer at mid-on. There is no run.
I think for me as well, they've been attacking in a great way of England, and yes, things are going their way. They're picking up wickets. There was a little partnership where you thought that maybe the Shafiq and Shan Masood one, where you thought that if that could carry out, then England might have to change their plans, but they haven't had to change anything. Everything is going their way.
Yeah, I was chatting to a few people at the back of the box earlier, suggesting third wicket partnerships, when they end for Pakistan, they often lead to a lot more wickets falling in quick succession. As Tongue in once more, Usman nicely forward to that, guides the ball into a gap in the offside. Will pick up another single. He's a capable batter as Usman. He's done reasonably well in first class, as you mentioned. Got first class 100 to his name as well, an average over 20. But now the task is way beyond Pakistan's capabilities. Rizwan still out there, 8 off 8 for him, 155 runs behind. Making England bat again is a tall order, but putting up enough runs to actually give them a serious challenge, I think, is now beyond question.
England will be looking to hit Rizwan on the front pad here as well, as he looks to turn the ball to square leg.
There's a short cover in place as well, as in comes Tongue to Rizwan, gets an inside edge, nearly rolls onto his leg stump, bounces perilously close to those stumps as it bobbles its way through to the keeper. That's the end of another good over from Josh Tongue. 3 for 10 from his 3 so far. As Pakistan 83 for 6 and really struggling. Andy Zaltzman.
That's his first wicketless over out of his last 6. 5 consecutive overs with the wicket. His last 3 in the first innings and his first 2 in the second.
Sort it out, Josh. It's getting complacent. It must be getting warmer here as well, because Alex Hartley, it's the first time I've seen you with sans jumper since this test started.
It is. It's the sun shining through this commentary box, and I'm very comfortable.
Yeah. Such a shame you might have to leave Leeds soon, huh?
Yeah, someone turn the aircon on, will you? I'm boiling. I'm joking, please don't.
Well, it's been a hot performance from England with the ball today, this afternoon. 4 slips and a gully in place for Jofra Archer now, who's into Ali Usman. Guides this ball watchfully to that gully fielder. There is no run.
What is the most consecutive overs that a bowler has taken wickets in? Is that findable?
Not easily.
Oh, okay, sorry. Let's say it's Josh Tong's 6.
Go with 5.
Let's say it's Josh Tong's 5.
Let's go with that, shall we?
Yeah.
I feel like somebody must have done, like a spinner went on a tear in the UAE. It's got to be done.
That might be hard. Inquire from the Crickfist peak.
Okay. Here's Archer into Usman, nearly gets the outside edge. There's a teasing delivery just outside the off stump. Usman just sort of held his bat in front of it. Nearly gave his edge away. But he survives. It's another wobble seam, wasn't it?
Yeah, really nicely bowled from Jofra Archer. Bowls it slightly differently to somebody like Ollie Robinson. Because that's what I love about the wobble ball. Everybody has their different ways of bowling it. Ollie Robinson's got so good at it, he can decide whether he wants it to nip in or nip away, depending on which finger he uses to create the pressure on the ball.
Archer in again. Once more on that teasing length outside off. It's a little bit further back of a length this time, just a touch shorter. Great carry through to the keeper. Usman has a smile to himself. You got to smile, take the most from this occasion. Some fun being had in the Western Terrace with a beach ball.
The security guard will have it in no time.
It's right in the middle of one of the stands. That's a tough one for the security guard to get through. It's actually made its way across a couple of stands. We don't encourage such behaviour, of course. I'm kind of oddly intrigued. Here's Archer into Usman again, beats the outside edge. He's half appealing to the umpire as well. It was a beautiful delivery, angled in and just held its line a touch. Usman once more just looking clueless with that line, what to do with it. It's a tough one to leave as well because it's so close to your off stump. Archer has really found something here today at Headingley.
Yeah, again, beautiful length, and the appeal is because it just might have just clipped the seam of the trouser on its way through. There's no bat involved.
They've got to be careful, Pakistan. They've got some really baggy apparel for this game. Jumpers. Archer in, goes Fuller again beats the outside edge. That's 4 in a row where he's managed the same result. Got everything right except for the edge. It's just terrific fast bowling from Jofra Archer. Yeah, they got to be careful, because the baggier your apparel, the more things to just create noises and things for the umpires. But of course, you've got the reviews to work with. Got a lot of stick for that on social media as well. The Pakistan team, just oversized jumpers interfering with their fielding efforts.
I don't think they've been interfering. I think they've been lazy.
It was that drop chance from Aga in the slips. Here's Archer in once more, looking for the edge this time. Usman able to get in line and defend the ball along the ground to Gully. There is no run. And applause for Jofra Archer, well-deserved applause. That was a terrific over, which had everything other than the wicket. 83 for 6, Pakistan. 155 runs behind England, who are closing in on an innings win here at Headingley. The last men's test match here till 2029. There is a women's Ashes test here next season. That's something to look forward to. I've seen it advertised across Edgbaston, Headingley, I beg your pardon.
Be good to see it across Edgbaston as well.
Nice cross promotion amongst grounds. Let's get to see. They're very friendly, the two. We'll be at Edgbaston for the third test of this series. Looking forward to that. One of my favourite places to watch cricket, Edgbaston. The crowd in terrific spirits here at Headingley. It's a great atmosphere. And as Josh Tongue is in for his 4th over, starts with a good length. Rizwan defends the ball back towards the bowler, no run. It's a tough situation for the batters right now, isn't it? Even if someone like a Mohammad Rizwan, who've been out of touch for a long time, really want to find something. The bowling is relentless. There isn't much coming from the other end. You've only got 4 wickets in hand. You're in a hole in this game that you can't really dig your way out of.
Well, there's no chance of them digging their way out of. It's just the inevitable. And we often talk about batters not just sitting in and being like waiting to get out, but it feels like that's what the situation is that they're in.
Tongue in, down the leg side. Rizwan has a little swing at that. Nearly gets a little touch, but no harm, no foul. Yeah, it's a batter, though. I mean, the psychology of the situation. What do you do? I mean, do you try and just take the pressure off yourself, play some shots? Do you just try and survive for as long as you can?
Well, this is, if I was looking back on my career, I am grateful I was not a batter and not have to be in these situations, Tiffers.
It's difficult, for sure. It's Josh Tongue in again. Goes Fuller to Rizwan, who drives the ball nicely but can't beat mid-off. There's no run. It is one of the more vocal fan bases and on social media and things like that, and the press, and in Pakistan, of course, the television coverage, and it's a completely different setup in Pakistan, where there's every news channel, and there's many of them, more than 20 news channels in Pakistan, have their own sort of cricket show, their own cricket analysts, and they can be scathing, and that's got to be really tough to sort of manage mentally as a player, to have that much critique come your way.
Woody was talking about it yesterday.
There's Josh Tongue in again, goes full. Rizwan punches the ball, a bumper back towards Tongue in his follow-through. Opportunity for a crowd catch. Yeah, what was Woody saying?
Oh, just how hard it can be, you know. Everyone playing for Pakistan here, they're not trying to get out, they're not trying to lose a test match. Yes, there's been some poor pieces of fielding that, you know, need to be critiqued and need to be spoken about within the dressing room after this test match. Those sorts of fielding efforts set the tone for the rest of the game. But they are trying to win a test match for their country.
It's Josh Tongue into Rizwan, who drives the ball firmly past Josh Tongue this time. And it's going to go straight to the boundary just beneath us here from our vantage point for 4. Feels like the first boundary in a very long time for Pakistan. 87 for 6, Rizwan into double figures, 12 off 14 for him. And how long has it been since the last boundary was?
Not long. 21 balls.
Oh, that is long. Yeah. It's been a really good sustained spell of fast bowling from England. Jofra Archer and Josh Tongue bowling in tandem. It's been so hard to get off the square, never mind to the boundary. Rizwan breaking that sequence. Tongue into Rizwan again, who just about gets this ball away behind square on the leg side. He'll take a single to close out the over and keep the strike. The deficit down to 150 now for Pakistan, 88 for 6. Andy Saltzman.
Josh Tongue's bowled 4 overs now. I've got the ball tracking data for the first 20 balls. Currently, it's the fastest spell of his Test career so far, averaging 88.9 miles an hour on the CricViz ball tracking data.
Thank you very much, Andy Zoltzman. Alex Hartley, I was going to ask you, just about to go off actually, but I'm going to listen to you, your answer to this. You've been in the dressing rooms in Pakistan in the PSL with the Multan Sultans. How hard do they take these losses? What's the culture like in handling all that critique? Give us your thoughts, and then Jonathan Agnew's going to be alongside you.
Yeah, take the losses very hard. I mean, franchise cricket, obviously very different to Test match cricket. There's a lot more pressure playing Test match cricket and representing your country, but I feel like the scrutiny from the Pakistan media and fans, it can just be relentless.
88 for 6. Archer's on the way. Up he comes now and bowls. Oh, there's a bit of a wild drive there from Rizwan. Looking to ease Archer through the offside, but he picks up a run there as the ball squirts away off an edge into the leg side. So Archer's smiling. I think he's enjoying himself. He took 2 quick wickets. Look, the skid's really under Pakistan here. 89 for 6. Still 149 runs behind. England absolutely on top. Joe Root's returned to the slip cordon. Now he's coming out again. Hang on, what's he up to? He took up a position there at 4th slip. And now he's going back again. A bit of hokey-cokey there from the England captain. There's a backward square leg. It's not quite leg slip. A bit squarer than that. Usman on strike and Archer bowls to. And he taps that away to Gay, who's fielding it wide mid-off. And there's no run. Well, Coulson was good fun, wasn't he? You know him.
Yes, we met on a, he reminded me, we met on a train back from...
on a train?
Yeah, he said it was the longest train journey he's ever been on.
I would think it would have been.
Yeah, which I took great offence. I thought it went quite quickly.
Well, it's a bundle of energy, that's for sure. And what he's doing at Castleford's amazing. Genuine enthusiasm. Sun out, some dark clouds around. As Archer bowls a nasty bouncer and hits Usman there, somewhere up on the shoulder, I would guess. Nasty short ball for the lower order batsman to deal with. 89 for 6. So yeah, it's a bit darker and not so many breaks around in the cloud. Looking over to our right, but looking at the radar, we should be okay.
Well, we've got away with the lunchtime rain that people were talking
We're in the
about.
flower gap again. It's gone. There's showers going down either side.
I bet they're going down in Manchester.
Never rains in Manchester, does it?
It hasn't this summer. It's been remarkable.
Yeah. 89 for 6. Usman on 2. Archer bowls to him very full. You can easily push that away. It's a half volley length, really. Low order batsmen don't mind it there. Again, Gay's the fielder. Some noise coming from the western terrace there. 1 or 2 beach balls and so on being bounced around. Fancy dressers, cross dressers, they're all in there. 89 for 6. Archer rubs the ball on the back of his trousers, dips his head, runs in now. Is there any bowls? And that's nicely played by Usman. You'll get 4 for that. It slipped away off the face of the bat, just behind square on the offside.
Yeah, nicely played. Just opened the face of his bat and guided the ball past what was a gully into the point region for 4. Jofra Archer, you can see what he was trying to do there. Just seeing if he will have a little bit of a fish outside the off stump. And he played it really nicely in the end. And England have the luxury to be able to say, go on then, fish outside the off stump.
Absolutely, we've got 4 slips and a gully. But backward short legs gone. It's gone out into the deep, so Usman might be expecting a bouncer here. But it's very full, almost a Yorker there. Jabbed out by the batsman. And it's 93 for 6. Usman 6. Rizwan has 14. And the weather doesn't know what it's doing here. When I sat down and had my sunglasses on because the sun was out, then the sun went behind clouds, I couldn't see anything. So I've changed my glasses to my glasses. Now the sun's come out.
I'll get the sunglasses for you.
Oh, that's very kind, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be with us for, because there's not a huge amount of blue sky. But, very pleasant when it is out. And Tongue, so from first wicket of the first innings to the most recent wicket of the second, what's he taken?
Well, his first wicket was in his fifth over, the last over, of his first spell.
In goes Tongue, and he bowls. That's nudged away, flicked away, really, down to long leg. And they take one more run. Sunglasses back on, 94 for 6.
First spell accounting for a change of ends. That was his fifth over. Then he took wickets in his 8th, 9th and 10th overs. So if you just count the last three overs of his first innings, he had 7 for 12 and 22 balls at the end of the first innings and the start of the second.
Wow. Well, he's enjoying himself, and there was some talk how he'd fare after the 100 and all of that. Well, he seems absolutely fine to me. 94 for 6. He's got a bowl to Usman, who's on 6, and England 4 wickets away from an overwhelming victory here as Tongue runs in, bowls short down the leg side. Not the best ball he's bowled today. Usman just steps inside that. The ball flies past him about hip height. And to Smith's gloves, I should say Smith had a nice game. He's taken some good ones down the leg side. He's been standing up. I think very tidy behind the stumps. Must be one of the tallest wicket keepers around. He walked past me today out downstairs. You'll forget actually what a tall fella he is.
Well, because we're always sat up here as well.
Yeah.
Everyone obviously looks a bit shorter.
Tongue bowls, defended by Usman, getting determinedly behind the ball.
Got 7 wickets and 22 balls for Tongue.
7 wickets and 22 balls.
So your 7 wickets in international cricket, Aggers? 678 balls.
We didn't need to know about that. That was not the question. But who were they?
That
Go on,
is the
you
question.
started it.
I proved you were the greatest bowler of the 1980s.
You did, and that was very kind of you. It took a certain amount of formula to come up with that. Now his Tongue again shorter, and Usman on the back foot pushes away back for the bowler to pick up. It was based on the quality of the victim.
Yes. Okay. And you got quality batters out.
Correct. Just not very often.
That's okay.
Got the stat here. It's bowlers against Viv Richards, Arjuna Ranatunga, Aravinda De Silva and Gordon Greenwich head to head. You had the best average of any bowler in the universe.
I'll always remember that, Andy. Thank you very much indeed. And goes Tongue again. Bowls hits on the pad. That's going to be a good shout. Oh, a shake of the head from the umpire. He's shuffled across there. Get him on the back leg. There's a conversation down there about a review. The umpires generally have got just about everything right, but they're going to have a look at this. He's given not out.
I think this might have hit him outside the line.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision's not out. Check the feet, fair delivery.
Paul
Front
Rifle,
on,
this is.
first please.
Pistol to his friends. Let's have a look. He was rubbing his back leg, I thought, as it struck him. Oh yeah, it was the back leg. It's gone past the outside
Confirm
edge.
no bat with Aldridge, please.
He's outside the line of the off stump.
Feels it. I can see leg stump just behind him there. Might be umpire's call for impact.
Yeah. It's pretty tight. But whether the umpire thought it hit him on the front pad, that might have changed his decision. But anyway, Tongue's got a smile on his face. He's having a great time. 3 for 16. It's 94 for 6. This one given not out. He's waiting now for, I think, for ultra edge. Quite impressive in the 100 how much quicker the technology was.
Going through.
Ultra edge. Nothing there.
Going. Just run to that back, please.
Nothing there, Paul.
Going through. And through again.
has it just clipped his front pad ever so slightly?
Yeah, it's just flipped the front pad there.
Oh.
Okay, no bat involved. We go ball tracking when
The
ready.
tiniest spike
Yeah.
in the history of tiniest spikes.
Bridge decision's
means
not
to
out.
the outside the line.
And it's impact outside. Go back on field. Pelikas, the original decision of not out.
Well, he's made a very good decision. How he could have told that I'd flicked the front pad like that, I'm not sure, but it did. Ultra edge just showed the tiniest spike as the ball went past the pad. It thumped into his back leg.
I think even if it had hit his back leg, it would have been umpire's call for impact. But it's, as you say, the tiniest little bit.
So nothing is done, and Usman remains, and Tung runs in hungrily again. He bowls, that's flicked away past the leg slip fielder down to long leg. And one more to Pakistan. 95 for 6. Tung's taken 3 for 17. Usman has 7. Rizwan has 15. And Arch took the first couple of wickets to fall. Robinson dismissed Abdullah Shafiq for 15. And Tung has taken 3. England's looking to wrap this up. The second test match begins at Lord's on Thursday. Pakistan got a bit of work to do in that time.
I think they've got to have an honest conversation about their fielding. You know, that is one thing that you can always give 100% to.
And always improve.
Yeah. And
it's been disappointing out in the deep. Well, they've dropped catches. It's just how it looks, isn't it? If you just escort the ball off, it looks how it looks to your teammates as
yeah,
well.
it sets the tone.
Yeah.
Badly.
Now, this is interesting. Joe Root has returned to first slip. Where's Duckett?
Not around.
No, Duckett's off the field. Joe Root has returned to first slip. So it's familiar territory for the captain, but he said he's going to stand at mid-off while he is captain. So there's a change down at the far end. Robertson's coming on, he's replacing Archer. And so Smith is coming up to the stumps. There's a redundant helmet behind him. 3 slips, and Usman is on strike. A short straight mid-on as well as Robinson bowls to him, and catch it, they shout. And he's out. Diving catch there, coming forwards by Cox. That was a strange one. It must have been an inside edge into the pad, I'm guessing, or thigh pad. It bounced up from somewhere, and he's gone diving forward to take the catch, and the batsman actually has walked off. So there's no debate about that, about how it got there. Let's have a look. Robinson, first ball this is. Did it hit Smith, I wonder?
Came off Jamie Smith.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? So it's an edge that's hit Smith. And then Cox had to dive forward to take the catch from slip. So, yeah, it's come off Jamie Smith's thigh. So a little bit of fortune about that in a way. But Cox very alert to take that rebound. And Pakistan lose their 7th wicket. Ali Usman is on his way with a mixed match. A 5 for a first baller, and now 7. And it's 95 for 7. So Pakistan still 143 runs behind. As the number 9 comes running out. Khurram, I think, is a bit stiff. He bowled a lot of overs and was very expensive, but he did keep running in, to be fair. The seam bowler. But this will be a decision that Pakistan have to make ahead of Lord's for their attack. So there's too many bad balls. Too many easily scoreable balls, put it that way.
Duckett's back at first slip.
He is. And so Root has now come out.
He's gone into that short mid-on.
So that was a wicket first ball, wasn't it, for Robinson? Yeah, nice start. He'll be looking to try and wrap this up then. Khurram, number 9. waits for his first ball. Robertson comes rocking in and bowls to him. He comes shuffling forward. He rolls away for Archer to flick it up there with his right boot. And Headingley bathed in sunshine again.
Swap your glasses again.
Well, I'm going to switch them one way, and I want to keep the sun out.
How many wickets have you got? In what are you keeping count? In your sunglasses, not in your sunglasses?
If I keep these normal glasses on, the sun will stay out, I've decided. And the crowd will be happy with that. Here's Robinson, bowls. Oh, it's gone straight past the bat and over the stumps. Reminder on our screen that Kate Cross has announced her retirement.
Yeah.
Well, flatmate, isn't she, at the moment?
She is indeed.
Oh.
Best friend, teammate, many years. 12 years.
Celebrating with her this evening?
I hope so. If this test match does its thing and gets wrapped up, then absolutely I'll be going home to congratulate her on her career. Obviously, we've spoken about it as a friendship for a while, but yeah, I'm incredibly proud of her.
Here's Robinson, sun out, bowls. And Curran shuffles into a defensive shot.
She's actually just messaged me saying, thanks for the voice note, Aggers. Lots of love to you.
Oh, that's very nice too. Always been very fond of Kate.
Yeah, incredible. The way she's gone about her career and the resilience she showed, I think the way she's spoken about mental health so openly and honestly, and the ups and downs of sport and what it does to you as a human has been remarkable, really.
95 for 7, Robinson. On his way now, bowls, and Curran gets very squared up. It's pushed away out to point. And there's no run, which has always been there for your unforgettable gourmet evenings.
She'll still
the
be
Old
there.
Trafford test.
Yeah.
Sadly not having one this year, are we?
No. Or next.
No.
Probably good for you lot.
I think it probably so. There's only so much cold pizza you can eat, isn't there? 95 for 7. Long on, long off back there now as Robertson bowls, and that's just pushed away. There's an easy single there, but Curran says no. He's going to leave the strike to Rizwan. If Pakistan are deciding that they're going to keep these two together for a day and a half, I think it's unlikely. Anyway, it means that Rizwan remains on the strike. Josh Tongue hands his cap over, peels off his sweater. Oh, when the sun's out, it's warm. Oh, Finch is footling away there on his trumpet.
We had a question about the most consecutive overs that a bowler has taken a wicket in a single test match. I asked our amazing CricViz team to look it up, and they've rummaged around in their phenomenal database and come up with an answer. And it's not in fact a record. Josh Tongue's 5 in this match.
Oh, on the edge of my seat here. This was mine.
It's a big one coming. 95 for 7. In goes Tongue. He's there now, and he bowls on the leg stump. Turned away out towards a vacant deep square leg. Or runs quickly over those practice areas, pitches, and into the boundary for 4.
The record was in fact set just last month against this same Pakistan side in the first test. Justin Graves, West Indian medium pacer, had wickets in 7 consecutive overs across 2 innings, and Wasim Akram had 6 consecutive wicket-taking overs against West Indies in May 2000. So Josh Tongue is one of 16 instances of a player taking wickets in 5 consecutive overs.
Thank you, Zol.
Rizwan on 19. In goes Tongue, and he bowls quite straight, and that's flicked into the leg side. They're going to look for 2 here, and they'll get them as well. It's Archer's turn now to use some footwork. But he does at least stop the ball. 101 for 7. 137 behind.
And amongst the other bowlers still done it, Darren Gough and Moeen Ali for England, 5 consecutive wicket-taking overs.
Poor Pakistan are just on the brink of the wrong records.
Yep. Oh, Roston Chase in Barbados that time when he bowled England out ridiculously.
How many consecutive overs? We've got 8 for 60.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. And in goes Tongue and bowls quite full. Now they've pushed and run, so They're exposing Curran to the strike. It was the most devastating spell by a non-spinning off-spinner that could ever have been in Test cricket. Now I have a short leg. Emilio Gay is going in there. And Curran will be aware of that. Not very nice as a number 9, 10, 11 short leg goes in. This could be round the throat. And a leg slip. 102 for 7. Tongue's on his way, elbows jutting out a bit and bowls. Oh, well, you can't really call that a chance. Edged in the air, it flew past Cox. That slipped very, very fast indeed. And that would have been a miracle catch. That would have been a Ben Stokes at Trent Bridge catch. Adam Voges if he'd caught that.
Yeah, fingertips for Jordan Cox. Just Curran trying to get out of the way of it. He steps right outside leg stump. It would have been a remarkable catch from Cox. It flew past him.
That's so fast. For a thickish edge, it really did travel. So 4 more to Pakistan. Close field goes down. Tongue's on his way again over the wicket and bowls. Very full. And Curran can play that quite easily. Up to mid-off. 106 for 7. Pakistan 132 runs behind. And they're chanting. Always I can sense victory over there. I think they are hunters or huntsmen over there, by the way. The sort of fox just now in fancy dress sitting in that area. So perhaps they'll get up and chase him at some stage.
Please.
Right, last ball of the over. Curran's on 4. In goes Tongue, and he bowls, and oh, it's done the same. So that wasn't in the air, but it's gone exactly the same place. And Cox has dived to his right, couldn't get anything to it. And it's another boundary to that very short boundary down there at third man. So 110 for 7. Curran has 8. Rizwan has 22. And more thoughts from you than Alex, and you're going to be joined by Isha Gua.
15 runs coming off that Josh Tongue over. Been so economical, picked up consistent wickets, but Curran just edging the ball past the slips twice. The second one, as you say, Agger's just along the floor. And England are creating opportunities here, and it feels like Rizwan's going to have to farm the strike. We might get a whole 2 minutes together here.
It's been sparse, hasn't it, Alex? Western Terrace getting fired up here at Headingley. Then day 3, England right on top. 110 for 7. Pakistan just 3 wickets needed. And they trail by 128. Rizwan on 22. That's going to be Ollie Robinson, 2 for 24 from his 8 overs. He's got 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. Joe Root just shuffling his slip cordon into position. He's got a slip in almost a 4th slip, and he's catching mid-wicket as Rizwan drives the ball to mid-on. That's set back, comes through for the single. He said he would farm the strike. He's gone down the other end. First ball of the over. Well, it was less than 2 minutes, Alex. Was it something I said? Sir Alistair has come in here. Khurram Shahzad then on strike, and Joe Root can just go all-out attack now. 4 slips in position. Emilio Gay in a catching cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Robinson approaches the crease. And that's caught. Catching practice. And Mohammad Rizwan standing at the other end is going, what did I do? I left him for England to feed on. Khurram Shahzad out for 8. And England now have Pakistan 8 down, 111 on the board. Just 2 to go, Alistair.
Well, it's a really good catch by Jordan Cox. Standing really close to making sure that they carry. And that has flown through. He could have been 10 yards further back and have taken that. But, yeah, I don't blame Rizwan, really. Talking about shielding a batsman, yes, if this was the last day, going into the last session, but with 2.5 days left.
I'm not sure there's much point.
Are you taking anything into the next Test match? Could he have a bit of a dart, Rizwan?
A bit of time in the middle, maybe. Little red inker for himself. I think he should try maybe the last guy in, but number 9 in, and then number 10. But it is just delaying inevitable. I mean, you look at the forecast. There's no rain around the next couple of days, and Pakistan aren't exactly blessed with lower order batting in this game, so I think it's a game for Pakistan to quickly forget.
Yeah, it's been a poor performance, there's no question of that. Some questions being asked overnight, really, about their bowling attack, about everything that they've done in this Test so far and the way they've played here today. The manner of the defeat will be the thing that hurts the most from a Pakistan point of view.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's certainly coming into the series with that Test series in West Indies. They've been together as a squad, playing cricket. And you could almost say that the England players are playing with their month of white ball cricket at 100. Actually, they could have been a bit rusty. Actually, Pakistan have been, with that other, they had a practice game here as well, but actually, in this game, the class of England, 1 to 11, has been better.
And it's fair to say England have been clinical with the ball in this innings. You know, every single delivery, Joe Root is very assured of how he wants the field set. There's a lot of clarity in the plans. It has worked for them as well.
It's a lovely feeling when you've bowled. I think they've bowled 80 overs at the moment now, and they've got 18 wickets. So you're not really having to work that hard. As a captain, as a bowling group. Yeah,
You're not giving Joe Root credit for his field placings?
Absolutely. It's just a great feeling as a captain when things go like this. You get ahead of the game, and you know the guy who went side got caught by Dan Lawrence, that deep backward square leg, who was 35 yards in, and Josh Tong bowls a leg stump clip ball and he hits it straight to him. I mean, if they sat in a team meeting...
Well, we can ask him.
If they sat in a team meeting, yeah, they're hopeful.
Afterwards.
If they sat in a team meeting and said...
Was that a tactic?
We've seen a footage of this, and then I'll doff my cap and say, well done to you guys.
It did feel like a clear plan, though. Just the positioning of him. He was in no man's land, and it felt like he was ready to bowl the short ball, kept it full, and he has done that quite a lot here today, Josh Tongue. Mohammad Abbas then on strike. 4 in the slip corner, and that's defended back, patted back nicely off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. 2 to get then for England to win this first Test match.
I tell you what they have done, though, as a bowling group, they have bowled that fuller length, which is required at Headingley, and that's not necessarily that easy to do, because it is quite a lot fuller than most other wickets where you get your success in England. And I think being aware of it and actually being able to execute that as a group has been outstanding.
Another field change. Joe Root has put himself at a leg gully as Abbas pushes the ball to the offside, and he's off the mark. Gets a single, gets down the other end.
Well, there are two wickets available, and both Robinson and Tongue are on 8 wickets each. You're not going to... Josh Tongue ain't going to let Joe Root take him off, is he?
Absolutely no way. He's just being moved at the moment down to a sort of a backward square long leg, but he's about 20 metres off the rope there to Mohammad Rizwan. Joe Root, every single delivery, he's moving the field around. 2 slips here for Mohammad Rizwan, and a ring field otherwise. Archer shuffles to his left. Robinson moves in. Rizwan turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Ollie Robinson returned to the team in the first Test of the summer against New Zealand after almost 2.5 years out. He'd been wicketless in his previous 2 Tests here against Australia in the 23 Ashes, and then in Ranchi in India early in 2024. In the 2 matches he played this summer, he's now taken 15 wickets for 154.
The ultimate comeback.
Yeah, and don't bowl on the fatter ones in at Trent Bridge and the Oval. Very smart.
Rizwan works the ball past mid-wicket. Joe Root chasing after it. He's come through for one. He's going to push for the second. Root chases down the ball, turns and throws. Settle for 2. And keeps him down the other end. So Mohamed Abbas will face first ball of the next over. 114 for 8. Rizwan to 25. Abbas on 1.
Very strange cricket. England have brought all the fielders on that one, including fine leg. It was up at square leg. And you saw Ollie Robinson's face. He went for the Yorker, and he was so disappointed that Rizwan managed to clip it through the leg side, and everyone just thought he was going to jog an easy one, but he's pretended to run hard for the third with absolutely no intention of getting back.
He does not care about farming the strike. Which, as you said, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, but he's sniffing a nice red inker.
Here we go then, Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue will be the one who's happy now, because he gets to bowl. He's got 6 balls at Abbas and Pakistan's number 11.
4 slips in a gully for Josh Tongue. He's got a leg slip in play as well, short leg. 1 man in front of square on the offside, 1 man in front of square on the leg side. As Tongue is in, it's full, and it's played away nicely by Abbas. Just gently leans on it, guides it, scoops it out. Down to mid-off for a single.
There's Ollie Robinson as well. So he left that go. So right, Rizwan, you go on strike. Tongue, you bowl at Rizwan now. Give me a chance.
You're making this into
I'm making it.
Alistair. Tongue has been brilliant, hasn't he? Just everything that he's done today. Obviously the raw pace, but it hasn't just been pace. It's been clear thinking, putting that into the batter's mind of, I might bowl short, then he's zoned in on the pads, bowling round the wickets of the left-hander, that channel ball to Shan Masood as he's bowling now to Rizwan, inside edge, down to fine leg. And this time he decides to stay on strike, could have easily have taken the single.
Did he go? Yeah, I think if you take his wickets at the end of the first innings, I don't know if Zoltz has already covered this, but he picked up his wickets quickly at the end of the first innings, then he picked up 3 here. So he had 8 wickets in 41 balls, I thought he did.
Yeah, it's 7 in 22.
Decent.
That's a hot streak, isn't it?
It's a tongue teaser.
It's best match figures for both of these bowlers. Robinson had never had an 8-wicket match before. Tongue had 8 for 182 against India last year. I'll check that.
Here he comes again, eyeing up his prey. Rizwan drives nicely. So much space on the offside. Come back for a couple. Joe Root saves the 4. 117 for 8. Rizwan to 27, trailing by 121. Now fielder goes back, 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. I feel like he's wearing different socks today, Josh Tongue. I think they're like green with a bit of red on them.
Zoltz has got the binoculars out to check your
pair
theory.
of socks. Past the stumps, ball short. Rizwan pulls it away, and with force as well. He's so good off the short ball. Emilio Gay was out there. He had no chance. He moved 2 steps to his left, and that has traced along the floor very quickly into the Western Terrace. 4 to him. He moves to 31.
Well, Emilio Gay, I reckon, had 2 or 3 yards to move to his left. He couldn't get there. Rizwan managed to get right on top of that. Didn't try and actually try and hit it too hard, but he's absolutely nailed it.
Two balls left of the over, so deep points come up. 3 slips in a gully now. Deep squares come up as well. shuffling the pack. Tongue in on an angle, he moves in. Rizwan drives, a full delivery, almost Yorker length, and he fetches more runs for this. The help yourself boundary down the ground, 125 for 8. And Rizwan to 35.
It's an indication actually on this how good this cricket wicket is, because we've seen some lovely straight drives, even though Pakistan 120 for 8. Both England and Pakistan batters, when they have had the opportunity to play a straight drive, Dan Lawrence played a couple yesterday. It was right up there, same as Rizwan. Lovely shot, full face of the bat. Full value for the runs, isn't it?
Again, Joe Root having a chat to his bowler. What's this going to be? Just keep him down there, he bowls. It's an LBW shout. Rizwan almost toppling over as he falls forwards. Half appeal, given not out. They decided not to review. So whether it was height, maybe a bit of bat involved at the end of the over, but importantly, they keep him down that end, 125 for 8, trailing by 113. Pakistan, Rizwan 35, Abbas on 2.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think it's Rizwan's inner thigh pad. It must be going over the top. Although the LBW he got in one of his first wickets, that didn't look quite right, did it? Did you see the Hawkeye? I mean, it said it was 3 reds, but when you watched it live, I thought that's got to be going over and possibly down leg. But
Salman Ali Agha.
that's what my initial thought was, anyway.
Because of the angle he creates to the right-hander initially, he sort of comes above the perpendicular, angled in Ben Stokes style. 4 slips in position then for Ollie Robinson. Here he comes past the stumps to Abbas, who's defending the ball to the leg side comfortably. So over to Robinson, see if he can get another couple.
Certainly where you want to bowl to. I know Rizwan, I know he got LBW in the first innings. Well, that ball coming back, he definitely falls over it a fair bit. He gets himself in a bit of an awkward position.
Robinson pushes forwards, crowd getting behind him. He bowls to Abbas again, defends deep into his crease, pushes it to the offside. Nice Friday afternoon feel here at Headingley.
You get confusing. Wednesday starts. It doesn't feel like a Friday, does it? We're just so institutionalised, aren't we, cricketers? That test matches start on a Thursday or a Friday. And day 3 has to be on a weekend. So the good thing is we've got the weekend to come.
Weekend off, Cookie. What are you going to do? Abbas back and across, beats the edge. Too good. Too good for a number 10 batter.
Not just a number 10 batter, I think that's too good for. I think quite a few batters around the world. This ball, I think it's quite a long way from Ollie Robinson. I don't know, my weekend plans. But I did pack my suitcase this morning. It's in the car.
You're not supposed to tell us that you had no faith in Pakistan.
Just couldn't see them batting more than 50 overs on this wicket.
Abbas defends the ball once again, getting in and behind it solidly. But there would have been a few people that would have packed their bags at Headingley 2019.
I think when Jack Leach walked out to bat, I don't think anyone would have seen that, but that was day 5, wasn't it? Day 5?
It was day
5.
Day 4.
Day 4.
No, there was hope that morning. And then
was.
it fell apart for a bit. Abbas turns the ball round the corner. Stays down that end with one more ball left of the over. I remember 2019. Shane Warne was working with him for the TV commentary.
Oh, you're the other side for that game, weren't you?
I might have been working for both actually that day.
Shock. Shock.
I was going between boxes. Anyway, I
who's
passed
worse?
him in the
Who's worse? You or Woody?
Amelia Gay moving in a little bit closer, 4 slips in position, always just pulled away Mohamed Abbas because field is still moving. Joe Root creeps in as well at mid-wicket, catching position there. And I passed him in the corridor and I said, oh, are you going back to London? As Robinson turns at the top of his mark. Bass drives the ball, low run at the end of the over. So Rizwan to face the next one from Josh Tongue. I think he's just signalling to the captain to put someone else on. He's just got to go and get some running repairs. And he was happily saying that he was driving back to London. There was a problem with the trains, so I said, oh, do you mind if I jump in? So me and Rich were going to head back to London with him. And obviously it went a lot longer than we anticipated it to, but I do remember thinking a 4-hour journey, usually from Headingley to London, it turned into a 2-hour journey. We got back very quickly.
He's renowned for
Few more
driving.
words from you.
He's renowned for driving quite fast, old Shane.
Simon Mann coming in here.
I never would have packed my bags if I was playing this game. I never would have upset the cricketing gods at all. Even though you'd have felt this game was going to finish in England play, I would never have done it.
Well, it's quite a bold move to do that when you've got still a whole side to bowl out, isn't it? I mean, there's a few wickets down, but 10 in the day. Atkinson bowls outside the off stump, slapped away by Rizwan towards the boundary. He's going out towards deep extra cover, and they don't really call that a run. He's kind of walked the second part, and they've come back for 2. Atkinson, still the only bowler in the match not to take a wicket. I mean, it happened to Josh Tongue in the last game at Trent Bridge. It's certainly not happened in this game, where he's picked up 8 for Robinson as well. A couple for Archer today. And Pakistan 8 down. It's a hopeless situation for them. 127 for 8. They're farming the strike, but trying to farm the strike. There's 2.5 days left yet. Atkinson bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan solidly forward towards extra cover, and there's no run. But having said that, and if you're Rizwan, just take some batting practice. Really, take some time in the middle, and I don't know, get some red ink as well. Why would you give it away? Just stay out there. I mean, I know it feels hopeless, and we've got that situation now where, well, what have they got to fight for? You know, it's an impossible situation. But it's 37 not out for 30 balls. Spend some time in the middle. Field set back to allow him the single. Atkinson bowls, and it's a massive swipe outside the off stump and misses it. And it's through to Jamie Smith. And he's got Mohamed Abbas and Muhammad Ali for company at the other end. So
at least he's trying to play some shots, though, isn't it? Like, for a bit of entertainment. If he was trying to half-arm the strike and block it,
yeah,
I think at least he's trying to whack a few. But you're right. I mean, I think he should try and get a red inker, but still try and score a few runs, just for entertainment. Because the whole crowd is a game of entertainment, Simon. And would you knock a 1 and just let Abbas take them, face the music?
There's Atkinson bowling, and he comes forward against the thick inside edge, goes down towards short fine leg, and they go through for a single. That's the 4th ball of the over. They do take the single. I think you kind of play it like that, really, don't you? If the field is the ball's there for the shot, you play it. Probably just bide your time a bit. I don't think I want to be slogging one up in the air or anything like that, just to say, oh, play an outrageous slog.
No, I agree, actually. And also, you got a chance to get 50.
Yeah. Just I mean, get used to conditions, spend some time in the middle. I know it's not the most intense cricket in a way, because you know where the game's going, but Mohamed Abbas, can he survive against Atkinson? 4 slips and a short leg, and Atkinson moves in and bowls to him. It's full down the leg side, looks to flick it away, misses it, misses the stumps as well, taken by Smith, falling over to his left-hand side. and a dot ball. We've avoided those showers, I think. There's one or two angry clouds around at Headingley, but not too many. The sun's out at the moment. And this game today has taken what felt like a predictable course. I think we always thought it was going to be difficult for Pakistan. I don't perhaps necessarily thought it was going to be 128 for 8 difficult, but it has been a struggle for them. Atkinson bowls a short ball, he ducks underneath it, plays that pretty well actually. And Mohammad Abbas, it's through to Smith. It's the end of the over. Pakistan 128 for 8. They were 59 for 3 at lunch. And that wicket not long before the break, and since then, it's a bit like the first innings really. It's gone down pretty quickly.
They found ways to get out today, which has been slightly strange, isn't it? Like I wouldn't have, if you had asked me what score they would have got, I would have said 170. That would have been my par score. But they haven't really, like some of the dismissals, they haven't been jaffers, have they? But we've had the opener Iman who tried to duck one, didn't he? And that was a bit of a strangeness. We had a caught leg slip first. Next opener caught leg slip the very next over when the leg slip just went in there, and then Sal get caught weirdly in a strange.
It was an odd position, that wasn't it?
How would you describe it?
Well, I was trying to describe it before it happened.
Are you on air?
Yeah, I was trying to describe what the position is. It's not really a conventional position. Backward square leg, a deepish backward square leg, neither bat nor conventional.
Not so deep backward square leg.
Something like that. Robinson goes in and bowls to Rizwan, who guides that down towards deep, then does take the single off the first ball. I think they're happier, aren't they, with Mohammad Abbas against Robinson, that lesser pace, whereas the 3 other nasty fasters that England have got in their side, and that's not so keen. Don't want Mohammad Abbas getting one on the finger or something and putting him out of the Lord's Test match. So as a captain, if that had happened to you, if you put that guy there and the catch had been taken, would you have been sort of like punching the air? Or would you think, wow, yeah.
I think
what a genius I am.
Well, that an inward smile. I'd like to speak to Ruta whether why he was there.
Yeah. Robinson bowls to Mohammad Abbas, who comes forward, pushes at it, goes past the outside edge, on its way through to Jamie Smith.
You must have said they must have looked at some analysis of his batting, Sal. And maybe when he pulled the ball, he maybe like sometimes he just like tries to help it on his way, and it just kind of lobs there, maybe. Or Joe had a gut feeling that he was going to bowl a leg stump half on and he'll clip it straight to him.
I mean, sometimes it's on your hip, it's quite difficult to control it sometimes and get over it, but that was a real flick, wasn't it?
I mean, if you were playing a practice match, right?
Robinson to Mohammad Abbas, goes past the outside edge again, on its way through to Smith.
And the coach said to you, right, I want you to see if you can hit that, give him a catch. He's going to bowl it around here, give him a catch. I reckon it'll take you 25 attempts to do that, at least.
And he hit it more or less straight to him. Lawrence had to dive away to his right. It was a good catch.
Yeah,
you see it on the BBC Sport website. And we'll round it all up in the highlights tonight on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock. So BBC 4 tonight, because there's live athletics on BBC 2. Have a look at it yourself. I mean, yeah, a good solid catch, wasn't he? You expect him to take it, though. Robinson to Abbas, strikes him on the pad quite high up, goes away into the offside. Jofra Archer is loosening up. I wonder if Mohammad Abbas has seen that out the corner of his eye.
But I suppose as a pundit, when ball goes through full slip and we say there should be a full slip, it's the captain, you say, oh, it should be a full slip. Not bad captaincy, why has he not got a full slip? If that happens, you have to say it's really good, because it's gone there.
Yeah.
You do, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, but because it's such an unusual position compared to full slip, to take a catch, you kind of you do wonder about how it came about. Robinson bowls past the outside edge again. Never Abbas is back. When he's bowling it on the stumps, he's blocking it, and when he's bowled a Jaffa just outside the off stump, he's missing it. But I suppose you've got a bit more work to do to catch up with it, haven't you, outside the off stump? Whereas in line, you can just put the bat there.
Well, Abbas is very much playing from the crease and just dropping his hands on. Well, I think he knows where Ollie Robinson's going to try and home in.
Well, I presume they're going to have another chat after this ball, but they've had a long chat there after the 5th ball of the over. I don't know what advice Rizwan has passed on. Perhaps don't take the single, because this is the last ball of the over. Robinson bowls to Abbas, who's beaten again outside the off stump. That one kept a bit low. He's got a half smile on his face, and he just shrugs as if to say, well, what do you expect me to do? I'm a number 10, straight 11. 129 for 8. We've had 36 overs. Pakistan 109 runs behind. The tea interval is 40 minutes away. Well, unless Pakistan are 9 down, in which case it'll be delayed.
I mentioned how this is Ollie Robinson's first 8-wicket test. It's his 12th home test. He's now taken 65 wickets at an average of 18 in England, and his 10 away test, 26 wickets at 28. Looked at players in their first 12 tests in this country. Only one England bowler has taken more wickets in his first 12 home tests. That was Ian Botham in his extraordinary early pomp. He had 67 in his first 12. Fred Truman, a great fast bowler, made his debut in 1952. A Yorkshire legend. He had 65 wickets at 18 in his first 12.
His figures are so good, Ollie Robinson. Here's Atkinson into bowl to Rizwan on his pads, clipped away down towards fine leg. They don't take the single. Picked up by Josh Tongue there in front of the West Stand, Western Terrace, which is quite noisy on a Friday afternoon, unsurprisingly. But the cricket hasn't been that compelling, really. It hasn't been a great contest between these two teams. England have outplayed Pakistan pretty consistently for 2.5 days. Just looking to finish it off now. Atkinson is bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, moves into bowl to Rizwan, and Rizwan gets one that seems to bounce more than expected there from Atkinson, and he manages to knock it down into the offside, taking one hand off the bat there. Extra bounce from Gus Atkinson, who walks ever so phlegmatically back to his mark. He doesn't give much away. There's not much obvious emotion from Gus Atkinson as a bowler. He's got this very straight walk back as well, short steps, very distinctive walk back to his mark. 129 for 8. Rizwan is 39 not out. He's the leading scorer in Pakistan's second innings. Shah Masood made 29. Atkinson bowls to Rizwan on his pads, clipped away busily into the onside. They're off for one, they'll look for two here, and I think they'll get it as well. They will. Picked up by Gay. Archer went after it. Gay was covering behind him. Sends in a nice return. They could both see what they were trying to do there. Come back for the second, they could not prevent it. 131 for 8. Rizwan to 41. We'll be back after this game. The second test in Lords on Thursday. But there's also test action tonight. We have commentary on the second test between Australia and Bangladesh. And when we finish here, we'll take you to the Oval for that fascinating clash between Surrey and Nottinghamshire in the County Championship. A game last season that decided the title. Josh Tongue to the fore in that match. Atkinson bowls, Rizwan drives, doesn't really time it. Picked up by Atkinson in his follow through. And there is no run. One of the great modern county matches, that one last summer between Surrey and Notts, that Notts won from memory by about 20 runs to basically clinch the title with a game to spare. Whoever won that game was going to win the title. And they're back at it, and there's so many teams involved. It really is going to be great to watch over the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season to see who's going to come out on top. Now, a shortish backward square leg is going in. Perhaps another Joe Root hunch. Perhaps he wants to stop Rizwan just playing off his pads for a single towards the end of the over. Atkinson bowls. Rizwan drives towards mid-off. Can't get a run there. Rizwan coming a long way down. Hits it to Joe Root. There's no run. 131 for 8. Ramiz Raja alongside me.
Yeah, Simon, this is turning out to be a good little effort from Rizwan. So Pakistan are desperately looking at him gaining some kind of shape and form. And 41 of just, 38 balls is not a bad show at all. So they need him to be in good form come Lords, come the last test match.
Last ball of the over. 2 slips on a ring field. Atkinson bowls to Rizwan, who goes for a big shot and he's bowled. He was looking to hit that out towards deep mid-wicket. Atkinson finally joins in. His first wicket of the match. But a lot down to Rizwan's shot there. And Pakistan on the brink of defeat now. Rizwan gone for 41. It's 131 for 9. That was almost a one-day shot from Rizwan. Massive wipe.
Yeah.
Lost his off stump.
Yeah, I mean, he plays that shot, but it's just too quick. Up, move back, created a gap between bat and pad, but he really had to go like this. Rizwan, last ball, field was in, he took a little bit of chance, but he's done after scoring 41 of 39 balls. It was a good innings, some form at long last for Mohammad Rizwan. But Pakistan almost done and dusted. And another disappointing test match for them.
Yeah, as Muhammad Ali steps out at number 11. So Mohammad Abbas and Muhammad Ali, the last two batters out there for Pakistan. Muhammad Ali, you said his travails in the field. He wasn't dismissed in the first innings. 1 for 89 from 19 overs with the ball. So 25-4 in the sunshine on this third day. It's nearly done. Pakistan, a really disappointing performance, Ramiz, really. I mean,
yeah,
they've been outplayed pretty much from the first ball of the game.
Absolutely, yes, no match, you've got to say, and pretty appalling effort in all the three departments. And they've been at the receiving end in Test match cricket for a very long period now, almost 2 years of nothingness. Just been one defeat after the other, and that can shake the fundamentals of any group. And they've maintained the same core group, and I wonder why, because if you're losing test matches, then you've got to make that all-important call and, you know, look to get players in from left field, you know, some surprises, because with the lot that they've produced playing the test series in the last couple of seasons, it's just not worked.
Right, and just what you want as well, number 10 and 11, Jofra Archer back in the attack. So here is Archer into bowl to Abbas. Abbas gives himself some room and fiddles it away down towards the boundary, and it's heading towards the rope. He might get 4, he does. Well, I think it's fair to say he didn't quite get in line, but he did locate somewhere near the middle of the bat. He was able to help it away down towards the boundary at deep third. So Mohammad Abbas moved to 6. Pakistan to 135 for 9. Archer started it all off for England today, getting rid of Azan Oais and Imran Al-Haq for 9 and 0. And then the tongue and Robinson show from there. And Atkins just chipping in with that 9th wicket. 3 slips of gully, short leg, short extra cover. Mohammad Abbas up against Jofra Archer. Pakistan 9 down. Archer bowls. He has a massive wipe and misses it. Ball outside the off stump. And this is the sort of situation that, I mean, the last thing you want is to get hurt, isn't it? You don't want a finger injury or something like that. So it is a hopeless situation. Stay a bit leg side of the ball, probably. There is that thought, I suppose, in Mohammad Abbas's mind that Archer might bowl a short ball at him. So you need to think about that. Archer into bowl to Mohammad Abbas, who gives himself some room and clubs this high in the air. He's going to be caught. A backward point he is. It's all over. Pakistan out for 135 in their second innings, inside 38 overs to go with 171 in the first innings. England win by an innings and plenty, and Pakistan outplayed from the first ball to the last ball. An emphatic victory for Joe Root and his team. Joe Root returning as England captain, and England have won by an innings and 103 runs, and it's done before tea on the third day. England 1 up in the series.
Yeah, I got to say it would probably be England's easiest innings win, because they had to only operate at half throttle and defeated Pakistan quite easily in the end. So Pakistan, lot to ponder. England are off to a very, very safe and a good start. Outstanding stuff from Joe Root and company. The pace was brilliant. The tactics were outstanding, and Pakistan just not good enough with the bat, ball, and in the field as well.
Well, Mohammad Abbas there, just taking a view, not getting into line, giving himself some room, trying to swipe away, but just miscued it high in the air. And that was it. It was a victory for Joe Root's team, well inside the distance, in front of a full house here at Headingley. Right, what we'll do in the next half an hour or so is get plenty of reaction from both sides. Jonathan Agnew down on the boundary. I'm going to join him, and Alex Hartley's here, and so too is Ramiz, and Atif is coming in to pick up things here.
Yeah, disappointing for Pakistan, but outstanding for England. Ollie Robinson, Josh Tong really did set the tone with the ball on day one, picking up 5 wickets apiece. Ollie Robinson back into the side after missing the previous 2 test matches, again doing what he does best. And England just far too good for Pakistan throughout this test match. There's been moments where they had a partnership of 91. There's been glimmers of potentially them bringing themselves back into this game. But if we're being totally honest, England have dominated for the majority of this test match.
Absolutely, Alex. A really strong start to Joe Root's latest tenure as England captain. Victory inside 3 days. Victory by an innings and 103 runs for England here at Headingley, a venue where Pakistan have only ever won 1 test match. That was in 1987, and the long old wait will continue for Pakistan for quite some time. It really was a complete performance from England, who couldn't have dominated Pakistan any harder. 171 all-out Pakistan in the first innings, 135 all-out in the second innings. England putting on 409 in their innings when they batted. Just completely have had no answers, have Pakistan, to the questions that England put in front of them. A double fist clench celebration from Joe Root as well. This has to be a really good feeling for Joe Root. He's come in as England captain after a lot of discussion, a lot of fanfare around Ben Stokes and him moving on, a lot of discussion about who should lead this England side. But Joe Root's team have given him the perfect possible start. And it's a great day for him for many reasons, actually. One of the reasons being that he's broken a record for most catches by a fielder in tests as well, 219, going past Steve Smith's 218, which is a niche record that I'm sure he'll add to his collection. But really superb performance from England across these 3 days. I mean, would it be too much of a stretch, Alex, to say they weren't really given a challenge by Pakistan?
They weren't given a challenge at all, were they? I think England, as I just said, dominated throughout the test match. I think for England, what has been really impressive is that they've just concentrated on themselves. They've done the basics really well, and we often talk about doing the basics well, keeping the stumps in play, bowling line and length, and Ollie Rob, Josh Tong just consistently hitting that natural fuller length that you have to do here at Headingley to get the batters to come forward. The ball was carrying still. I guess Ali Usman, I think he can hold his head up high. He got a few wickets for Pakistan in the mammoth innings of England's total of 409. He got 5 for 95. It's a strange old bowling performance, but he can hold his head high. Other than that, they have been disappointing. But the one thing for me, Atif, the one thing that you can always control is your fielding, and they've let themselves down in the field.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Just to run you through that scorecard for Pakistan in the second innings, we're a long way behind, 238 runs, the deficit that England had over them after the first innings, and very quickly Pakistan were reduced to 0 for 1 for the second time in this test match. Imam-ul Haq falling for a duck, caught by Jamie Smith off the bowling of Jofra Archer, and then soon thereafter Azan Awais was caught by Joe Root at leg slip off the bowling of Jofra Archer. Terrific fiery spell from Archer to start things off. Awais went for 9, then Shan Masood and Abdullah Shafiq put on a little partnership before Shafiq was caught by Harry Brook off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 15. Shan Masood then departed for 29 of 56 balls to Josh Tong. A terrific catch from Ben Duckett. And then Saud Shakil, 14 for him. Josh Tong doing for him with Lawrence taking the catch. Salman Ali Agha, LBW to Josh Tong. Mohammad Rizwan battled for a while. Was the second last wicket to fall for Pakistan, bowled by Gus Atkinson, looking to swipe the ball away across the line. He top scored with 41, did Rizwan, and then Ali Usman 7 for him, Khurram Shahzad 8 for him. Bowled Robinson, caught Cox both those dismissals. Mohammad Abbas, last batter to fall, he went for 6 to Jofra Archer. Dan Lawrence taking the catch to win the game for England. 135 all out Pakistan. And the bowlers for England, superb figures all round. Josh Tong, 3 for 43 from his 7 overs. Went through a period where he took 5 wickets in 5 consecutive overs. Josh Tong, really superb in this test match. Very impressive stuff. Ollie Robinson, 3 for 29 from his 11 overs. Jofra Archer, 3 for 50 from his 10.3. Gus Atkinson, 1 for 11 from his 8 overs. So economical, so difficult to get away. And Dan Lawrence bowled a solitary over in there as well. You know, it's a toss-up really between Josh Tong and Ollie Robinson, which way you go for player of the match. I mean, what are you thinking, Alex? Because both players have taken 8 wickets in this Test match, 5 for a piece, and half the ball each in the first innings, and now they've both picked up 3. Robinson 3 for 29, Josh Tongue 3 for 43. Which way would you go?
You're asking me the impossible there, Tippers. They've split the ball, so can they split the trophy? That's the way I'm going. Can they split the player of the match?
The ground staff are going to have to find a serious saw to do that. But in seriousness, it's really been very heartening stuff from England. A tough summer, obviously. Off-field stuff dominating the news. A tough loss to New Zealand in that 3-match Test series as well, coming off the back of a tough loss to Australia in the Ashes earlier this year. This feels like the moment for a reset. They do have a reset. New captain, different feel to the team as well, and they've delivered the goods.
Yeah, they have, and I think, England can't be complacent going into the last 2 Test matches because Pakistan have the opportunity to come back fighting.
They certainly do. England have won by an innings and 103 runs. Let's go over on the pitch to Simon Mann.
Thank you very much, Atif. I'm going to hand straight over to Jonathan Agnew because he's got Pakistan's captain with him.
I do. Salman, hello. That's disappointing for you, I think.
Yeah, England has outplayed us, and they have been outstanding in every department. And yeah, we were missing in like every department, to be honest. And we just need to rush this game out and turn around things in Lords.
Yeah. What particularly were you disappointed with?
I think in both batting and bowling, we were not consistent enough. That's what missing here. In England, you have to be consistent every single ball. And when it's come to batting and bowling and even fielding as well. So we were missing that.
Yeah. Were you surprised at the way that the pitch played as it turned out?
Not really. I was expecting the pitch to play like that. It was good enough pitch to bat, and it was everything for the bowlers and batter. So it was a very good pitch to play a cricket game.
Yeah. England's pace attack looks quite strong. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they were very consistent with their pace and length as well. So that's why they outplayed us, and they were consistent with bat and ball as well.
Yeah. Well, you've got a few days to think about this. What are you going to dwell on? What are you going to? You go to Lords. You get settled in. You have some practice.
Yeah, we'll have like 2 days off, and then we'll go to Lords, and then we'll sit down and we'll definitely think about what mistakes we did and what we can think about the next game, and definitely we will come back stronger.
Good. And Babar Azam will be back, do you think?
Hopefully he'll be back for the next game.
Okay. Simon, thanks for talking to us. Good luck. We'll see you at Lords. There you are, Simon.
Thank you very much. Well, very promptly down, Salman Ali Agha.
I think I want to get it over with, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, it's been a tough few days for Pakistan. So we'll get plenty more reaction as well. If you do need to leave us, you can download it as a podcast later on. So Joe Root's first match back as England captain ends in a thumping victory, an innings and 103 runs here at Headingley, with Pakistan bowled out for 135 in their second innings after 171 in the first innings. All the England bowlers joined in today. Jofra Archer with a couple of early wickets. Gus Atkinson finally taking his first wicket of the match, and the game was over well before tea. In a way, Pakistan perfect opponents for England in Joe Root's first Test match. We thought Pakistan were going to be nice and prepared coming into this after playing 2 Test matches in the West Indies and playing a warm-up game as well. England playing at the 100, but actually England have totally outplayed them, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you look at Pakistan and their preparation, it couldn't have been any better, really. A couple of Test matches in the Caribbean. They win again, the first win for a long while. They win a warm-up game as well against a decent professional Cricket Association team, and they came here and they've just been completely outclassed. They've come up against an England side that have obviously got a bit between their teeth. They know that they have to start winning games, and this is the perfect series for England to get back on the winning trail. I thought England were excellent from the moment that Joe won the toss, the first ball wicket. The tactical side of what Joe brought, like, it's an easy game as a captain because you're not challenged by any of the batting unit that you were up against, but I thought some of his tactical manoeuvres, particularly today, the leg slip, first ball, flicked it straight to him. Dan Lawrence taking that catch just behind square on the leg side. So everything has gone the way of the England side. Joe's had the perfect week. He scored a few runs. A couple of players coming into the side in terms of Dan Lawrence at 6, got a 50. Jordan Cox back in at 3, he gets runs. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect week from an England cricket perspective. For Pakistan, I really fear for them because, you know, they've been absolutely blown away. They've been hammered, and they've got a lot of soul searching to do over the course of the next few days to try and get some kind of spirit, some kind of fight. I don't know what they can change. You know, they haven't got express bowlers that they can bring back in. They've got Babar Azam, who will obviously bring a bit of experience, but I really fear for them. It's just a matter of can they find just a way of playing that will put England under a little bit of pressure at Lords. You know, Test cricket is a funny game and things can change, but from what I've seen from Pakistan this week, it's more, you know, how Pakistan cricket is now. You know, I look at this side, I feel quite sad watching them this week because I've seen some great Pakistan sides and players over the course of many decades and generations, and this side just seemed to have be lacking all that spirit and the fight that we kind of become accustomed to seeing Pakistan players have.
Yeah, they looked meek, timid, those sort of words, really.
Yeah, I've never seen a Pakistan side look so timid and so short of ideas. Tactically, they weren't quite there. And sometimes, when you're looking at the tactical side, Rizwan not coming up to the stumps on that second morning straight away, going, surely you have to come up to the stumps to Mohammed Abbas. So tactically, they've not been there. But I think the skill levels and the gulfing class between the players, England have got a decent set of players, particularly here in the UK. Pakistan look a long way short. So I just hope they can find something over the course of the next few days. They're going to get criticised, rightfully so, and hopefully that'll trigger them into some kind of spirit and fight to come back at Lords and put in a better performance and challenging and just that little bit better than we've seen this week.
How would you sum up Pakistan, Jonathan?
Well, yeah, there's a gulf between the two teams, isn't there? And I mean, I'm with Michael. Pakistan cricket teams generally have a flair player or two, somebody completely unusual, somebody brilliant, an unusual bowler or, you know, a batsman with real flair. They haven't got that. Obviously, with Baba not playing makes a difference, but you know, just look at the, you know, the fielding. You know, that is such a barometer, really, of how a team is playing. I think it's another Groundhog Day opportunity. So I think I'm going to interview an England captain after a victory, which is really nice to do, Joe, and I bet you're happy as well. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. It's been a really good week, to be honest. You know, from winning the toss and getting the opportunity to bowl first on that surface, I think we exploited it really well. And then once we got in the driving seat, we drove the game the whole time. So really proud of the performance. I think as a bowling unit, they've shown all the talent that we know they've got.
It's a decent attack, isn't it?
It's a very good attack, yeah. And I don't think they quite know how good they are just yet. But the more they can perform like that, and we can back up performances like that very quickly, I think they'll start to realise and prove to themselves what they're capable of doing at this level.
Yeah, as a captain, to have bowlers like that to call upon is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, and like I said, I think they complement each other brilliantly. There's great variety within it. We've got slightly different skill sets. And you know, at different times throughout the game, I thought they bowled in partnerships really well as well. So again, it's a great way to start the series. It's can we keep evolving with it and you know, recognise what the surface is going to be like at Lords and try and exploit whatever that brings.
Yeah. You set a leg slip, get a catch. Backward square leg, get a catch. I mean, just things went well too, didn't they?
They did, yeah. But you know, you can set whatever fields you want. Your bowlers have still got to deliver, and sometimes you set fields for different reasons. You know, you might sometimes put a leg slip in to try and keep the leg side of the ball and bring the slips more into play. Sometimes it works out exactly how you see it. So, you know, you're always trying to make plays, try and find ways of taking wickets. And like I said, the guys execute brilliantly. We thought we caught brilliantly as well, which is important. So, and I've not even touched on our batting. I thought, you know, Coxey the first time batting at 3 looked very composed, very in control, very organised. Dan coming back in at 6, again getting a score under his belt, having not played for a long time in an England shirt, it was really impressive. So there's a lot of really good stuff there, a lot to build on, and yeah, really pleasing.
Yeah, they've got a big smile. Let's mention Harry Brook, the tempo of his innings, which he has been criticised in Australia for some of the reckless shots that he played. Is this the way that you think he will play from now on? I mean, he just looked calmer. I mean, he's going to score 1 million runs if he bats like that, isn't he?
Harry Brook's going to score 1 million runs anyway, regardless of how he bats. I think one of his greatest strengths as a player is seeing the game how he does. You know, he's very good at, and sometimes you're going to get it wrong, right? I mean, look at Kevin Peters's career, and you look back on it now and you think, look at all the wonderful things that he achieved and the amazing moments and innings that he plays and games that he won because of how he played. But those sort of maverick players, they always seem to be under scrutiny because of their ability, because of the amount of shots they have, the amount of options they have. and the way they see the game sometimes allows them to win games on their own with individual brilliance, and sometimes will leave people in slight frustration. What we'll say, he's 26 years old, he averages over 55, and he's still very much, even though he's the best player in the world, he's still very much learning the art of Test cricket, and the fact that there are different occasions, different services and different ways to construct an innings, and he's capable of doing all of them. So I'm not worried about Harry Brook at all. You know, he's got a brilliant cricket brain, he sees the game amazingly well, and he'll continue to score runs. And I think, yeah, it's a great way to start the series for him again.
And Route 2.0, great start, you happy?
Great start. No, really enjoyed it. Really pleased for the lads as well. You know, coming in from the 100 in particular, no prep. You know, sort of interim period with Stephen Fleming not here yet, and for us to be so clinical, so organised, and to deliver on a lot of the stuff we spoke about is great. So, you know, on to Lords. There'll be new challenges. There'll be different things to contend with. We know Pakistan are a very proud team. They're got some very good players. And it'll be a completely different set of circumstances there, so we have to ready ourselves for that. But you know, brilliant to start a series like this.
Good to see him. He's been dead up there on his crutches.
Yeah, I know. He's milking it, isn't he? Yeah.
He is milking it. Nice to see you, Joe. Enjoy it.
Well, Alistair Cook is down here as well. Alistair, I mean, those are kind of the easier interviews, aren't they, as England captain?
We haven't had many of those recently, let me tell you.
No, absolutely, and they should be given credit as well for winning. I know very easily you talk about how poor Pakistan were, and I go back to, clearly it doesn't a great start when you get a wicket first ball, but that first hour at Headingley to bowl that fuller length was outstanding, and all of them did it. All of the bowls bowled that fuller length, and I don't think that's as easy as it's just said. So they were excellent in the field, and they never let Pakistan back in the game.
Well, Marcus Trescothick is here as well, who's the stand-in coach. Jonathan.
Yeah, well, there you go. A lovely start to, well, whatever part of a reset we're in, Marcus, but you couldn't start much better than that.
Yeah, delighted. You know, so much good stuff that we've done over the course of the 3 days, and you know, we've been tested in different areas and we've had challenges in different parts, but you know, I think we responded really nicely to what we wanted to try and do. You know, and there's many good performances from individuals across the 3 days that we're very happy with.
Yeah. How important was it, given everything that's gone on in the recent months, that you did have this sort of start?
Well, it's always good, isn't it? I think, you know, you want to come in and sort of set a marker down and just get a bit of feel-good feeling around, you know, keep the energy within the group. You know, change is always a little bit difficult, and when you've had major changes we have, you know, there's always that little bit of trepidation of sort of what's it going to be like and what are we going to do next. But you know, myself and Joe just tried to keep it nice and calm, use the parts that we believe have been really good from, you know, the past sort of tenure, but and then sort of tweak and sort of guide and give you know, hope for what we're going to be doing going forward, really.
I think calm's a good word. It did feel calmer. The pace of the batting was a calmer tempo and so on. So is that what you've really tried to impress on them?
Well, I think there were still parts of the game where we were scoring really quickly. You know, our main aim is you've got to put pressure on bowlers, and we've got to be able to score heavy, score big, score fast when you need to. But you've got to be good enough that you can adapt and sort of read situations. I think over the course of the day yesterday, there was definitely parts where we were challenged because of the conditions. The lights were on, the rain was around, and it wasn't easy. But I thought there was definite periods within the game that we read the situation nicely, and players coming in, not playing many games, played the fashion that you kind of want them to play, and the skill. They showed the skill that they have that we've seen. So. All in all, I think, you know, combination of different things, you're very pleased with it.
Yeah. And you, Marcus, I mean, you're sort of in a temporary role at the moment. I mean, do you see yourself extending that and working with Stephen Fleming? How do you see the future?
I'd love to, first and foremost, because I think I have a huge amount of respect for Stephen and, you know, what he's done in the game. He was a fantastic captain and leader, and he's been brilliant, you know, doing the jobs he's done as coach. But it's really not in my job or my position to be able to judge that. As I say, we'd love to carry on. We've had a great time doing what we've been doing, with some success and some challenges. we'll wait until we get the tap on the shoulder and say, look, this is the direction that's going to happen at some point over a couple of months.
Well, I hope it's a favourable tap, Marcus. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. There we go. Talk to you soon.
So that is Marcus Trescothick. We're going to hear from Ollie Robinson, I should think, fairly soon as well. He is the player of the match. Did you notice a small sample size, Michael, because it only lasted 2.5 days, but did you sort of detect a slightly different approach from England in this match or not? Or is it hard to say?
Oh, I think it's hard to say. I think it's hard to judge. But what was really important, that they had to win a game of cricket, and they've won it in a convincing fashion, so you have to give them full credit. Well, I thought with the bat in hand, I didn't see many of the batters dance down to the seams to try and launch over mid-off or over extra cover. I didn't see any ramp shots. I saw control, even though they scored at a quick rate. I saw a lot of control.
Ollie Robinson now. You've played 2 tests, you're man of the match twice. What's going on?
I don't really know. I'm just rolling out and trying to do my best, really, and it's working at the moment. I'm sure there'll be a lot worse days than the last 2 games I've had, so just trying to stay level and do my best, really.
And to get a wicket first ball of the game, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to set the tone like that, not just for myself but for the team. I think as a group of bowlers we're trying to be ultra consistent, and when I can set the tone like that in the first over, I think it sets the template for the rest of the game. And we feel like as a bowling group, as soon as 1 or 2 of us click, the rest of us seem to click as well and kind of just follow each other. So I thought everyone bowled well this week. Gus only got 1 wicket, but still bowled really well. Joff lit up, didn't he, second innings there with a new ball, and I think with the 4-man pace attack that we've got, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of that, where guys are sort of getting a lot of wickets in clusters, and then the others are chipping in and sort of helping each other along the way.
Yeah, because you're all a bit different, aren't you? So it's a really good foil, actually.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm just trying to be as consistent as possible and tweak my skill, and I've got guys at the other end bowling 90 miles an hour, which it's always a nice place to be. I feel like the batters are coming a little bit harder at me because of it, and it brings me into the game more. So we do complement each other really well.
Tell me how a 80 miles an hour bowler gets downhill with the wind and the 90 miles an hour fast bowler comes up the hill. How have you managed that?
So at Hove, Joff bowls up the hill and I bowl down, and it's worked well at Hove, so we kind of stuck with it. To be fair, first day the wind was going across the ground and perfect for Joff to hold it away from the left-hander. And then Maruti wanted me to start this end today because of the first innings. So I got away with it this week. I don't think I'll get away with it at Lord's next week.
Love to see you, Ollie. Well bowled. Nice to see you. We'll catch you soon.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
There we go. That's Ollie Robinson just shaking hands with Alistair Cook and Michael Vaughan. How much did you like to have captained this 4-man pace attack, Alistair?
Well, they're certainly they've got the potential to be a very good 4-man pace attack, and I think over the next 12 months, the key for England's success will be those 4 plus the others constantly improving, because I still think that their ceiling is high. Remember, I had some fairly decent bowlers to captain along the way with Broad and Anderson, etc. But this is a slightly different attack in terms of extra pace. But yeah, potentially very good.
What about you, Michael, on that one?
Yeah, I mean, they've got potential in terms of all the pace that they have. The skill levels of Robinson, I think in the UK are going to be the key for this attack, because he offers control, he offers that tone setting with the new ball, as we saw with the first ball. You know, you can't put them in a level yet until they go away to South Africa and damage the South African side. Obviously, the Ashes, you know, we can't get too excited. I mean, it's 1 test match into a new start. Great, they've won a game of cricket. There's not one England player or fan that wouldn't have expected England to win the test match, but what they've done is completely hammer Pakistan, which is what good teams do. When you get the chance to be ruthless, and by being ruthless, you really, really beat the opposition. That's what England have done this week. But look, this attack has got something. You know, you add a Matthew Fisher into this attack or a Sam Cook, because in English conditions, you know, I look at the way that Ollie Robinson's bowled this week. Would you want another kind of Ollie Robinson as well, with the keeper stood up at times? I would in the UK.
So would you change it around a bit?
I think the next 2 test matches it is and I'm not saying England are at the stage where they can be funky with their selection, but I wouldn't be against, win the series at Lord's, go 2-0 up, but someone like a Sam Cook or a Matthew Fisher, I'd like to see you get a game in this series. This is the kind of series, if you're looking to build that cartel of quick bowlers, bringing Bryden Cast back in for a game, does Josh Tong, Jofra Archer, Gus Atkinson have to play all 3 test matches with the summer that they have? Possibly not. As I said, they're not at that stage yet until they've won the series to be funky with selection, but I don't think it is being funky with selection, bringing in a Fisher or a Sam Cook in English conditions when the ball, you know, we're going to be into September by that last Test match, and the ball will continue to wobble around a bit. And I would like to see them try a 2-2, a two-style Ollie Robinson bowling attack with a 2 pace bowlers, just to see how it would go in English conditions.
OK, Michael, thanks very much indeed. I've got Jonathan still with me, and Ramiz is here as well. Well, how do you reflect, Ramiz, on Pakistan's performance in that game, and what can they do, if anything, really? I mean, they feel a side that are kind of just below the level required, really.
Yeah, I mean, what was damaging was that England only operated at half throttle and yet won by innings. I don't know what Pakistan can do because it's limited resources, unlimited wants and limited resources. It's not going to work, I'm afraid, unless somebody gets a big 100. See, in both innings, they couldn't play even 50 overs. And to survive in England, in Test cricket, you've got to at least aim for 80 to 100 overs batting. And the bowling appears to be toothless as well. I mean, medium pace stuff. That is county stuff here for some of these English batsmen. So that's not going to hassle England at all. It's just about somehow clicking, regrouping, something extraordinary to happen in the next couple of Test matches. Otherwise, I'm sorry to say, but they're doomed.
Yeah, I mean, you do have that feeling at the moment. I mean, there were people who turned up in this Test match and thought, what's happened to Pakistan? And the last time England played Pakistan, actually Pakistan won the series, albeit in some quite unusual circumstances where Pakistan said, right, we're just going to play on these sort of ultra-spinning pitches. So one was a used pitch and then one was kind of deliberately made dry, wasn't it? What has happened to Pakistan's Test team?
Yeah, I mean, strategy. I mean, it's gone for a toss. So you're trying to produce a one-dimensional team that can only win certain Test matches on a certain surface. And that's just not good enough for the world, because world rates Pakistan cricket and some of the exciting talent. And, well, you've discouraged pace bowling. And because so many players just want to play T20 cricket, that's an easier route to success in Pakistan. I guess elsewhere also in subcontinent, that they're just not bothered about playing Test match cricket. And so you've got to create that environment where they buy into this. The youngsters feel that to become a star, you need to perform at the Test match level, and that's just not happening.
We've seen West Indies fall away. I mean, are we thinking something similar might happen to Pakistan, or is there such a strong tradition of cricket in Pakistan that they can sort of haul themselves back up again?
I fear for the worst. You see, the first pillar has fallen, and that is the fans are disenchanted. They're not going to back this team. And who would? I mean, you know, if you lose, 17 Test matches in the last 20 that you've played, nobody's going to back this team. So the other part is that, well, are there new players coming through the system? The batting is below par, even at the under-19 level, under-17 level. The bowling, yeah, there are 2-3 quicks, but they're not being exposed to this form of cricket because they feel that they're still brittle. But I think these are desperate times for Pakistan cricket to make a comeback through pace. I mean, pace has always been our pedigree. But if you discourage the DNA that completes us, what's the point of then playing Test cricket?
Well, I mean that's kind of existential question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality, actually. So, and, you know, I've been sort of part of this group as a chairman of the board, and things were working relatively okay. I mean, we weren't really scaling heights in Test match cricket, but at least we were competitive. And the same group, it's the same group, basically. 80% of the boys are the same, but I don't know what has happened. I'm not saying it's through completely bad management, but it's just that the boys, the players need to rise up to the occasion. It's up to them. It's the egos, it's the reputation, it's the fans that are being hurt. So you've got to take that responsibility and swell and do better.
Jonathan, how stiff a challenge was this, though, for Pakistan, playing in suddenly quite different conditions? They played in the Caribbean, didn't they? And it was hot down in London when they played that warm-up match, and then turn up to Headingley and it's cool, it's rainy, and they were put into bat as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was challenging for them. I think what was disappointing, I think we talked about it yesterday. We said that they looked like a team that hadn't played. They looked rusty. And, you know, we go back to the fielding again and the consistency of the bowling and the way that the batsmen got out. It just looked like a team who hadn't been playing cricket very much, but of course they have. You know, I'm with Ramiz. You know, it was a little bit odd, that last series in Pakistan, and the reused pitch, and the one that was was sort of manufactured.
It felt very short term, didn't it?
Totally short term and unrealistic. You're not going to want to be a fast bowler if you look at that and see, well, that's the way that our cricket's going to go. You're not going to run in and try and bowl fast, are you? And Pakistan they've always had quick bowlers, good quick bowlers. And with that ingenuity that we talked about the other day, with the reverse swing and all of that, you know, Pakistan's quick bowlers and their spinners too have always been a bit different. They've always had a bit of flair, a bit of the unexpected about them. But this attack, I'm afraid, it's very county level. If you know, even if that, apart from Mohammad Abbas, who's obviously a good bowler, but he had no real support, and the batting just looked a bit timid. It looked a bit anxious. And when you're batting and you've got that massive lead, over you, the scoreboard pressure. Well, yeah, it is tricky. But you know, I'm taking nothing away from England at this stage. I thought they, you know, given the difficulties that they have had, and that half of that attack coming out of the 100 and so on, we talked about their fitness, didn't we? Wonder what they would like. Well, I don't think there was any concerns there.
Well, they weren't really pushed though, were they? Because they didn't have to bowl that many overs.
That's the caveat. You know, that they were not pushed very much. What I really liked about this, and I did say that to Joe Root and to Marcus actually, was just the pace in which they played. We've been so used over the last 4 years to really frenetic cricket. We've talked about it a lot, and for the first 18 months it worked. It took people by surprise, and they were on a real roll. But then that kind of degenerated really to a bit of recklessness and just bad decisions. And here, yes, they weren't pushed, they weren't pressed, and they didn't find themselves really under pressure at any stage.
I mean, physically as well, in terms of the number of overs they had to bowl.
Well, no, I'm talking about more just the way in which they played, just the mindset, the maturity of the way that they played. It was much more, I think, likely to bring success in Test cricket than we've seen in the last couple of years. And yep, I go back to the point. They weren't necessarily challenged very much. But I really liked what I saw in terms of that, in terms of the decisions that were taken, batting in the dark last night, all of those sorts of things was done in a calm, mature, and sort of disciplined sort of a way with some flexibility, and that's very encouraging.
What about Pakistan view of England then, Ramiz? I mean, you talked about the disappointment of Pakistan, and you know they're weak in here anyway in batting, bowling, and fielding as well. What about the perspective of England?
Well, England have got a team. It's a solid team, and we knew that it's going to be a tough series for Pakistan, irrespective of how England play, because your own levels have dropped, and so England will be menacing. I mean, you know, come the second and the third Test match, I think they'll be a hard nut to crack.
What about going forward for England, though? Or is this not a big enough test to make that judgment?
Yeah, I mean, this is not big enough test, actually. They've not been tested at all, in fact. They won by innings, but they just played, you know, percentage cricket to get over the line. Yeah, I mean, you know, there are teams that will test England, but the bowling looks to be pretty in good order. What about the spin? I'm not too sure, you know, whether they have the spin department really to challenge teams.
They don't. They just don't, do they?
You see, so go to subcontinent, for example, in Sri Lanka, in India, even in Pakistan. So you know, that's the issue. If you want to become a world force, then you've got to have a balanced bowling attack.
What about Pakistan's team for the next Test match? What would you do if you were the selector in charge? What sort of 11 would you come up with? Who comes in, who goes out? Or do you just say, right, you got us into this mess, you get us out of it?
So obviously Babar Azam comes in. I don't know how fit he is. He hasn't really practiced at all. He'll be definitely rusty. Then Ubaid Shah, who's Naseem Shah's younger brother, he's around 138, 140 at times, so you probably include him. But that's about it. I mean, you can't play two spinners there, so it's got to be one spin plus batting has got to come to grips as well. I think batting has been shoddy.
I mean, one of the sort of unknown factors, and Joe Root actually alluded to it in his interview with you, Jonathan, is the pitch at Lord's.
Yeah, no one knows what that's going to be.
I mean, that could level things up. And we saw that Test match early in the summer, but we also saw the one-day international between India and England. There was played on a belter, and England got masses, and India nearly got masses as well.
The thing is about pitches, though, Simon, is that you know you can prepare a pitch in certain ways in every time that you look to play on it. And it's very easy sometimes just to say to a pitch, well, that pitch, you know, you've got the data. this ground always produces so many runs, or this pitch always does this. Well, it depends how it's prepared. And I think that probably they got the preparation wrong in that last Test match at Lords. Got a lot of criticism, quite rightly so, for it, and then it's got it wrong. It looked really rough at the start, unlike anything I've ever seen at Lords before. This will be a different strip. They're not going to play on that one for this Test match, and it might play completely differently. And let's hope that it does.
Well, yeah, let's hope so, because I mean it was a pretty ropey surface, wasn't
Terrible,
it? The only thing I would say, and the Headingley groundsman said it as well, is that it's been really weird actually preparing this surface because of all the dry weather, and it's so dry in London, so hot in London, probably hotter than it has been here as well.
It must have been the most challenging summer ever to have been a cricket groundsman. But we'll have a better idea when we do see that surface. I'll keep the same England team. I just want to see them going on winning games.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. What do England do in terms of change? I mean, look, the obvious thing is just to say unchanged, isn't it?
Well, they've got best part of a week off, and they haven't been exercised particularly. The bowlers, so I'll just say out you go and do it again. Let's just get some rhythm. Just get some wins.
Alistair and Michael have popped up again. Same 11 for you, Alistair, for Lords? Or what do you think about that? Would you look to experiment a little bit?
I would go same 11. I think it's more important to win the next Test match at Lords than it is to see someone else. If you want to go to if they win the series, then an opportunity maybe for a couple of those bowlers to stop. But I think no. The Joe Root taking over, them learning how Joe Root captains, and Joe Root learning how to captain them, I think is probably more important than swapping out. If there's a niggle, obviously, but I think no, same team for me.
And Michael?
Yeah, same team next week, win the series. Same ruthlessness in terms of the performance and mindset. If you're 2-0 up and you go to Edgbaston and one of the quicks needs a little bit of a breather, I said before I wouldn't be against trying an Ollie Robinson style bowler with Ollie Robinson with a couple of quicks in the attack, but they've just got to continue with the ruthlessness. The Pakistan side are there for the taking. We can see that clearly, and when you get the chance to win Test matches, take it. It was Sri Lanka 2 or 3 years ago here that they went 2-0 up, went to the Oval, and almost that was the start of with all of us going, oh, come on, you've got to have a better mentality than that. I don't think we'll see that. I mean, Joe's just mentioned on the television, I asked him about, any communication with Stephen Fleming this week, every single day. Really? Messaging, speaking. So Stephen Fleming, even though he's not here, he's having a big say in terms of the way that this team is operating.
He's been watching from New Zealand, has he?
Absolutely. He's been talking to Joe every night. So he's completely in control of this team. Marcus Truscothick has done a good job this week in terms of being around and being an interim. He's the perfect safe pair of hands, Marcus. But Stephen Fleming has got a big hand on this team already. So there'll be a lot of sense involved in selection, a lot of sense in the way that they play. And he'll not then let them just relax and think that they've done their job. That it can go and do exactly the same again at Lords on Thursday.
Yeah, and as a team that haven't won enough, you've got to keep winning, haven't you? If you get a chance to win, you win.
Well, winning's your currency as a team, as a captain, and you've got to enjoy it. You've got to get on the podium with trophies. Beating Pakistan, particularly this Pakistan team here in the UK, it's not a trophy that is the one that you're after, but in a few months' time in South Africa, to go down to South Africa and win, you've got to take confidence with you, and the only way that you can get confidence is by winning games of cricket. So I would think this is the perfect series for the team to win 3-0. That's not degrading or disrespecting Pakistan. It's exactly what I would expect. It's exactly what the public would expect. Go out and deliver it, play in the same fashion. Probably one or two of the batters, as Joe's just mentioned again on the telly, there was a disappointment, he said, in the dressing room last night because a couple hadn't got on to get the 3 figures. Well, let's see what the pitch plays like at Lords before we start saying no, because a 60 might be a good score on the pitch. We'll have to wait and see, but I think all the battles will know that against this kind of attack, if you get to 50, 60, you should be going on to get 3 figures.
Final thoughts, Alistair?
Well, complacency will be my slight concern. That will be the only thing stopping England. But I think with Joe in particular and his consistency in his game, he won't allow that to sneak in. And if you're Pakistan, you think, right, we've had an absolute stinker here and we've got to find something there. And they will need a bit of luck at Lords, whether it's winning that toss, and there's a bit more rain around, isn't there, next week, allegedly in the forecast. So get one of those horrible conditions and they bowl a lot better, and they put this England side under some pressure early on. England just didn't allow Pakistan at all. From ball one, obviously the perfect start, ahead of them and never let them out. Pakistan have to try and do that in that first half an hour at Lords, otherwise they're in trouble.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Michael. And you can see that interview with Joe Root that Michael was talking about on Today at the Test. That's on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock tonight, or you can catch up at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. Now, the final few musings on this Test match come from Andy Zaltzman up in the Test match special box. What has caught your eye, Zoltz, over the last only 2.5 days statistically?
Yes, another short test, the joint 13th shortest completed Test match in England, but considerably longer than the match against New Zealand early this summer, almost 10 overs longer, and that had 4 innings in it. So another of this trend of very short abbreviated tests. We saw 2 of the shortest ever in Australia as well. And that came down mostly to Pakistan's batting and England's bowling. Pakistan lasted 85 overs and 4 balls in their 2 innings combined, their 5th shortest match in terms of matches in which they've batted twice and been dismissed in both innings. So a disastrous match for Pakistan. And another away defeat, 9 of their last 10 away tests they've now lost since December 2023. They've lost 5 of their last 19 altogether in the last 3 years. It's their biggest loss since January 2021, when they got hammered by New Zealand by an even bigger margin than this, and their second biggest loss in the last 15 years. So it's a prolonged decline for Pakistan. For Joe Root, just a second win in his last 19 tests as captain, and breaks a run of 10 unsuccessful matches as skipper, the 9 at the end of his first stint as captain, plus that match at the Oval early this summer when he stood in for Ben Stokes. So he'd had 3 draws and 7 defeats in his previous 10, but a fine win here. His first win as captain since he beat India on this ground in 2021. And yeah, an outstanding performance by England's bowlers. They had Pakistan 0 for 1 in both innings, only the 7th time in England's Test history they have had their opponents 0 for 1 in both innings of a Test, or for the 7th time that Pakistan have suffered that fate. Ollie Robinson, his best, and Josh Tongue both had their best match figures, 8 wickets each. Ollie Robinson now has 65 wickets in his first 12 Tests at home. Only Ian Botham has ever taken more for England in his first 12 Tests in this country, and Josh Tongue, who at one point combining the end of his first innings and the start of his second innings, had taken 7 wickets in 22 balls. He now has 65 wickets in 13 tests altogether at the start of his career, which is the most at that stage of an England player's career, also since Ian Botham in his extraordinary late 70s pomp at the start of his career. So a superb performance by England. Pakistan only had 1 partnership over 40 in the match, and it continues England's excellent record in first tests of series. They've won 8 of their last 9 first tests since the start of 2024. Their problem has been in the remainder of series, and they've won 6 out of 22 since then, so that's a statistic they will be looking to put right at Lord's.
Thank you very much, Zoltz. They will indeed, if only they'd won that first test in Perth. What a difference that might have made to that Australia tour. That's it. Today at the Test, BBC 4 and iPlayer tonight from 7 p.m, with a repeat later on BBC 2. You can also watch the best of the action now on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll be back with the second test from Lord's on Thursday. There's also Test action tonight. Commentary on the second test between Australia and Bangladesh. That starts at 12:30, so technically early tomorrow morning. But the live cricket continues now from the County Championship.